Chapter 969. Elder Ghost. Although he had the Grade 2 Spirit Spear to support him, he was still kneeling on the ground with one knee. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. The blood splattered on the ground and formed a dazzling stream in front of him. At this moment, he felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out. He no longer had the strength to fight with Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he could only place his hopes on the ghost fire hidden in his body. However, the ghost fire did not respond to him this time. Elder Ghost, Elder Ghost. Xianxia continued to call out in an anxious tone. However, the ghost fire still did not respond. It was as though it had completely disappeared. At this moment, Xianxia also felt that something was amiss. He could not help but raise his head with difficulty and look at the purple-clad young man who was walking towards him step by step. When he saw the stone tablet with a chipped corner in the purple-clad young man's hand, his heart trembled. He finally understood why the ghost fire was ignoring him. Since Duan Lingtian had taken out the devil seal tablet that could restrain the ghost fire, it meant that the ghost fire would not help him. Duan Lingtian. Xianxia could not help but clench his teeth as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing not far away from him. Apart from the anger in his eyes, there was also a hint of bitterness. He knew that he was finished. With the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, even if he begged for mercy, Duan Lingtian would not let him go. Due to this reason, Xianxia stood up with difficulty with the help of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear. He glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Even if I die, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go even if I become a ghost. Duan Lingtian, who was holding the Devil Seal tablet in one hand, and guarding against the remnant soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu in Xianxia's body in the other hand, stared at Xianxia coldly. He only needed to use the sword in his hand to kill Xianxia. Now, when Xianxia's words entered his ears, he couldn't help but laugh. After that, he glanced at Xianxia with disdain and said indifferently, "Xianxia, do you think? I wasn't afraid when you were alive, so why would I be afraid when you're dead?" Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, Xianxia laughed strangely, and his laughter was wanton and undisguised. "What are you laughing at?" Duan Lingtian frowned and stared coldly at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's laughter gradually stopped, but his face was still covered in a smile, a gloomy smile. Then, Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man and sneered, "Duan Lingtian, so what if you kill me? As long as the higher-ups of Sky Wolf Fort know that the Devil Seal tombstone is in your hands, they won't let you go. I'll be waiting for you on the path to the Yellow Springs. I'll definitely be waiting for you." Xianxia chuckled as he spoke. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by the upper echelons of Sky Wolf Fort. "Then you can wait patiently." Duan Lingtian sneered. He raised his hand and thrust his sword at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. Duan Lingtian did not kill Xianxia immediately. Instead, the sword in his hand landed on Xianxia's right wrist and gave it a jerk. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Duan Lingtian had severed the tendons on Xianxia's wrist. Xianxia, who only had one hand left, was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Xianxia could still hold the Grade 2 Spirit Spear tightly with his other hand. Otherwise, he would definitely fall to the ground and fall flat on his face. Whoosh! Unfortunately, when Duan Lingtian's second sword landed and severed the tendons on Xianxia's remaining hand, Xianxia could no longer hold on. He fell to the ground with a loud thud, looking extremely miserable. "Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then give me a quick death. If you don't give me a quick death, then you're a bastard raised by a whore." Xianxia let out a muffled groan again. He raised his head with difficulty and glared at Duan Lingtian, who was looking down at him. He shouted harshly, intending to infuriate Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would give him a quick death. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes were instantly shrouded in a layer of scarlet red. It was fine for others to scold him. However, he was not allowed to curse his mother. "If you want a quick death, then I won't let you have it. I'll let you die a slow and painful death." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely cold as if it came from an ice cave. It made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia, who had wanted to infuriate Duan Lingtian, did not expect to make a fool of himself. His expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword again and slowly crippled one of Xianxia's legs. During this process, Xianxia could no longer hold it in and screamed in pain. Duan Lingtian, you're the devil. You're the devil. Xianxia only regained his breath when Duan Lingtian put away his sword and shouted harshly. Whoosh! Soon after, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand descended again. Xianxia's other leg was crippled and he continued to scream in pain. His face was pale. He only looked better after he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression was cold. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword again and crippled Xianxia's dantian. Ah! This time, Xianxia fainted after he screamed in pain. At the same time, the origin energy on Xianxia's body was annihilated. Blood flowed out ceaselessly from the wounds on his limbs. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a river that drowned his entire body. Even until now, the fierce light in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not fade. When he was on Earth in his previous life, he was an orphan without parents. After he came to this world, he had a mother, Li Ro. Li Ro's love for him caused him to completely take Li Ro as his own mother. If one were to ask who he cared about the most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Li Ro, his mother in this life. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched it would die. His mother was his reverse scale. Earlier, Xianxia had insulted his mother, and it caused him to be completely enraged. He was enraged to the extreme, and his emotions were difficult to control. Whoosh! When he saw Xianxia was about to bleed to death while unconscious, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a raise of his hand, he took out a jar of unopened wine from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian lifted the seal on the wine jar and poured the wine on Xianxia's head. The icy cold wine caused Xianxia to shudder and completely wake up. However, Xianxia, who had just woken up, only felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from all over his body. He continued to scream miserably, and he no longer had the carefree appearance from before. Xianxia, whose cultivation had been crippled, could no longer circulate his origin energy to stop the bleeding on his wounds. He could only watch as blood flowed out from his body. Soon, Xianxia's eyelids rolled back, and he fainted again. Duan Lingtian patiently poured the wine on Xianxia's head again and again, causing Xianxia to wake up time and time again. Moreover, Xianxia let out waves of miserable screams before fainting again. Duan Lingtian, give me a quick death. I beg you. I beg you. In the end, Xianxia's face was pale and his aura was weak as he begged endlessly. From the moment you insulted my mother, you should have known there would be such a consequence. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Xianxia and continued to torture him. After half an hour, Xianxia's head swung and fell hard on the ground. He died from excessive bleeding, and there was no sign of him at all. Xianxia was dead. He was completely dead. When Xianxia died, Duan Lingtian's rage gradually dissipated. When he looked at Xianxia again, although his eyes still flickered with a cold light, it was no longer as deep as the ocean as before. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly absent-minded as he looked at Xianxia's corpse. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Xianxia all those years ago. At that time, Xianxia rode a flying demon beast and arrived at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sex Dubhe Peak with the intention of seducing his fiancée, Ker. After that, conflict arose between him and Xianxia, and they even made a 2-year agreement. During the 2-year agreement, he relied on his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and easily defeated Xianxia, whose cultivation base was a few levels higher than him, causing Xianxia to be unwilling to leave. The next time he met Xianxia was during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, and the conflict between him and Xianxia deepened. After glancing indifferently at Xianxia's corpse, Duan Lingtian casually put away Xianxia's spatial ring. Chi! Subsequently, a strand of violet flame with golden edges lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. He was prepared to sprinkle it on Xianxia's corpse and make Xianxia disappear from this world. Wait! Right at this moment, a ghastly hoarse and aged voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian, don't burn it yet. Don't burn it yet. What? Old man, are you afraid? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, If you're willing to let me go and let me live in your body temporarily, I'll definitely help you in the future. As long as I'm here, you'll definitely. This voice was naturally the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu in Xianxia's body. It was the voice of Ghost Fire. Now that its host, Xianxia, had been killed, it urgently wanted to find its next host. Otherwise, its remnant soul would completely dissipate. However, before it could finish speaking, it stopped abruptly. After pausing for a moment, it anxiously said, "You? What are you doing?" No. 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 Unfortunately, Ghost Fire was destined to be unable to finish speaking. This was because when Ghost Fire's voice paused, the flame in Duan Lingtian's hand had already sprinkled on Xianxia's corpse and ignited the strong wine on Xianxia's body. The flames surged and engulfed Decease. At the same time, the ghostly fire was unable to continue speaking. It disappeared from this world along with Decease. Xianxia and Ghost Fire were both dead. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression was cold. Naturally, he had heard Ghost Fire's voice clearly, but he did not pay any attention to it. He did not know anything about Ghost Fire. If he allowed Ghost Fire to possess him, he did not know what kind of potential danger he would face in the future. Therefore, he did not dare to take the risk. That spirit fruit. Chapter 970. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, only one of the 3 spirit fruits that grew on the tricolor tree was left. Xianxia had consumed 2 of them. Xianxia probably only had time to digest the medicinal efficacy of 1 spirit fruit. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have definitely risen to the 2nd level void transformation stage once he digested the 2nd spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian secretly rejoiced when he thought of this. Once Xianxia had broken through to the 2nd level void transformation stage, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent to him. Earlier, it was precisely because he possessed the strength to crush Xianxia that he was able to heavily injure Xianxia in one blow. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. If I didn't find the tricolor tree, or if Xianxia had plucked the tricolor tree at the same time when he plucked the 3 spirit fruits, I wouldn't have been able to come here in time and encounter Xianxia who was hiding here. Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of dread in his eyes when he thought of this. Once Xianxia had absorbed and digested the 3 spirit fruits, his cultivation base would have definitely broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. At that time, I'll definitely lose if I encounter him. If I want to kill him, I'll have to use a talisman. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more shocked he became. After he calmed down, he could not help but rejoice. He rejoiced that he had saved a talisman that his cheapskate father had left behind. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted elsewhere. Looking at the spirit fruit in his hand that was so red that it seemed as though it would drip blood, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. After I consume this spirit fruit and improve my cultivation base, I'll continue to search for the central area. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the side of the remote cavern's ceiling when he thought of this. The black hole in the inconspicuous corner was where Xianxia had hidden earlier. I'll cultivate here. Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the black hole in a blink of an eye. He noticed that it was empty inside and could easily accommodate his entire person. This small cavern is obviously newly opened. Looks like it's Xianxia's work. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Xianxia's death also made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be like a fishbone stuck in his throat. And that ghost elder. He was truly too strange. But fortunately, I annihilated him as well, and he no longer posed any threat to me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. This time, 20 disciples of Sky Wolf Fort all died in my hands. You can say that I took back some interest from Sky Wolf Fort for myself. If the vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a burst of joy in his heart. Back then, because the people of Sky Wolf Fort coveted the Devil Seal tablet in his possession, they had almost killed him and caused an innocent person to die for him. From that moment onwards, his hatred towards Sky Wolf Fort was already deeply rooted in the bottom of his heart. In the future, so long as his strength improved, he would surely go to the ancient desert city to look for Sky Wolf Fort to properly settle the score. Not to mention the others, the 4 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort that led the group to pursue him would surely die. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yukong, Feng Wei. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and spat out the names of the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort word by word, and his eyes were filled with extreme coldness. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, stuffed the red spirit fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it. The medicinal strength transformed into a warm current that instantly fused into his body. In next to no time, the origin energy in his body started to roil, and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was hidden deep within his dantian rose up along with this and completely fused with his origin energy. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Roving Dragon Form. For a time, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and his cultivation advanced at an extremely terrifying speed under the dual boost of the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Right when Duan Lingtian was concentrating on his cultivation, in a certain cavern in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Bang! 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 Numerous loud bangs resounded out without end, and the entire cavern was enveloped by gusts of violent winds that caused sand and dust to fly, causing it to be difficult to see the situation inside clearly. Within the cavern, there were 2 figures that were constantly crossing each other, and they were evenly matched. One of them condensed a domineering saber light every time the saber in his hand flashed out, and it carried the might of splitting Mount Hua. The other person wore spirit weapon gloves on his hands, and every time he punched out, his fists were coiled with violet lightning, and every time he punched out, it was like a thunderclap exploding out. Pang Bao! Hand over that profundity fragment. Otherwise, I'll surely kill you today. The sturdy young man who punched out like thunder had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his voice was loud and clear. Lei Jun, everyone knows how to boast. If you have the ability, kill me and take away the profundity fragment in my hand. However, although the profundity fragment in my hand is an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, it's suitable for you as well. However, as far as I know, there seems to be a lot of people who have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept among the senior officials of Izumo sect, right? Even if you obtain this profundity fragment, it'll only benefit someone else. Why do you have to risk your life like this? The young man who kept shooting out the domineering saber light in his hand was not bothered by Lei Jun's threat. Instead, he advised Lei Jun. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was none other than Pang Bao, the Anika sect's disciple whom he had made a deal with before. The current situation was obvious. Pang Bao had obtained one of the profundity fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not only that, it was an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment. It attracted Lei Jun, the Izumo sect's disciple, to fight for it with him. He and Lei Jun were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would win. After fighting for a while, Lei Jun seemed to have realized that it was difficult for him to defeat Pang Bao. His tone changed and became calmer. Pang Bao, as far as I know, none of the senior officials of Anika sect have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept. Even if you bring it back, the senior officials of Anika sect won't be able to use it. How about this, you name your condition. As long as you're willing to give this 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment to me, I'll promise you anything that Izumo sect can do. When Lei Jun reached the end of his sentence, he sounded eager to obtain the profundity fragment in Pang Bao's hand. Unless you can help me obtain the profundity fragment that the senior officials of Anika sect need and exchange it with me. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to obtain the thunder profundity fragment in my hand. Pang Bao said nonchalantly. What a joke. The Anika sect that he was in and the Izumo sect that Lei Jun was in had always been at odds with each other. If he gave up the thunder profundity fragment in his hand, there was no doubt that Izumo sect would have another martial monarch powerhouse. At that time, Izumo sect would be able to suppress Anika sect. Therefore, even if nobody in Anika sect could use the thunder profundity fragment, it was impossible for him to give it to Izumo sect. Upon hearing Pang Bao's words, Lei Jun's face turned slightly grave. His body moved and he suddenly retreated. Seeing Lei Jun retreating, Pang Bao did not pursue him. He stood in the same spot and looked at Lei Jun calmly. Pang Bao, I can promise you. Lei Jun took a deep breath and agreed. From this moment onward, the two of us will join forces to search for and fight for the second profundity fragment. A smile appeared on Pang Bao's face when he heard this. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. His strength was not inferior to his. Once he joined forces with Lei Jun, they would be able to sweep away all obstacles and obtain the profundity fragment that Anika sect needed. However, from now on, other than continuing to search for and fight for the other profundity fragments in the periphery, we also have to confirm the direction to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and head to the central area. Peng Bao said. Then, the small team that was temporarily formed by Peng Bao and Lei Jun began to move rapidly in the periphery. Unfortunately, their dream of finding the other 4 profundity fragments in the periphery would not come true. The 4 profundity fragments already had their own owners. While Peng Bao and Lei Jun were searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the group of survivors in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were also searching for it. The central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left the secret treasure behind. According to the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, his body should be there. Putting aside the many treasures that might be there, just the 3 profundity fragments in the Emperor Wu powerhouse's body were enough to make people go crazy for it. 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment and 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments. While the people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were searching for the central area and heading to the central area, Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his cultivation. It was as though he had forgotten about the time. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roaming Dragon Form. The origin energy in his body circulated rapidly according to the roaming dragon form's mental cultivation method, causing his cultivation base to rise rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes that were hidden within the darkness flashed with a strand of bright light. Still lacking a little. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to his dantian, Duan Lingtian woke up and stopped cultivating. As for the red spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy, it had already been depleted by him. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. Even the bottleneck to the 4th level void transformation stage had appeared and was on the verge of collapsing. Wind! All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the small dark cave. It grew louder and louder as it went on. 3rd level advance wind concept. I've finally comprehended it. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew out of the small dark cave and appeared in the spacious cave that was as bright as day outside. Now, it's time to continue searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Chapter 971. Duan Lingtian, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base and comprehended the 3rd level advance wind concept, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head followed him like a shadow. The khaki-colored energy rolled under Duan Lingtian's feet as though it resonated with the earth. He took a step forward and passed through a few caves. Other than the strands of purple lightning that raged around the khaki-colored energy, there were also strands of solid green wind that followed him like a shadow. Not only that, when Duan Lingtian flew out, there was a faint layer of energy on his body that led the way. Upon closer inspection, it was a solid sword-shaped energy. Above Duan Lingtian's head, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky followed him in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the speed was too fast, it was difficult to see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were. As long as Duan Lingtian stopped moving, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head could be clearly seen. There was a total of 1,150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The 3rd level void transformation stage's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. The 3rd level advance wind concept was also equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The other 3 9th level void interpretation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when added together. Altogether, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. As for the additional strength of 50 ancient horned dragons, it was the earth energy that Duan Lingtian borrowed from the resonance between his earth concept and the earth. It was half the strength of the earth concept itself. Duan Lingtian, who was propelled by the strength of 1,150 ancient horned dragons, was as swift as the wind and lightning. His speed was so fast that many martial artists could not see his movements clearly. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. His face was slightly pale. Chen Wei. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a ghastly coldness as though he was about to devour someone. He was not unfamiliar with Chen Wei. It was to the extent that he already knew Chen Wei before he joined the Five Elements sect. Although the first time he met Chen Wei was not pleasant, it was also because Chen Wei was deceived by his biological younger brother. Chen Wei himself was very much to his liking. Before entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Chen Wei was still alive and kicking. But now, he had turned into an ice-cold corpse, and it was obvious that he had been dead for many days. Bang! At some point, Duan Lingtian, whose face was gloomy, lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, a hideous crack split open on the ground where Duan Lingtian had landed, and it extended all the way to Chen Wei's corpse, causing Chen Wei's corpse to fall into it. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, his origin energy fused with earth force surged and collided with the side of the cavern wall. Stone fragments swirled in the air, accompanied by some rubble that fell down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand once again, and the stone fragments and gravel were guided by his power, filling up the crevice where Chen Wei was buried, allowing Chen Wei to peacefully rest underground. Rest in peace. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he lowered his head and looked at the crevice that was filled up. What's he doing? I came earlier, and I just happened to see. He seems to be burying someone's corpse. It should be a senior brother from the same sect who was on good terms with him. Unknowingly, the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian had attracted many onlookers. These people stood in the distance and whispered among themselves. Duan Lingtian frowned and was about to leave. It's Duan Lingtian. Two people who had just entered the cavern and joined the onlookers could not help but exclaim in surprise when they saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard them. With just a glance, he recognized the two of them. They were the two secular disciples from the Empyrean Temple. Although he did not know the two of them, he had some impression of them. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them. It could be considered fate for them to meet here since they had entered from the same entrance. After nodding his head and greeting the two of them, Duan Lingtian was about to leave again. However, before he could move, he realized he was surrounded by three figures who shot out at lightning speed. After the three of them surrounded him, their eyes lit up as they stared at him greedily. It was as though he was a rare treasure. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Elements sect in the eastern district of the Northern Desert? I heard you obtained a profundity fragment. After the three of them surrounded Duan Lingtian, they spoke one after another. Their breathing quickened as they spoke. That's right. How could I have forgotten? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. I heard he obtained a profundity fragment some time ago. I heard about it too. Duan Lingtian, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Elements sect, obtained a profundity fragment not long ago. So he's that Duan Lingtian. At this moment, apart from the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples, everyone else was staring at him. The other onlookers were glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger watching its prey. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the profundity fragment from his hand. Ha! When Duan Lingtian heard the discussion around him, he frowned and looked at the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples immediately. At once, the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples' expressions changed drastically. They shook their heads and said in a panic, Duan Lingtian, I didn't know you obtained a profundity fragment. That's right. If we had known that you had obtained a profundity fragment, we wouldn't have exposed your identity. The two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples were flustered when they spoke. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could kill both of them in just one move. Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He was not blaming the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples for exposing his identity. Instead, he was curious how the others knew he obtained a profundity fragment. Most importantly, apart from the fact that they had never seen him before, all of them knew his name and where he came from. When I obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, I even extended my spiritual energy to investigate the surroundings. Apart from me, there's no one else alive who knows I obtained a profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene when he obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. He was certain of this. There was no one else alive who knew he obtained a profundity fragment. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone's trying to frame me with the intention of making me the public enemy of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He wants me dead. Duan Lingtian was certain of this as soon as he thought about it. His eyes turned red as soon as he confirmed it. At that moment, he could not help but be enraged. What he wanted to do the most at that moment was to find the person who spread the rumor and kill him. Although he was not worried about the impact the rumor would have on him, he was annoyed that the person was trying to frame him secretly. Duan Lingtian realized something again when he regained his senses. Apart from the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples who were standing far away and trembling in fear, the other 4 people who surrounded him in the beginning had surrounded him as well. The 7 of them surrounded him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. Apart from the 3 people who were together in the beginning, the other 4 people were also divided into 2 small groups with 2 people in each group. In other words, these 7 people came from 3 different forces. There were a total of 6 forces who came from entrance number 2. Apart from the 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort who were killed by him, he had some impression of the people from the other 5 forces even if he did not know them. However, he had no impression of the 7 people in front of him at all. Are all of you disciples from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the 7 young powerhouses whose origin energy and concepts were rising from their bodies. These young powerhouses could attack him at any time. That's right. Why? Are you scared? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a few young powerhouses who surrounded Duan Lingtian had a smug smile on their faces. As disciples from a second-rate force, they had a sense of superiority when faced with a disciple from a third-rate force like 5-element sect. It seems like there are only 2 entrances to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The people from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect came from entrance number 1. Meanwhile, the rest of us came from entrance number 2. So far, I haven't met anyone who came from the 3rd entrance. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart as he vaguely confirmed this. Who's the Anika sect's disciple? Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of fear when he was surrounded by the 7 people. Instead he asked slowly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm, and his face was calm as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. We're Anika sect's disciples. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a young man and a young woman answered nonchalantly. The young man's face was cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. The young woman's face was calm, and one could not tell if she was happy or angry. Considering that I know Pang Bao, both of you can leave now. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 Anika sect's disciples indifferently. His tone was calm and did not contain any emotions. Pang Bao was the Anika sect's disciple he met previously. His cultivation base was at the 3rd level void transformation, and his strength was extraordinary. At that time, although he and Pang Bao had only made a deal that was beneficial to both of them and could only be considered as a chance encounter, he had a good impression of Pang Bao's straightforwardness. Now that he knew the 2 people before him were Anika sect's disciples, he remembered Pang Bao and was willing to let them live. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his breath on them. You know senior brother Pang Bao? The female Anika sect's disciple who had a calm expression since the beginning could not help but exclaim softly. Yes, I do. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. When the female Anika sect's disciple heard this, she nodded her head and retreated. Senior brother Pang Bao saved my life before. Since you're his friend, I won't make things difficult for you today. Humph. So what if you know senior brother Pang Bao? The profundity fragment in your possession is mine. Chapter 972. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear the Anika sect's disciples' words at all. He glanced at the 6 people surrounding him and said nonchalantly, The 6 of you, come at me together. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the indifference on his face, the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces had a drastic change of expression. They were completely enraged. A disciple from a third-rate force actually dared to challenge 6 disciples from second-rate forces? Provocation. A blatant provocation. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. We'll let you know that a disciple from a third-rate force like you is just an ant in the eyes of disciples from second-rate forces like us. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for us. The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked Duan Lingtian almost at the same time. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed, and their concepts followed them like shadows. The spirit weapons in their hands were all out as they attacked Duan Lingtian with all their might. Several hundred silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed above their heads and followed them to attack Duanling Tian, who was surrounded in the middle. More than 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle and pounced toward Duanling Tian with bared fangs and claws. Boom! 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 The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked with all their might, causing the airflow in the air to rapidly compress and set off a series of thunderous air explosions. At the same time as the sound of the air exploding rang out, waves of vast air waves swept out in all directions, transforming into gusts of wild wind, causing the robes on everyone present to flutter, making fluttering sounds. Kill! The spirit weapons in the hands of the 6 disciples from second-rate forces seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper at this moment as they charged toward Duanling Tian in an attempt to reap his life. The female Anika sex disciple who was watching by the side had a calm expression on her face. In her opinion, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man, Duanling Tian, to survive in the face of 6 young powerhouses from forces that were not inferior to her. However, when her eyes inadvertently landed on the 2 people who were watching by the side, she noticed that the 2 of them were looking at the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces with pity in their eyes. Ha! Her heart could not help but skip a beat as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had the strength to deal with the 6 of them? The moment this thought appeared in her mind, she felt that it was a little absurd. A disciple from a third-rate force, even if he was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, would not be able to withstand the siege of 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to hers. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. Then, her face flushed red as if someone had grabbed her by the neck. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the scene before her. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. God! What did she just see? Under the siege of the 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his, the purple-clad young man stepped into the air at a leisurely pace. In the next instant, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. This is definitely not a second-grade spirit sword. At this moment, such a thought appeared in her mind subconsciously. However, what shocked her the most was the purple-clad young man's next move. The origin energy on the purple-clad young man's body skyrocketed and transformed into a vast khaki energy. It was surrounded by bolts of purple lightning and was accompanied by waves of solidified green wind. Not only that, but the purple-clad young man's body also exuded waves of fierce aura. Sword concept. As a martial artist who had comprehended the sword concept as well, the Anika sex female disciple was very familiar with the sword concept. He has comprehended so many concepts? Not only that, but their levels seem to be quite high as well. In a flash of lightning, the Anika sex female disciple could only have this thought in her mind. In the next moment, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the days that followed, she would be awakened by this scene many times in the middle of the night. At that time, she was so glad that she had made the right choice today. At the same time, the Anika sex female disciple saw it clearly. As the purple-clad young man lifted his hand and swung his sword, the terrifying sword ray twisted and flashed past like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, the 6 young powerhouses who were charging at him aggressively were sliced into 2 at the waist. Their broken bodies collided with each other due to inertia. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. All 6 of them were dead. None of them even had the time to scream. The Anika sex female disciple was stunned. She was completely stunned. After a while, she snapped back to her senses. Fear was written all over her face. She could not help but mutter to herself, "Senior brother Peng Bao, I owe you another life." She knew. If the purple-clad young man had not mentioned Peng Bao and caused her to retreat today, there would definitely be more than 6 dead people. She would not have survived either. Boom, 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 boom. The broken bodies that were sliced into 2 at the waist fell to the ground loudly. In just a short while, the place where they landed was dyed into a river of blood. It was a ghastly sight. The 2 Empyrean Temple's disciples were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their bodies were trembling. Although they had long expected this scene to happen, they still could not help but feel terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. It took them a long time to recover from the shock. Although the 6 young powerhouses were disciples from second-rate forces, in their opinion, Duanling Tian from 5 Element Sex Cultivation Base had long surpassed the ordinary young disciples from second-rate forces. Unless they were the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, It was impossible for them to be a match for Duan Ling Tian. As for the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, although they had never seen them before, they could tell with their naked eyes that the 6 people who killed Duan Ling Tian were definitely not at that level. The 6 of them could only be considered as the more outstanding young disciples from second-rate forces at most. However, the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed 6 first-level void transformation disciples from second-rate forces in just one move still terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Ling Tian seems to be even more powerful now. The 2 of them looked at each other and could see the same thought in each other's eyes. The depth of their eyes was filled with fear from the bottom of their hearts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Ling Tian's cold eyes swept across the 6 broken bodies on the ground. A hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy had long detected the cultivation base of the 6 people. All of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. They were not worth mentioning at all in front of him now. With a raise of his hand, waves of origin energy swept out. Duan Ling Tian kept the 6 people's grade 2 spirit weapons and spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian casually glanced at the female Anika sex disciple and the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples. Duan Ling Tian, we'll never tell anyone that you've obtained the profundity fragment. When the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples saw Duan Ling Tian looking at them, they hurriedly pricked their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky as they swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Since when did he ask them to swear on it? He knew very well in his heart. Since the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment was purposely leaked out by someone, it must have spread to most of the young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Other than those who were ill-informed, the rest of them must have known about this news. I don't care who it is. How dare they plot against me, Duan Ling Tian. Just wait for my endless fury. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as the fury in his heart soared. Whoosh! Under the fearful gaze of the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and the female Anika sex disciple, Duan Ling Tian moved and disappeared before their eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. At this moment, the 3 of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. In front of Duan Ling Tian, they felt oppressed from the bottom of their hearts. He was a killing god who sent chills down their spines. When their eyes landed on the 6 mutilated bodies in front of them, their faces could not help but turn pale. A hint of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts could be seen in their eyes. Both of you. Did you already know that he's so powerful? The female Anika sex disciple looked at the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and asked calmly. Of course. When he just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he already killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces whose strength is not inferior to ours with just 2 swords. He's a monster. I have to say that you made the right choice. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them. When the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples reached the end of their sentence, their eyes landed on the mutilated bodies piled up in the blood river again. Their bodies trembled for no reason. He killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords? The female Anika sex disciple could not help but narrow her eyes. Since they were young disciples sent by third-rate forces to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they must be the best among the younger generation of third-rate forces. No matter how weak they were, they would not be too weak. He only killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords. She knew she might not be able to do that with her strength. Even if she could, she knew she would not be able to do it so cleanly. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Pang Bao, what kind of monster do you know? The female Anika sex disciple had a bitter smile on her face. If the other party had not mentioned Pang Bao in time, and she had retreated from the battle in time due to the fact that Pang Bao had saved her life in the past, she would have been dead already. Right now, she could not be any more dead. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not have the time to figure out the thoughts of the female Anika sex disciple and the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples. At this moment, he continued to search for the direction to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Naturally, along the way, he could not help but speculate who the person who framed him was. He knows my name and my background. The person who framed me could only be one of the 6 major forces who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure with me. The 19 disciples from Skywolf Fort were all killed by me as soon as they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Could it be that Zishang spread the news? The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he frowned. In his opinion, this was the most likely possibility. Although he had killed Zishang, who knew if Zishang had framed him and spread the news that he had obtained the profundity fragment? No! Chapter 973. The wisp of soul remnant hiding in Zishang's body. It's very likely that it came from the Devil Seal tablet. After all, he used to have a fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Most importantly, the soul remnant in Zishang's body that's suspected to be Emperor Wu seems to recognize the Devil Seal tablet. It's very likely that he knows about the Devil Seal tablet. If that's the case, he must know about the Devil Seal tablet's value. In other words, it's impossible for Zishang to frame me like that. Otherwise, the Devil Seal tablet would fall into someone else's hands if I was killed. Duan Lingtian thought about many things in just a short while. First, he was certain of one thing. Zishang knew the value of the Devil Seal tablet. Previously, Zishang had used the Devil Seal tablet to lead the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to hunt him down. Perhaps, Zishang wanted the people from Skywolf Fort to get the Devil Seal tablet first before he thought of another way to take it back. With the help of the soul remnant that's suspected to be Emperor Wu, it wouldn't be difficult for him to have a strength that surpasses Skywolf Fort in the future. However, it's different in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Once he spreads the news that I have the profundity fragment and frames me, he might not even know who killed me, let alone take the Devil Seal tablet back from the person who killed me. Duan Lingtian was completely certain when he thought about this. The person who framed him was not Zishang. As long as Zishang was interested in the Devil Seal tablet in his possession, he would not do such a stupid thing. But if it's not Zishang, who could it be? While he was flying, Duan Lingtian frowned. He still could not figure out who framed him even after thinking for a long time. Could it be the 2 disciples from Sun Moon sect? Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of the 2 remaining Sun Moon sect's disciples. Without a doubt, their motive was the greatest. After all, the other 18 disciples from Sun Moon sect had died in his hands. If the 2 of them wanted to avenge the 18 people, they indeed had the motive to do so. In addition to them, the people of the emotion-severing sect also have a motive. When he first entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, not only did he kill 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort and 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect, he also killed 12 disciples of emotion-severing sect. Among the remaining emotion-severing sect disciples, there might be someone who wants to avenge the dead emotion-severing sect disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. And that blade sect's disciple Lian Xiong had one of his arms severed by Tian Wu before he even entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure because of me. Although he reattached his broken arm later on, he must have hated me. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to think about suspicious people. He realized that if he continued to think about it, regardless of whether it was the Blade sect's disciples, the Empyrean Temple's disciples, or even the 5 Elements sect's disciples, it seemed like all of them could have framed him. This is really a headache. Duan Lingtian shook his head and no longer thought about it. However, his eyes gleamed coldly. No matter who it is, if they dare to plot against me behind my back, as long as I find them, I'll definitely make sure they die a horrible death. Duan Lingtian's speed was as fast as the wind as he shuttled through the caves one after another. Along the way, Duan Lingtian heard many young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive talking about him wherever he passed by. They were all talking about how he had obtained the profundity fragment. After spending half a month, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed the direction of the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make his way to the central area. I finally confirmed the direction. The palace left behind by Emperor Wu is over there. Duan Lingtian's speed as he made his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure soared to the maximum, leaving behind only his purple, lightning-like silhouette for the young powerhouses along the way. That person's speed is so fast. That's right. I can't even catch his trace at all. Such a fast speed. I'm afraid his strength is at least at the 4th level void transformation stage or above. Looking at the purple silhouette that flashed past, the young powerhouses along the way could not help but sigh and feel ashamed of their inferiority. While Duan Lingtian was making his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, many young powerhouses in various places of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had also figured out the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make their way to the central area. Brother Ling Tian has obtained a profundity fragment? Two figures were making their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. One of them could not help but be surprised when he heard the young powerhouse's discussion along the way. Peng Bao, do you know that Duan Ling Tian? The other person was Lei Jun, the second strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo sect. The former was Peng Bao, the second strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Anika sect. Yes, I do. He's a friend of mine. However, I didn't expect him to have the strength to obtain a profundity fragment. Peng Bao nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but be surprised. He would never have thought that the young man he had met once before would actually have such a powerful strength. As the person who obtained a profundity fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he knew very well that in order to obtain a profundity fragment, one would need to have sufficient strength in addition to luck. Otherwise, those puppets guarding the profundity fragment would be enough to give one a headache. Other than the puppets, the box that stored the profundity fragment would also emit a piercing sound that would attract the people nearby to rush over. If one could not fend off the people who came later, the profundity fragment would have to change owners. For this reason, if one wanted to obtain a profundity fragment, luck was secondary. Strength was the most important factor. If I meet him and I snatch the profundity fragment from him, you won't interfere, right? Lei Jun's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. If I meet him, I'll ask him what kind of profundity fragment he obtained. If it's something that our Anika sect needs, I'll exchange it with the profundity fragment in my hand. Peng Bao said nonchalantly without answering Lei Jun's question. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's eyes lit up. The profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hand was undoubtedly something that he desperately wanted to obtain. It was impossible for him to obtain the profundity fragment since it was in Peng Bao's hand. However, if it was in the hands of the disciple from the third-rate force, five-element sect, would it not be a piece of cake for him to snatch it away? Even if a young disciple from a third-rate force was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, how could he, the second strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo sect, lose to him? Lei Jun was very confident in his strength. Now, I can only hope that the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand is something that Anika sect needs. Even if it's not, I'll still snatch the profundity fragment from his hand. A cold gleam flashed across Lei Jun's eyes as he muttered to himself. An ant from a third-rate force. He doesn't have the right to obtain the profundity fragment. Whoosh, whoosh. Peng Bao and Lei Jun's speed was very fast as they made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, many people were making their way to the central area as well. Whoosh. A fiery red figure filled with a scorching aura swept past the caves in just a blink of an eye. Her speed was so fast that many young powerhouses along the way felt embarrassed. Elder brother Duan should be making his way to the central area now, right? The figure that flew out was a woman in red. When she moved, she was like a fire spirit dancing gracefully in the air. The lady's appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. She looked like she was only in her early 20s, and there was a hint of anticipation between her brows as she hurried along. The figure of the purple-clad young man appeared in her mind, causing her to blush instantly. It was very pitiful. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, two figures flew out side by side at an extremely fast speed. They were a red-clad young man and a blue-clad young man. They looked exactly the same, and it was obvious they were twins. However, their facial expressions were as different as heaven and earth. The red-clad young man's expression changed a lot, but the blue-clad young man's expression was extremely cold. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Duan Ling Tian obtained a profundity fragment? A hint of surprise appeared on the red-clad young man's face. It seems like his luck is not worse than ours. The blue-clad young man raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything. The profound assimilation formation we found in Emperor Wu's secret treasure is much more powerful than the profound assimilation formation we went through in the sect. Just by looking at the improvement in our comprehension of concepts, we can tell that there are many concept fragments that have merged with the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, but they're of a high level as well. The red-clad young man sighed. These twin brothers were none other than the Nangong brothers from the Five-Element sect. The blue-clad young man with the cold expression was naturally Nangong Chen. As for the red-clad young man with the exaggerated expression, he was Nangong-yi. The two brothers, one was quiet while the other was active. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, apart from obtaining a grade 1 spirit weapon each, they had also entered a profound assimilation formation that activated on its own. After spending 3 hours in the profound assimilation formation, their concepts had improved tremendously. Compared to the time when they were in the profound assimilation formation of the Five-Element sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. The Five-Element sect's profound assimilation formation was nothing compared to the profound assimilation formation in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's a pity that the profound assimilation formation can only be activated once. Otherwise, we might be able to comprehend our concepts to the 9th level advance if we enter it again. Nangong-yi sighed and said with a regretful expression on his face. Greedy. Nangong-chen spat out 2 words coolly. Don't tell me you don't want to? Nangong-yi glanced at Nangong-chen in disdain. However, speaking of which, the fortuitous encounter we obtained is still better than Duanling Tian. Although he obtained a profundity fragment, he still has to hand it over to the sect. It's very difficult for him to survive. Nangong-chen said as if his words were as precious as gold. That's right. We didn't expect the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure from another entrance would be from the 3 second-rate forces. Chapter 974. Since they had heard that Duanling Tian had obtained the profundity fragment, it was only natural that the young powerhouses from the second-rate forces had heard about it as well. Right now, Duanling Tian must have become the target of public criticism. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. Although Duanling Tian's strength is strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Nangong-yi took a deep breath. Based on his words, it was obvious that he was fearful of the few top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. With his current strength, he could easily deal with ordinary young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. However, he had no confidence in dealing with the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Other than having a martial monarch powerhouse, the reason why the second-rate forces were called second-rate forces was because the young powerhouses they nurtured were much stronger than the young powerhouses nurtured by third-rate forces like the Five-Element sect. It was rare for Nangong-chen to nod his head and agree with Nangong-yi's words. At the same time, more and more people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure confirmed the direction of the central area and rushed to the central area. Ha! Duanling Tian, who was rushing to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, saw 3 familiar figures in the distance as soon as he passed through a cave. The 3 of them were heading in the same direction as him. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well. Dainyu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. Duanling Tian was as fast as lightning. He caught up with the 3 of them like a ghost and greeted them with a smile when he arrived next to them. The 3 of them were none other than Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Duanling Tian did not expect to meet the 3 of them here. He did not expect the 3 of them to be together. Duanling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. The appearance of Duanling Tian gave Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong a great surprise. Seeing Duanling Tian again, the 3 of them were excited. Duanling Tian, you're really something. I thought you'd already been killed. Huang Dainyu jokingly scolded. Duanling Tian, did you really obtain a profundity fragment? Su Li looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a burning gaze. Zhang Shouyong also looked at Duanling Tian. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? Upon hearing Su Li's question, Duanling Tian knew that Su Li and the others must have heard the rumor of him obtaining a profundity fragment. He could not help but smile wryly. Although he had obtained a profundity fragment, no one else knew about it. As for the news that was spreading like wildfire now, it was completely a case of someone framing him. No. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, let alone Su Li and Zhang Shouyong, even Huang Dainyu could not help but feel shocked. Someone is framing me. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, I don't know who it is for now. However, I'm sure it's the person who came in from entrance number 2 with us. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him. Duanling Tian's words made Huang Dainyu's face turn grave as he waved his fist in anger. It's obvious that the person wants to kill you by framing you like this. That person must have a grudge against you. Could it be the two surviving disciples of the Sun Moon sect? Su Li speculated. It could also be Lian Xiong. Zhang Shouyong's eyes gleamed as he said in a deep voice. Everyone in the Blade sect knows that Lian Xiong is a vengeful person. Previously, he suffered such a huge loss in front of brother Ling Tian. I'm sure he won't let it go so easily. I've thought about all the people that you mentioned. Even the emotion-severing sex disciples and other people are all possibilities. The person who framed me might not necessarily have a grudge against me. It could also be that he's just jealous of me and doesn't want me to survive in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth slowly and revealed his speculation in the end. At once, Huang Daniu and the other two fell silent. That person is really cunning. He put you in danger with just one sentence. Right now, those young powerhouses from second-rate forces must be looking for you. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. Second-rate forces? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. None of the disciples from second-rate forces that he had encountered or fought with were a match for him. All of them had died in his hands. Even if it's that Peng Bao from a Nika sect. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat him. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian recalled Peng Bao whom he had met once in the past. At that time, his spiritual energy detected that Peng Bao was a third-level void transformation martial artist. If it was him at that time, he would not have much confidence in defeating Peng Bao. However, he was different now. Unless Peng Bao had encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was impossible for Peng Bao to defeat him. Duan Ling Tian, did you find anything else along the way? Huang Daniu could not help but ask curiously along the way as the four of them made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not bad. I obtained a 9th-level Earth concept fragment and a spirit fruit. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, but he did not mention the 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth concept fragment. Otherwise, he would have to admit that the person who framed him was telling the truth. At that time, that person would not be framing him, but telling the truth. That was something he did not want to see. What about you guys? After Duan Ling Tian told him about his gains, he looked at Huang Daniu and the other two and asked, how did the three of you encounter each other? I met Su Li first, Huang Daniu said. Su Li nodded. Yes. Su Li nodded. After that, Daniu and I met Big Brother Zhang together. The three of us then traveled together, and we did have some gains. Until now, we've basically collected all the 9th-level concept fragments that we can use. It seems like you guys have a good gain as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Duan Ling Tian, you don't know. Apart from these gains, the three of us also encountered a profundity fragment. And it's an 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. Huang Daniu sighed as he spoke. His face was filled with pity. 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be shocked when he heard Huang Daniu's words. Although he also had a Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment, it was only a 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. It was far from comparable to the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. You guys didn't obtain it? Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed when he saw Huang Daniu sighing. He asked curiously, since you guys didn't obtain it, it means the person who obtained the profundity fragment is more powerful than all of you. However, why did he let all of you go? Isn't he worried that all of you would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment? He wanted to kill us, but we managed to escape with great difficulty. Besides, he didn't seem to care that we spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong smiled wryly. What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was puzzled. In his opinion, since that person wanted to kill Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, it meant that he was worried that the three of them would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. However, why did Zhang Shouyong say that person did not care that they spread the news? Wasn't this contradictory? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on after listening to Su Li's explanation. You mean? He merely lifted his foot and shook the ground to kill the few Izumo sect and Anika sect's disciples? Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. He could guess from Su Li and the other two that the few Izumo sect and Anika sect's disciples were the weakest among the group of disciples from the second-rate forces that entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, the black-clad young man was actually able to kill them with just a lift of his foot. Moreover, he almost killed Su Li and the other two as well. This shocked him from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid that person's strength is at least at the second or third level of the void transformation stage. Most importantly, he has comprehended the earth concept and can borrow the earth energy. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. According to what you said, he's at least at the third level of the void transformation stage. Not only that, but the earth concept he has comprehended is at least at the third level advanced stage. Duan Ling Tian speculated based on the knowledge in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. It's bad luck to talk about him. Huang Daniu shook his head. Duan Ling Tian, now that the news of you obtaining the profundity fragment has spread out, why don't you not go to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? That's right. Duan Ling Tian, what you need to do now is to protect yourself. Su Li agreed. Brother Ling Tian, I also think you shouldn't go. Once you're there, human greed will make you a target for everyone. Zhang Shouyong added. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he heard their concern. Just when he was about to say something. Humph, you're Duan Ling Tian? A cold snort resonated from the entrance of the cavern in front of Duan Ling Tian and the other three. It clearly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw a black silhouette appear on the path the four of them were taking. It was a young man in black. He had a cold expression, and his eyes seemed to be dim. However, in reality, they were filled with killing intent. He gave off an oppressive aura. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to probe the other party's cultivation base. It's you! At this moment, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong exclaimed in surprise. It shocked Duan Ling Tian so much that his spiritual energy almost collapsed. It made Duan Ling Tian curious from the bottom of his heart. Huang Daniu and the other two knew this black-clad young man? Duan Ling Tian, he's the person we mentioned to you before. It's just that we didn't expect him to be nearby. Not only that, but he also overheard our conversation. Su Li's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and answered the question in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Then, does this mean that the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment is with him? When he heard Su Li's words, Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze stared at the black-clothed young man who stood nearby and blocked their path. Chapter 975. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the black-clad young man with killing intent flashing in his eyes, the black-clad young man looked at him with the same cold killing intent as though he was about to devour him. Greed could be seen in the black-clad young man's eyes that were filled with killing intent. It seems like he's also heard about the news of me obtaining the profundity fragment. Duan Ling Tian, who was observant, happened to see the greed in the depth of the black-clad young man's eyes. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the black-clad young man's cultivation base. After probing the black-clad young man's cultivation base, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. I can't believe I met the three of you here again. You were lucky last time, so I spared your lives. This time, since all of you are with Duan Ling Tian, then all of you shall die together. The black-clad young man's cold gaze paused on Duan Ling Tian for a moment before it landed on Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. His tone was cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-clad young man lifted his leg. The origin energy on his leg skyrocketed before it merged with the earth concept and transformed into a vast khaki energy that slammed hard on the ground. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air, and the entire cavern seemed to be shaking. A ferocious crack bloomed under the black-clad young man's feet before it split into 4 cracks that led to Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The speed at which the crack spread was as fast as lightning. It was terrifying. Horror dawned on Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the black-clad young man's attack today was much more powerful than the last time he attacked them. He held back last time. The same thought appeared in the minds of the three of them at the same time. At this moment, 3 ferocious cracks that contained terrifying energy had already appeared in front of them. It was too late for them to block or escape. At this moment, they felt despair from the bottom of their hearts. Are we going to die? At this moment, A hint of sadness could be seen in their eyes. Boom, 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 boom. At this critical moment, 4 loud noises exploded and were clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to feel as if they had been jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment they saw it clearly. The 3 ferocious cracks that contained extremely terrifying power that were spreading towards them were suppressed by an even more powerful force just inches away from them. It wasn't just the cracks that were spreading toward them. Even the cracks that were spreading toward Duan Lingtian were being suppressed. The person who made the move was naturally Duan Lingtian. At some unknown time, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. His purple robes fluttered without wind, making him look elegant and graceful. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the black-clothed youth with a calm expression. It was as if he wasn't the one who had attacked just now. The black-clothed young man stood there while the heaven and earth energy above him roiled and condensed into 800 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that wriggled down. 3rd level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian had detected the cultivation of the black-clothed young man when he had extended his mental strength. 3rd level advance earth concept. Now that the black-clothed young man had made his move, he could see the level of the earth concept that the black-clothed young man had comprehended. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. This is before he uses the earth energy to resonate with the earth concept and borrow the earth energy. Once he borrows the earth energy, he'll be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons even without the help of a spirit weapon. Although Duan Lingtian's eyes remained calm, he could not help but feel shocked in his heart. Once the 3rd level advance earth concept was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. If he borrowed the earth energy, he would be able to increase his strength by half, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with his 4th level void transformation stage origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the black-clothed young man would be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without the help of a spirit weapon. Ha! The black-clothed young man's originally cold and calm expression could not help but change slightly when Duan Lingtian had made his move to suppress the 4 waves of his energy. His opponent's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before he was able to suppress his energy. His opponent's energy was even more powerful than the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that he had unleashed earlier. Although his opponent was like him and did not use a spirit weapon, he was not afraid at all. He did not have the slightest fear. This was because he did not utilize the earth energy when he attacked earlier. Once he utilized the earth energy, his earth concept would gain an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. He believed that at that time, the purple-clad young man before him would not be a match for him at all. He would definitely be trampled under his feet. No wonder you were able to obtain a profundity fragment. I've underestimated you. When the black-clothed young man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression had regained its calmness. However, there was a hint of seriousness in the depth of his eyes. He truly regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Daniu saw the silhouettes of 800 ancient horned dragons that appeared above the black-clothed young man's head, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, his gaze immediately landed on the purple figure standing in the air. At this moment, just the purple figure alone had become extremely tall in Huang Daniu's eyes. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was suppressed by Duan Lingtian with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not use a spirit weapon. Huang Daniu only felt that his heartbeat was terrifyingly fast. He could not accept this shocking fact for a long time. Although he did not know Duan Lingtian very well, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a person who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed in front of him in the past and the strength that he displayed now made him feel like he was a completely different person. How did Duan Lingtian become so powerful in such a short period of time? Duan Lingtian said that he obtained a spirit fruit earlier. Could it be that the spirit fruit helped him to make a breakthrough? At the same time, Huang Daniu could not help but guess. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a complicated luster. Compared to Duan Lingtian, they knew Duan Lingtian much earlier. They had practically watched him grow step by step. At this moment, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian was getting wider and wider. Such a gap made them feel suffocated. However, although you're quite strong, you'll still have to die today. Not only you, but your 3 friends will also have to die. The black-clothed young man's eyes turned cold. The khaki energy on his body trembled violently and formed a special connection with the entire cave. A few moments later, the khaki energy on his body began to boil. At the same time, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and landed in front of Huang Daniu and the other 2. The 3 of them were horrified. He displayed the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons earlier. Did he not use the earth energy? Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed. With the help of the earth energy, his strength is equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, he didn't use any spirit weapon. How powerful would he be if he uses his spirit weapon? Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed to the extreme. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, and they could not calm down for a long time. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of their mouths without them noticing. No wonder when he saw his strength being suppressed by Duanling Tian. Not only did he not run away, but he also did not show any signs of fear. As it turns out, he didn't use the earth energy earlier. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang could not help but feel despair in their hearts. Although the strength that Duanling Tian displayed earlier was very strong, they did not think that Duanling Tian could defeat the black-clothed young man who could display the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon. Suddenly, a gigantic hammer appeared in the black-clothed young man's hand. The moment the gigantic hammer appeared, it was surrounded by the khaki energy and emitted a domineering aura. Whoosh! For a moment, the heaven and earth energy above the black-clothed young man's head stirred again. Soon after, over 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The black-clothed young man's cultivation base was at the 3rd level void transformation stage. When he fully unleashed his origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The gigantic hammer added another 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon's strength to the black-clothed young man on top of the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon's strength. It was obvious what grade it was. A boost of 88%. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He immediately saw through the grade of the gigantic hammer in the black-clothed young man's hand. It was a grade 1 spirit weapon. The black-clothed young man stood there with the gigantic hammer in his hand. The vast khaki energy that filled his body turned into a whirlpool with the gigantic hammer in his hand as the center. The whirlpool swayed and set off a series of faint air explosions. When the vast power spread out and reached the ground of the cavern, the ground began to crack. Dense cracks spread out, forming a huge spider web. Not only that, gusts of strong wind swept out in all directions with the black-clothed young man as the center. In just a blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire cavern, causing Duanling Tian and the other 3's robes to flutter loudly. All of you leave first. Duanling Tian did not turn his head. He stared at the black-clothed young man calmly and said slowly. Naturally, his words were not directed at the black-clothed young man. When Huang Daniu and the other 2 heard this, they looked at each other and sighed one after another before they left the cavern. They stood at the entrance of the cavern and looked at the confrontation between Duanling Tian and the black-clothed young man from afar. They knew that in the face of such a powerful black-clothed young man, not only would they not be able to help Duanling Tian if they stayed, they might even become a burden. You're a North Nether Sect's disciple? Duanling Tian stood in the air as he faced the black-clothed young man with more than 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. His face remained calm as he asked nonchalantly. He had heard about it from Huang Daniu earlier. This black-clothed young man did not even bat an eyelid when he killed the disciples from Anika sect and Izumo sect. Chapter 976. There's no need for a dead person to know my identity. The black-clad young man who held the giant hammer in his hand like a peerless god of war spoke slowly with a voice as cold as ice. His black clothes fluttered loudly in the wind. That's right. Why should I know the identity of a dead person? Upon hearing the black-clad young man's words, Duanling Tian was stunned for a moment before he laughed. His laughter was extremely brilliant. Duanling Tian's laughter caused Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang to look at each other. Duanling Tian can still laugh at this time. Could it be that he's confident in defeating that black-clad young man? Su Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered softly. That black-clad young man can exert the strength of 1,350 ancient horned dragons when he uses a spirit weapon. If Duan Lingtian can defeat him, then Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I've known Brother Ling Tian for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he can laugh at this time, it's obvious that he's confident in defeating or even killing that black-clad young man. Zhang Shouyong muttered as he stared at the purple figure standing in the air in the distance with a burning gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Huang Daniu and Su Li's hearts that were hanging in the air finally relaxed. Both of their eyes were filled with anticipation as they waited for Duan Lingtian to make his move. You're courting death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face, the black-clad young man could no longer hold himself back. After he shouted loudly, his entire person disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand pierced through the air. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Wherever he passed, the airflow in the air would surge, and a series of thunderous air explosions would be heard. As the sound of air exploding rang out, the invisible air wave trembled, pressuring the airflow in the air to set off a vast gale that swept out in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Moreover, it was filled with waves of ear-piercing wind-whistling sounds. The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand contained the strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons. It was as though it had transformed into a meteorite that fell at lightning speed as it ruthlessly smashed onto Duan Lingtian's head. What a powerful force! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the giant hammer fall and the airflow in the air was dispersed by it. His expression became slightly dignified. Facing the giant hammer that was smashing towards him with the black-clothed youth, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand out of thin air. It was a sword that emitted a fierce aura. As the milky white yuan power rose from Duan Lingtian's body, it turned into an earthen yellow energy and surged into the sword. Bolts of lightning that were as thick as purple electric snakes coiled around the sword. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of slight air explosions sounded. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a gust of swift green wind appeared and coiled around the sword, emitting a fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand vertically above his head. At the same time, his entire body emitted a peerlessly sharp aura. In an instant, the energy on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand spread throughout his entire body, causing him to seem as though he had become one with the sword. The earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind spread on the surface of his body and the sword in his hand. It enveloped him and the sword within, transforming into a gigantic sword. Whoosh! As the earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind under Duan Lingtian's feet exploded, the gigantic sword soared into the sky and pointed directly at the giant hammer that was falling menacingly like a meteor. The peerlessly sharp aura that soared into the sky along with the gigantic sword filled the entire cavern. Even Huang Daniu and the other two who were standing at the entrance could clearly feel the aura. What a powerful sword concept! Su Li's eyes narrowed all of a sudden. As a sword cultivator, Su Li had a special sense for the sword concept. This was far better than Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At this moment, his attention suddenly shifted to the gigantic sword that was about to collide with the giant hammer. He could see that Duan Lingtian did not use any martial skill. The black-clad young man did not use any martial skill as well. It was more like a brute force battle between the two of them. They threw away all the cumbersome techniques and fought with pure strength. They completely displayed the passion of a martial artist. Boom! The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was like the hammer of Thor. It fell with a loud bang, causing the airflow in the air to disperse continuously. It was like a giant rock that fell on a calm lake, setting off countless ripples that spread out. The strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons gave the giant hammer an extremely powerful strength, and gave the black-clad young man a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! The giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword suddenly charged out and faced the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand that was smashing down. He faced it head-on without any fear. It was different from the 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that the black-clad young man gathered with the heaven and earth energy. From the moment Duan Lingtian made his move until now, Only a blink of an eye had passed. The heaven and earth energy was still surging in the void where he passed, and it had yet to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Faced with the giant sword that Duan Ling Tian transformed into with his sword, the black-clad young man's face was filled with disdain. The khaki-colored energy surrounding the giant hammer in his hand continued to expand as it crossed the sky and smashed toward the giant sword. Boom! The giant hammer once again broke through the sky and fell from the sky. It was only a foot away from the giant's sword. Whoosh! The giant sword faced the hammer head-on without any fear. The skyrocketing sword ray and the giant hammer collided violently, emitting a series of deafening loud noises. Boom! 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 The sword ray on the giant sword seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. When it was in a stalemate with the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand, it continued to surge out. On the other hand, the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand also surged with a rolling khaki-colored energy when it smashed down. The third-level advanced Earth concept that was supported by the Earth energy swept out without any reservation. However, the black-clad young man's expression changed very quickly. This was because he noticed the energy on the giant sword that Duan Ling Tian transformed into with his sword was rising and becoming stronger. In just a blink of an eye, it suppressed the energy that was contained in the giant hammer in his hand. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that had finally formed above Duan Ling Tian's head, horror dawned on him. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Being distracted was a taboo in a battle between powerhouses. At this moment, the black-clad young man had undoubtedly committed a taboo. It caused the giant hammer in his hand to lose its momentum temporarily. Whoosh! When the black-clad young man was distracted and caused the giant hammer's energy to change, the rising energy on the giant sword swept out in an unstoppable manner and collided violently with the giant hammer. It enveloped the black-clad young man's entire body. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black-clad young man was sent flying along with his hammer. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, he crashed into the wall at the side of the cave and was directly embedded in it. Naturally, it was mainly because the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was embedded in the cave wall. His entire body was hanging on the giant hammer. Barf! The black-clad young man felt his vital energy and blood surging. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Who knew that the mouthful of blood would go out of control? Every time he opened his mouth, he would spit out a pool of dazzling blood. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a small stream on the ground. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. His face was pale as he looked at the purple-clad young man in the distant sky. It was Duan Ling Tian. When the black-clad young man was sent flying, the giant sword that was formed by Duan Ling Tian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword had already disappeared. Not only that, but he had also put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. Duan Ling Tian stood in the air. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head gradually disappeared. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually disappearing had a total of 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Compared to the black-clad young man's strength, it was more than 140 ancient horned dragons' strength. Overpowered. Absolutely overpowered. This was the strength that Duan Ling Tian did not use his earth concept to communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy to display his strength. Otherwise, it would not be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were gradually disappearing. It would be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instead. However, even if it was only 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, it still brought great shock to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons? Huang Daniu's eyes were wide open and his entire body was in a daze. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were similar. They were both stunned. Duan Ling Tian's strength had completely stunned them. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian stepped out in the air. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black-clad young man who was holding a giant hammer and was hanging on the cave wall. He looked at him calmly. Horror dawned on the black-clad young man's face. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment before he was sent flying, he saw the 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were condensed above Duan Ling Tian's head. At that moment, he already knew that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Why, you're really a disciple of a third-rate force, the Five-Element sect? The black-clad young man's facial muscles were trembling non-stop. His tone was filled with disbelief. Dead man, there's no need for you to know my identity. Duan Ling Tian returned the black-clad young man's words to him in full detail. It caused the black-clad young man's face to change drastically. The khaki energy on his body was rolling as he still wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, when Duan Ling Tian spoke, one of his hands was already accumulating strength. The moment his words left his mouth, a palm that contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and landed on the black-clad young man's body. Boom! At once, the khaki energy that had just risen on the black-clad young man's body was shattered. He was slammed into the cave wall by Duan Ling Tian's palm. He was embedded on the wall as though he had turned into a mural. Whoosh! Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and took the spatial ring from the black-clad young man's hand. Without any hesitation, he performed the blood ownership claim on it. The 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Chapter 977. Soon after, with just a thought, Duan Ling Tian saw a fragment shining with a green energy in the spatial ring. It was the Wind Profundity Fragment. This Wind Profundity Fragment is surrounded by a green energy that's much more profound than the one I obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Ling Tian raised his brow and thought to himself. Previously, he had obtained a total of 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure. All of them were 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. One of them was a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. However, compared to this 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was nothing. Now that I've obtained this 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, I can use the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to deal with the sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he made up his mind. After entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure, any 5-element sect's disciple who obtained a profundity fragment would have to hand it over to the sect. If they obtained a 2nd profundity fragment or even a 3rd profundity fragment, they could keep it for themselves. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to hand over the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure to the sect as a form of repayment for the sect's help in nurturing him. Since he had obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment did not matter to him at all. Duan Ling Tian, since when did you become so powerful? At this moment, Huang Daniu was the first one among the 3 people who were stunned at the entrance of the cave. He was the first one to regain his senses. As he walked towards Duan Ling Tian, he looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was simply like a dream to him. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were also awakened by Huang Daniu's voice. They walked into the cave together and walked towards Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, the strength that Duan Ling Tian had just displayed was too exaggerated. It was completely beyond their imagination. Duan Ling Tian only smiled in the face of the trio's surprise and did not say anything. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked at the black-clothed youth that he had killed and embedded into the cave wall. His gaze then fell on the giant hammer at the side. Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and pulled out the Grade 1 Spiritual Weapon giant hammer from the cave wall. He weighed it in his hand. It's quite heavy. Duan Ling Tian, look at all the swords you use. As for this gigantic hammer, it doesn't seem to suit you at all. Otherwise you... Hee. Unknowingly, Huang Daniu had arrived beside Duan Ling Tian. He stared at the huge hammer in Duan Ling Tian's hand and couldn't help but rub his palms together. What? Are you trying to say that this giant hammer doesn't suit me but suits you? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh. How could he not tell what Huang Daniu was thinking? He was obviously interested in this Grade 1 Spirit Weapon giant hammer and wanted to obtain it. Hee. Huang Daniu smiled awkwardly when he was exposed by Duan Ling Tian. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and revealed a rare honest expression. Take it if you want it. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and casually tossed the giant hammer in his hand to Huang Daniu as though he was throwing trash. Huang Daniu did not expect Duan Ling Tian to give the Grade 1 Spirit Weapon giant hammer to him so readily. He panicked and took the giant hammer. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian, this Grade 1 Spirit Weapon, are you really giving it to me? Why? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll give it to Big Brother Zhang. I'm sure Big Brother Zhang would be interested in this grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer as well. Duan Lingtian teased with a smile. I want it. Of course I want it. How can I not want it? Huang Daniu panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Zhang Shouyong, who was walking over slowly with his gaze fixed on the giant hammer in his hand. He was really afraid that Duan Lingtian would take the giant hammer back and give it to Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang, I'll help you upgrade your wine gourd to a grade 1 spirit weapon later. The grade 1 spirit weapon that I refine is much more powerful than this hammer. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was interested in the giant hammer, and said to him through voice transmission. Whether it was Huang Daniu or Zhang Shouyong, they were both his friends. He did not want to favor one over the other. When Zhang Shouyong heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he asked through voice transmission in shock, Brother Lingtian, you can refine grade 1 spirit weapons already? Naturally. He knew what it meant to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon. It meant that Duan Lingtian was now a grade 1 weapons craftsman. A grade 1 weapons craftsman, let alone a third-rate force like the blade sect that he was currently in, even though second-rate forces did not have one. Even first-rate forces might not necessarily have a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Based on this, one could imagine how honorable a grade 1 weapons craftsman was on Cloud Continent. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is the grade 1 spirit weapon that you'll refine for me stronger than the hammer in Dania's hand? Zhang Shouyong's breathing quickened. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. That lousy hammer? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and shook his head. Big Brother Zhang was underestimating him. Lousy hammer? Zhang Shouyong was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. When he regained his senses, the corner of his mouth twitched. That was a grade 1 spirit weapon. However, it became a lousy hammer in the mouth of Brother Lingtian? Even if he wanted to attack someone, he did not have to attack like this, right? It's only a grade 1 spirit weapon with an 88% boost. If it's not a lousy hammer, then what is it? Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. You mean, you can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that has an amplification of more than 88%? Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. If I can't refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% boost, I'd be embarrassed to call myself a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian continued to speak through voice transmission. A 90% boost? Zhang Shouyong was stunned. He was completely stunned. Although the grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd in his hand was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% amplification that Duan Lingtian had refined back then, and it was the best grade 3 spirit weapon among the best grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, he was already shocked that the grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian had such a powerful boost. However, it did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that had a 90% boost. A grade 1 spirit weapon like that could be considered the best grade 1 spirit weapon among the best grade 1 spirit weapons. However, when Zhang Shouyong saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he did not doubt his words at all. After laughing heartily, he no longer looked at the gigantic hammer in Duan Lingtian's hand. In his opinion, the gigantic hammer was only trash that was not worth mentioning compared to the grade 1 spirit weapon, the wine gourd, that he was about to obtain. Duan Lingtian. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian. A bitter smile crept up the corner of Su Li's mouth as he looked at Duan Lingtian. This man, whom he had known since he was 18 years old, had already grown to such an extent. Initially, in his opinion, it was already considered heaven-defying for him to be able to walk out of a small kingdom in the Darkhan dynasty and achieve what he had today. However, compared to the purple-clad young man before him, his achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Let's go! Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and called out to the three of them. They continued to make their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four of them were extremely fast. It was as though they had transformed into 4 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the entrance of the cave. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the other 3 left, another 3 swift figures passed through the cave. Their destination was the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure just like Duan Lingtian and the other 3. When the 3 of them passed through the cave, They seemed to have noticed something. All of them came to a halt and revealed their true identities. They were three young men who looked to be around 35 years old. Soon after, the three young men discovered the corpse that was embedded in the wall of the cave. Their eyes narrowed immediately. To be able to press a corpse into such a thick cave wall. I'm afraid that person's strength is at least equivalent to the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons. One of the young men exclaimed with a shocked expression. When the other two young men heard this, their faces turned solemn as well. Soon after, another young man muttered to himself in shock. Even among the most outstanding young powerhouses in our Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect, I don't think there are more than 10 of them who possess such strength even if they use their spirit weapons, right? Based on the young man's words, it was obvious that he and the other two young men beside him were disciples from the second-rate force in the Northern Desert, Izumo sect. This person seems a little familiar? The last young man's gaze landed on the corpse of the black-clad young man that was embedded in the cave wall. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows. He had a feeling that this black-clad young man was a little familiar. You know him? At once, the other two young men looked at the person who spoke. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Soon after, the person who felt that the black-clad young man embedded in the cave wall was a little familiar approached the black-clad young man's corpse step by step out of curiosity. The closer he got, the more familiar he felt the black-clad young man was. When the other two saw this, they immediately followed the young man and walked step by step to the front of the cave wall. They looked at the black-clad young man's corpse that was hanging on the wall like a mural. After taking a closer look at the corpse's face, the young man who took the lead could not help but narrow his eyes. This is Lang Ji? Chapter 978. What did you say? Lang Ji. Why you said he's Lang Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized the black-clad young man embedded on the wall asked in shock. The moment his words left his mouth, the other two Izumo sect's disciples narrowed their eyes immediately. Did you get the wrong person? Lang Ji. How could Lang Ji be killed? Lang Ji is ranked in the top 6 among the younger generation of the 3 major second-rate forces in the Northern Desert. The other person also had a look of disbelief on his face. It's impossible for me to get the wrong person. I've met Lang Ji once before. He might not know me, but I know him. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Lang Ji shook his head and said with certainty. Seeing how certain this Izumo sect's disciple was, the other Izumo sect's disciple who suspected he had the wrong person completely dispelled his doubts. He could not help but frown as he muttered. Among the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid only our Izumo sect's senior brother Mo and the two from Anika sect and North Nether sect have the ability to kill him. That person from North Nether sect came from the same sect as Lang Ji, so it's impossible for him to kill him. Could it be that senior brother Mo or that person from Anika sect killed Lang Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple could not help but speculate as his eyes flashed. That's the only possibility. Other than senior brother Mo and that person from Anika sect, I can't think of anyone else who can kill Lang Ji. The last Izumo sect's disciple agreed. After all, even our Izumo sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, senior brother Lei Jun, and Pang Bao, the second strongest person among the younger generation from Anika sect, are no match for Lang Ji, who has comprehended the earth concept in this place where we can borrow the earth energy at will. I can't believe that the North Nether sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, Lang Ji, would die here just like that. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Lang Ji could not help but sigh. He deeply felt the fragility of life. Duan Lingtian, who was heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong naturally, did not know that 2 idiots had become his scapegoats. I wonder how Chen Wei is doing now. Huang Daniu, who was traveling with Duan Lingtian and the other two, frowned slightly and said worriedly. Chen Wei? Hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. He then muttered. He is already dead. What? Although Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Huang Daniu. His expression couldn't help but change. Duan Lingtian, you're telling the truth? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke of the matter of him encountering Chen Wei's corpse and burying Chen Wei without holding back in the slightest. Damn it! Huang Daniu's face was ashen, and his eyes were suffused with scarlet red. He couldn't help but wave his fists in anger. If I find out who killed Chen Wei, I, Huang Daniu, will definitely not let him off. His relationship with Chen Wei surpassed the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei. When he saw Chen Wei's corpse earlier, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be enraged, let alone Huang Daniu, who had a violent temper, so his rage naturally skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He knew clearly in his heart that it was practically impossible to find Chen Wei's murderer. Not to mention they didn't know if that person was still alive. Even if that person was still alive, if that person didn't take the initiative to mention it, they would utterly have no way of knowing who killed Chen Wei. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 continued on their way, and they were getting closer and closer to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure vault. Brother Lingtian. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had just entered a spacious cavern when they heard a voice that contained slight pleasant surprise sound out from the other end of the cavern. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he only felt that it was a little familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. When he turned his head around and saw one of the 2 young men flying towards him from afar, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Pang Bao. The person who called him was none other than the Anika sect's disciple, Pang Bao, whom he had met once before. At that time, although he had only made a deal with Pang Bao once, the magnanimity that Pang Bao revealed inadvertently made him have a good impression of him from the bottom of his heart. Ha! Soon after, the smile that appeared on Duan Lingtian's face froze again. This was because at this moment, he noticed that the sturdy young man next to Pang Bao was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. In the depth of the sturdy young man's eyes, there was a hint of greed mixed in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could faintly guess something. It seemed like this sturdy young man had also heard about the news that was purposely spread out to frame him. He said that he had obtained a piece of news about a profundity fragment. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to look at him with such a gaze since it was their first meeting. Since the sturdy young man knew about it, Pang Bao must have known about it as well. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Pang Bao again. He purposely focused on Pang Bao's gaze when he looked at him. However, he noticed that there was no malice in Pang Bao's gaze. Looks like I didn't misjudge you after all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Perhaps Pang Bao had also heard about him obtaining a profundity fragment, but he did not harbor any greed because of it. It could be said that this was extremely rare. Brother Lingtian, I didn't expect to meet you here. Who are these 3? Pang Bao greeted Duan Lingtian as he looked at Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian. They're my friends. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Pang Bao nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and the other 2 in a friendly manner. He did not have any sense of superiority just because he was a disciple of a second-rate force, Izumo sect. This made Huang Daniu and the other 2 feel much better. This is... Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the sturdy young man next to Pang Bao again. His eyes gleamed as he asked Pang Bao. His spiritual energy that he had just extended told him. This sturdy young man was similar to Pang Bao and the black-clad young man he had killed not long ago. They were all at the 3rd-level void transformation stage. Anika sect is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Other than Pang Bao, they actually have a disciple who's not inferior to Pang Bao. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized that he had misunderstood. Brother Lingtian, this is Lei Jun from Izumo sect. He's also the 2nd strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. Pang Bao smiled as he introduced Lei Jun to Duan Lingtian. Izumo sect's disciple? When Duan Lingtian heard Pang Bao's introduction of Lei Jun, he knew that he had guessed wrongly. This sturdy young man was not Anika sect's disciple but Izumo sect's disciple. When Duan Lingtian saw Pang Bao introducing Lei Jun to him, he still smiled at Lei Jun out of courtesy for the sake of Pang Bao even though he did not really want to pay attention to Lei Jun. He considered it as a greeting. However, the smile on his face quickly froze again. This was because Lei Jun completely turned a blind eye to the smile on his face. It was as though he did not see it at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel dissatisfied. Brother Lingtian. At this moment, a clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that this was Pang Bao's voice transmission that entered his ears. Ha! The moment Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he immediately looked at Pang Bao with a puzzled expression on his face. He had no idea why Peng Bao suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, I heard that you obtained a profundity fragment? Peng Bao's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. There was a hint of urgency in his tone now. Profundity fragment. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. The first thought that came to his mind was that Peng Bao had also believed the rumor that framed him and was coveting the profundity fragment in his hands. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized that he had misunderstood Peng Bao. Brother Lingtian, please don't misunderstand. Peng Bao seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he saw Duan Lingtian frowning. He immediately explained through voice transmission, I just want to know what kind of profundity fragment you obtained. It just so happens that I have an 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment with me. The senior officials in our Anika sect have no use for it. I'm thinking that if the profundity fragment in your hands is useful to the senior officials in our Anika sect, perhaps we can make another trade. Peng Bao revealed his plan in one breath. Trade. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard Peng Bao mentioning the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Extreme desire filled the depth of his eyes. His interest was piqued when Peng Bao finished his words. I have a total of 5 profundity fragments with me. However, the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment and the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment definitely can't be exchanged with him. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. In that case, I'm only left with the 3 profundity fragments that I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. The 3 profundity fragments are 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. Perhaps, I can try to exchange the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment with him. As long as he's willing, I'll obtain the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hands. At that time, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in my hands is dispensable. I can hand it over to the sect. At that moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Bao immediately and said through voice transmission, I'm just worried that you won't be willing to exchange. The profundity fragment that I obtained is only a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment? As expected, Peng Bao could not help but frown when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. The difference between a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment and an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment was extremely huge to a martial Monarch Stage martial artist. Chapter 979. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he saw Peng Bao frowning. Although he was confident he could kill Peng Bao and snatch the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand, he had never thought of doing so. When he first met Peng Bao, he knew he would not be a match for him if he did not use the talisman. In Peng Bao's eyes, he was just an ordinary disciple from a third-rate force. It would be easy for him to kill him and snatch the concept fragment in his hand. However, Peng Bao did not do that. Instead, he exchanged the concept fragment with him openly. Due to this reason, he had a good impression of Peng Bao. Now that it was his turn, it was impossible for him to be biased and kill Peng Bao. Although he knew he was not a good person, he would not feel guilty even if he snatched a treasure from someone he did not know. However, the person he was facing now was Peng Bao, the Peng Bao who did not snatch the concept fragment from him just because he was a disciple from a third-rate force. Naturally, Peng Bao did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength and knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment, he would definitely feel lucky that he managed to escape. What kind of profundity fragment is the profundity fragment in your hand? Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling anxious, Peng Bao's voice entered his ears clearly. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He knew Peng Bao was interested in the profundity fragment in his hand. Wind Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian stared at Peng Bao and said word by word through voice transmission. Soon, he saw the joy that flashed in Peng Bao's eyes. His heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He could not help but exclaim, "This is good." While joy flashed in Peng Bao's eyes, he could not help but feel conflicted. In terms of value, the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand was undoubtedly more valuable than the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, none of the high-ranking officials in Anika sect had a use for the Thunder Profundity Fragment because none of them had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept. Only a martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level advanced thunder concept would be able to comprehend the thunder profundity through the thunder profundity fragment and open the door to the martial monarch stage. The wind profundity fragment belonged to the second strongest expert of Anika sect, the sect leader of Anika sect, who was also his teacher. Master will definitely break through to the martial monarch stage in one fell swoop once he obtains the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. He will become the second monarch powerhouse in Anika sect. The moment when he thought Bao profundity fragment. However, at the same time, he recalled the grade of the monarch stage wind profundity fragment in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Unknowingly, a bitter smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. In the end, Peng Bao made his decision. Exchange. The 8th-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment in his hand was naturally more valuable than the 3rd-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, there was a problem. Even if he brought the 8th-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment back to Anika sect, it was impossible for Anika sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse in such a short time. By the time a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level advanced thunder concept and could comprehend the thunder profundity with the help of the thunder profundity fragment appeared in the Anika sect, who knew how long it would take. To Anika sect, the 3rd-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment was much more valuable than the 8th-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment. Brother Ling Tian, I'd like to exchange my 8th-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment for your 3rd-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment. Are you willing to do it? Peng Bao looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly and asked through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. He lifted his hand at lightning speed and a fragment with green energy shot out from his hand towards Peng Bao. He answered Peng Bao's question in the most direct way. Peng Bao did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so straightforward and trust him so much to throw the 3rd-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment to him. Was he not worried that he would take the profundity fragment for himself? Although Peng Bao thought so, he was not slow at all. As he caught the wind profundity fragment, he took out a fragment with purple energy and tossed it to Duan Ling Tian. It was the 8th-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment that he had obtained. Slap! Duan Ling Tian reached out his hand at lightning speed and caught the thunder profundity fragment. He held it tightly in his hand. What a great deal! At this moment, although Duan Ling Tian tried his best to remain calm on the surface, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He exchanged a 3rd-level monarch stage profundity fragment for an 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment. If this matter were to spread out, who knew how many jaws would drop to the ground in shock? Duan Ling Tian and Peng Bao exchanged the profundity fragments so quickly that even Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not see their movements clearly. However, other than the two of them and Huang Daniu's group of 3, there was another person present. It was Lei Jun, the second most powerful person among the younger generation in Anika sect. Lei Jun had seen Duan Ling Tian and Peng Bao's movements from the beginning until the end. Especially when Duan Ling Tian and Peng Bao exchanged the profundity fragment, the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian was even more greedy. If it was not for Peng Bao, he would have made his move long ago. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian saw Lei Jun's gaze, but he did not care about it at all. His mind was completely focused on the 8th-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment in his hand. He only put it away in his spatial ring after giving it a thought as though it was a treasure. Now, the 3 nature concepts that I've comprehended have their corresponding high-level monarch stage profundity fragments. As long as I comprehend them to the 9th-level advanced stage, I'll be able to use the 3 profundity fragments to further transform them into monarch stage profundities. Duan Ling Tian was excited when he thought of this. Even if there was only one profundity fragment that he could use, it meant that he was one step closer to the martial monarch stage. Currently, he had the corresponding profundity fragments in his hands for the 4 concepts he had comprehended. 7th-level monarch stage earth profundity fragment, 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment, 8th-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, 3rd-level monarch stage sword profundity fragment. As for the 3rd-level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, I'll hand it over to the sect. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. Initially, he planned to give the 3rd-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment to the sect after he killed the black-clad young man who seemed to be a North Nether sect's disciple and obtained the 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment. However, who would have thought that meeting Peng Bao would bring him another opportunity? He traded a 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment for Peng Bao's 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. It was a profitable trade. Since the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was in Peng Bao's hands, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over to the sect. Therefore, he could only hand over the other Profundity Fragment. Coincidentally, since he had obtained the 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he had was dispensable now. It was time for him to hand it over to the sect. There are a total of 5 Profundity Fragments in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Now, 3 of them are in my hands. I wonder who obtained the other 2. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He could not help but feel curious. Brother Lingtian, you guys must be heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well, right? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he snapped back to reality and looked at the source of the voice, he saw Peng Bao looking at him with a smile on his face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. If that's the case, let's go together. I'm going there anyway. Peng Bao suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed. However, Lei Jun, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Peng Bao's words. The reason Peng Bao did that was to protect Duan Lingtian and prevent him from snatching the Profundity Fragment from Duan Lingtian. Peng Bao, since you've obtained what you want, there's no need for us to continue working together. A murderous gleam flashed in Lei Jun's eyes. He stared at Peng Bao for a while before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His killing intent was cold, as though he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As soon as his words left his mouth, Lei Jun dashed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 in just a blink of an eye. Peng Bao did not care about Lei Jun's departure at all. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not care about it at all. After calling out to Huang Daniu and the other 2, he rushed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Peng Bao. That would also be the destination of their trip. Naturally, it was not their final destination. They would go to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and search for treasures with the other young powerhouses. In the end, if they could survive, they would have to leave through the entrance they came from. Whoosh! 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 The 5 of them traveled at a fast speed. They were getting closer and closer to the central area. Peng Bao, since you're a disciple of a Nika sect, you must know some of the North Nether sect's disciples, right? Duan Lingtian asked Peng Bao curiously along the way. If it's the North Nether sect's disciples, I only know a few of them who are more outstanding. Peng Bao asked. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Don't tell me you have friends in North Nether sect? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said casually, I'm just asking. Is there a young powerhouse in North Nether sect who has comprehended the 3rd-level Advanced Earth concept and whose cultivation base has entered the 3rd-level Void Transformation stage? You mean Leng Ji? Chapter 980. Leng Ji. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The figure of the black-clad young man whom he killed not long ago appeared in his mind. It seems like he's really a disciple of North Nether sect. Yes. Peng Bao nodded. Among the younger generation in North Nether sect, Leng Ji is the only one who has comprehended the 3rd-level Advanced Earth concept and is a 3rd-level Void Transformation martial artist. Leng Ji is the 2nd strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. His strength is extraordinary. If we fight in the sky, we're on par. However, if we meet in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm no match for him. Peng Bao's tone was filled with dread when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Peng Bao said that. The martial emperor's secret treasure was composed of numerous caves that were hidden deep underground. Every corner of the cave allowed a martial artist who had comprehended the earth concept to freely communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy. So that fella's name is Leng Ji. At this moment, Huang Daniu nodded in realization. He could not help but sneer. So what if he's the 2nd strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, North Nether sect? He was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu's face was filled with pride when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he was the one who killed Leng Ji and not Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not react to Huang Dania's words. However, when Peng Bao heard it, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He froze on the spot and no longer flew forward. Seeing that Peng Bao had stopped, Duan Lingtian and the other three stopped as well. "Be brother Lingtian, why you killed Leng Ji?" Peng Bao looked at Duan Lingtian with his eyes wide open. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. When he found out Duan Lingtian had obtained a profundity fragment, he had faintly guessed Duan Lingtian was not as simple as he thought. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have the ability to kill Leng Ji. Leng Ji's cultivation base was similar to his, and the concept he had comprehended was similar to his as well. However, if he were to fight Leng Ji in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely lose. What Leng Ji comprehended was the earth concept. He could freely borrow the power of the earth from Emperor Wu's secret treasure and increase the power of his earth concept by 50%. In response to Peng Bao's question, Duan Lingtian nodded gently with a calm expression, as if killing Leng Ji was nothing to him. Of course, in reality, it wasn't much. If he chose to make the first move and unleashed all of his strength, he would be able to unleash an ancient horned dragon's strength that was more than 200 times stronger than Leng Ji's. He only needed one move to kill Leng Ji. Monster. The corner of Peng Bao's mouth twitched when he saw that Duan Lingtian only nodded casually in response to his question. This was the first thought that popped up in his mind. The third-rate force, five-element sect, actually had such a terrifying disciple. It made him feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. No matter how he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him, he was only around 25 years old. Even if his cultivation base could suppress his aging and he paid attention to his body's maintenance, his real age would not exceed 30 years old. Peng Bao was certain about this. It was precisely because of this that he felt inexplicably shocked and even in disbelief. "Let's go." Under Duan Lingtian's beckoning, Peng Bao continued to travel with Duan Lingtian and the other three to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, along the way, he would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. This young man who could be called a peerless monster was able to kill Leng Ji, who had borrowed the power of the earth. Just how powerful was his strength? Fortunately, I didn't think of snatching the 9th-level saber concept fragment from him. Otherwise, I'd be the one who died instead of him. Peng Bao could not help but feel a lingering fear when he recalled the first time he met Duan Lingtian and made a deal with Duan Lingtian. He still remembered that transaction very clearly to this day. He used the 9th-level Earth concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Saber concept fragment with Duan Lingtian. At that time, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a hothead from a third-rate force. He was weak and not worth mentioning at all. When he recalled that he was still teaching Duan Lingtian when he left, he could not help but feel his face burning. And this time. Fortunately, I didn't covet the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Brother Lingtian's hand. Otherwise, I might not even be able to survive, let alone obtain the Profundity Fragment for the sect. Peng Bao felt a lingering fear when he thought of this. To think that I was worried that Lei Jun would covet the Profundity Fragment in Brother Lingtian's hand and attack Brother Lingtian. Lei Jun's ability is on par with mine, but he's no match for Leng Ji in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao laughed at himself. He felt that he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian can even kill Leng Ji. If Lei Jun dares to offend Brother Lingtian, he'll definitely die. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know what Peng Bao was thinking. Currently, he was fully focused on the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure that he was about to reach. That place was an unknown place to him. The unknown was also the scariest, because anything could happen inside. According to the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, there's a palace in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's where he died. Duan Lingtian recalled the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse after he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It won't be easy to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body in that palace. Duan Lingtian had a strong intuition about this. Naturally, he had such an intuition because he had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, if an Emperor Wu powerhouse really left his final resting place and Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment behind, it would not be easy for anyone to obtain it. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, only the most outstanding person was qualified to obtain his Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. The other 4 people by his side also came to a halt and stood next to him. This was because they realized there was no path ahead. Right now, they were in a spacious cave. There were 3 entrances to the left and right of the cavern that led to other caverns. They had a confused expression on their faces. They did not know which entrance led to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Shall we split up and explore? Huang Daniu took the lead and suggested. That's the only way. Duan Lingtian nodded. His gaze then shifted to the innermost entrance on the left. I'll go there. Peng Bao go there. Then, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the innermost entrance on the right and said to Peng Bao. Peng Bao nodded. He had no objections. Daniu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. The 3 of you will enter one of the entrances to explore. No matter what the outcome is, we'll meet here one day later. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The 3 of them were the weakest among the 5 of them. In consideration of their safety, Duan Lingtian allowed them to go together. All right. Huang Daniu and the other 2 responded immediately. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded at the 4 of them. Then, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and dashed into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. He dashed in quickly, intending to explore the situation inside. Peng Bao followed suit and dashed into the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. Huang Daniu and the other 2 entered the entrance as well. Just as the 3 of them made their move, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the entrance on the outer side of the cavern. Peng Bao. Let's see how you're going to protect Duan Lingtian this time. The owner of the sturdy figure was none other than Lei Jun ever since he parted ways with Duan Lingtian and the other 4 that day. He had gone all the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and arrived here. After arriving here, he quickly found the correct path to the central area with the help of the speed boosted by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The correct path was behind the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. That entrance was also the entrance that Peng Bao had gone to explore. After confirming the correct path to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, a thought flashed in his mind when he was about to continue his journey. He realized this might be an opportunity for him. A chance to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Lei Jun's eyes gleamed with greed. In the next instant, purple lightning surrounded his body as he dashed out and disappeared into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. His target was none other than Duan Lingtian. To be exact, it was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Lei Jun was hiding here. He did not know that Lei Jun was chasing after him. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian entered the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern, the origin energy in his body exploded. 4 types of concepts followed him like a shadow. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword that was surrounded by khaki energy, purple lightning, and green wind. Whoosh! The gigantic sword pierced through the air and shuttled through the caverns one after another in an attempt to find out if this was the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Time passed by quietly. Soon, half a day had gone by. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also figured out the situation here. This was a maze of death that he could not get out of. There was no other way except to go back. Let's go back first. Maybe they have some clues. With a thought, Duan Lingtian began to go back. Duan Lingtian's swift figure came to a halt when he was about to reach the cave entrance. His eyes were suffused with coldness as they descended onto the nearby robust young man. Chapter 981. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. A few days ago, Lei Jun was with Peng Bao when he met him again. They had even formed a small group that specialized in searching for and snatching profundity fragments. When Duan Lingtian first met Lei Jun, he noticed the greedy look in Lei Jun's eyes when he looked at him. It was a greedy look that could not wait to kill him and take his spatial ring for himself. However, he did not care. In his opinion, Lei Jun was not a threat to him. Later on, Lei Jun saw Peng Bao standing on his side and deliberately protecting him. In his anger, he fell out with Peng Bao and left on his own. "You're really haunting me." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared calmly at Lei Jun, who was standing in the distance. It seemed like he had been waiting for him for a long time. The corner of his mouth moved slightly as he muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity fragment that Peng Bao exchanged with you. If you do that, perhaps I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. He flew out and approached Duan Lingtian in a short while. He confronted Duan Lingtian and spoke in a condescending tone. The arrogant look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was looking at a living person. It was more like he was looking at a dead person. Perhaps, in his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive today. Hand over the profundity fragment and leave me with a complete corpse? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lei Jun's words. Then, he smiled brilliantly. Lei Jun, since you said that, should I thank you for your kindness? Of course. Lei Jun did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's words as he said proudly. If an ordinary person is killed by me, if it's light, they would explode into a few pieces. If it's heavy, they would explode into minced meat. Of course, you should thank me for my kindness if I leave you with a complete corpse. As Lei Jun spoke, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. His eyes flickered with a cold light. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, as if he was about to devour someone. Idiot! Duan Lingtian did not show a frightened look as Lei Jun expected. Instead, he looked at Lei Jun like looking at an idiot and spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot? Lei Jun was stunned. He was completely stunned. This Duan Lingtian, a mere disciple from a third-rate force, called him an idiot? You're courting death. The Lei army, who recovered his wits, suddenly roared. His rage soared to the extreme. At the same time, the origin energy on his body surged and swept out, and then it transformed into numerous bolts of violet lightning that were like numerous thick violet electric snakes that coiled and suffused around his body. Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the same time that the essence energy on Lei Jun's body turned into purple lightning, a series of slight thunder sounds rang out. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above the sky. They were lifelike, and they were ready to pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time. 3rd level Void Transformation Stage. 3rd level Advanced Thunder Concept. You only have this much strength? Duan Lingtian asked in a neither hurried nor slow manner in the face of Lei Jun's fusion of origin energy and thunder concept that caused his body to be filled with bolts of purple lightning and thunderbolts. Duan Lingtian's tone was laced with sarcasm. Duan Lingtian, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lei Jun was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian, and his restless emotions only calmed down when the energy swept through his entire body. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer suppress his restless emotions that had just calmed down and completely vented them out. Bang! Lei Jun stomped both of his legs on the ground, causing ferocious cracks to appear on the ground. They spread out densely as though they were forming a gigantic spider web. In the next instant, he borrowed the force to fly out like a bolt of lightning and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Wherever Lei Jun passed, the sound of thunder and air exploding was mixed together, and it was deafening. At the same time, waves of invisible airwaves spread out and set off gusts of violent wind that swept out in all directions, causing the nearby cavern to be filled with dust. Boom! Lei Jun arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Without using any spirit weapon, he punched out with his bare hands. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel at Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. The punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons smashed toward Duan Lingtian as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Rolling purple lightning enveloped him. At the same time, Lei Jun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was motionless in front of him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian did not react was because his speed was too fast. In the face of his attack, this young disciple from a mere third-rate force did not even have time to react. A disciple from a third-rate force is indeed a disciple from a third-rate force. In front of me, you're just like an ant. Just when Lei Jun was feeling disdainful and thought that his punch was about to end Duan Lingtian's life, He was shocked to find that his punch had encountered an extremely terrifying resistance when it was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Smack! A soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had made a move at lightning speed when Lei Jun's punch was about to land on him. He easily caught Lei Jun's menacing punch. Lei Jun's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was like a falling meteorite. When it landed on Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had crashed into a cotton ball. It had no offensive power at all. Horror dawned on Lei Jun's face when Duan Lingtian easily caught his fist that he had thrown out in a ferocious manner. At that moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could clearly see that the strength possessed by the purple-clad young man before him was far from what he could compare to. Just when Lei Jun was about to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand that was like an iron clamp and was about to turn around and flee, his eyes could not help but narrow all of a sudden. At that moment, he was shocked to see that, unknowingly, the heaven and earth phenomenon had already appeared above the purple-clad young man's head. A total of 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were condensed. His eyeballs gave him a great shock. Without using any spirit weapon, he had the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength on his fist, it was 300 ancient horned dragons' strength more. After seeing the 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons before him, Lei Jun completely lost his temper. Oh no! Very soon, when Lei Jun realized that Duan Lingtian's strength could easily kill him, his expression changed again. It became extremely grave and filled with despair. At the same time, he instinctively wanted to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand. However, when his fist was held in Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had taken root and sprouted on his fist. He could not pull it out at all. Ah! The next moment, the sharp pain from his fist and the sharp pain all over his body made Lei Jun unable to help but let out a hysterical scream. The hysterical scream was so heart-wrenching that it made one's scalp go numb just by listening to it. Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding Lei Jun's fist suddenly trembled with the energy that was fused with 4 types of concepts. It shattered the purple lightning that was entwined around Lei Jun's fist as easily as breaking rotten wood. That was the energy that was formed by the fusion of Lei Jun's origin energy and thunder concept. After dispersing the energy entwined around Lei Jun's fist, the energy entwined around Duan Lingtian's hand swept out and pressed on Lei Jun's body. Barf! Lei Jun's body trembled violently. His face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. No! When Lei Jun, who had just caught his breath, saw Duan Lingtian's next action, he realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Horror dawned on his face as he hastily shouted. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Jun's shout as though he did not hear it at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to hold Lei Jun's fist tightly. He lifted his hand abruptly and swung Lei Jun up. His pair of sharp eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the cave wall not far away. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and spun him a few rounds in the air like a windmill before throwing him out of his hand, causing him to smash into the cave wall not far away like an arrow that was shot from a bow. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, and the stone chips on the cave wall flew everywhere. Lei Jun was smashed into the cave wall and turned into a pile of meat paste that hung on the cave wall. It was a ghastly sight. The scene before his eyes was extremely similar to an extremely abstract painting on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his previous life. Lei Jun was completely silent, and he could not be any more dead. Before Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and threw him out, Lei Jun had mobilized his strength many times in an attempt to break free from his control. However, every time Lei Jun's strength appeared, it was mercilessly crushed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, when Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out, there was no strength in his body that could be used to defend himself. How could a mere body of flesh and blood be able to block his strength? How could he go head-on against the cave wall that was as hard as iron? It was precisely because of this that Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out by Duan Lingtian without any surprise. He was smashed to death. From the beginning until the end, Lei Jun did not even have the time to take out his Grade 1 spirit weapon glove from his spatial ring. Of course, even if he used his spirit weapon, it would still be difficult for him to escape the same ending. This was because he did not use his spirit weapon, and Duan Lingtian did not use it as well. I wonder how many people have been killed just because of the word greed. After putting away Lei Jun's spatial ring, Duanling Tian continued to walk to the cave entrance that he came from without even turning his head back. He shook his head and sighed like an old man. Whether it was Lei Jun now or Leng Ji earlier, both of them ended up like this because they coveted the profundity fragment in his hands. Chapter 982. Not long after, 3 figures flew out from the left side of the cavern and appeared in front of Duanling Tian. They were none other than Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. How was it? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 of them. He asked in anticipation. The 3 of them shook their heads. It's a maze without a path. We've searched every corner but we didn't find a second exit. Huang Daniu smiled wryly. It was apparent that they had encountered the same thing as Duanling Tian. It seems like we can only wait for Pang Bao. Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duanling Tian nodded in disappointment. If the path that Pang Bao went to isn't the path that leads to the central area, then we can only split up and explore the remaining 3 entrances. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, he looked at the remaining 3 unexplored entrances on both sides of the cavern. Up until now, they still did not know what was going on inside these 3 entrances. An hour passed by very quickly. Why isn't Pang Bao back yet? Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong could not help but frown. He's here. Duanling Tian focused his gaze on the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave. With his sharp hearing, he could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling coming from inside. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Soon after, dust filled the air outside the entrance. Following that, a familiar figure flew out of the cave and appeared before Duanling Tian and the other 3. It was none other than Pang Bao. That's the path that leads to the central area. As soon as Pang Bao appeared, he smiled at Duanling Tian and the other 3. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian and the other 3's eyes lit up. At once, the 5 of them set off again. They entered the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave and continued their journey to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As time went by, they were getting closer and closer to the central area. At the same time, many people were approaching the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure from all directions of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. 2 days later. We're here. Looking at the empty cave entrance in the distance, Duanling Tian slowed down. At the same time, he successfully arrived at the location of the cave entrance. Standing at the entrance of the cave, what appeared in front of Duanling Tian was no longer the kind of cave that he had seen countless times before. The cavern before him was incomparably large and spacious. From the bottom to the top it was like a whole new world. The cave entrance he was standing in was just a small hole high up in one of the walls of the huge cave outside. There were countless similar holes on the walls of this huge cave. However, Duanling Tian did not have the time to care about this. His gaze immediately fell on the central region of this huge cavern. There stood a palace, an enormous palace. The golden and dazzling palace stood there like a sleeping giant beast, emitting an intimidating aura from head to toe. Is this the palace that Emperor Wu mentioned in his message? The place where he died? Pang Bao had caught up to Duanling Tian and stood next to him. He studied the enormous palace standing in the huge cavern in shock. That Emperor Wu's body is in this palace? Huang Daniu caught up as well. His eyes lit up as he looked at the palace in front of him. His breathing quickened involuntarily. According to Emperor Wu's message, there were a total of 3 profundity fragments in his body. One of them was an Emperor stage profundity fragment while the other 2 were Monarch stage profundity fragments. The 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments aside, just the Emperor stage profundity fragment alone was enough to make everyone go crazy. Although Su Li and Zhang Shouyong did not say anything, the burning desire in their eyes when they looked at the palace in front of them undoubtedly revealed their thoughts. The palace that stood in the huge cavern was like a giant. It exuded an ancient and weathered aura involuntarily. It was as if it was telling everyone that it had existed for a long time. There's someone over there. Su Li's eyes were sharp. Soon, he noticed 3 figures hovering in the air on the other side of the enormous palace. It was obvious that the 3 of them had arrived earlier than them. Since the palace mentioned in Emperor Wu's message had appeared, there was no doubt this was their destination. The central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brothers Wa. Peng Bao's soft voice resonated in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears almost as soon as Su Li was done speaking. They followed Peng Bao's gaze and immediately saw a green figure hovering in the air far away. It was a young man in green. Initially, the green-clad young man was standing there quietly with his eyes closed. However, when Duan Lingtian and the others looked at him, he opened his eyes as though he had sensed something. His gaze that was as sharp as a sword instantly focused on Duan Lingtian and the others. Let's go. Let me introduce senior brothers Hua to all of you. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others were summoned by Peng Bao. They quickly arrived near the green-clad young man. Senior brothers Hua. When Peng Bao greeted the green-clad young man, there was a hint of reverence in his tone. It was reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother Peng. The green-clad young man nodded at Peng Bao. He did not pay much attention to Duan Lingtian and the others. Although he did not look down on the four of them, it still revealed his arrogance. Duan Lingtian and the others were not surprised by this. It seems like this is the Zhua Yu that Peng Bao mentioned to us earlier. At this moment, Huang Daniu's voice transmission clearly entered Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong's ears. He was secretly communicating with Duan Lingtian and the others. I think so. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong nodded. Zhua Yu. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The words that Peng Bao said to them earlier seemed to echo in his ears. My strength can only be ranked second among the younger generation in our Anika sect. The strongest person among the younger generation in our Anika sect is my senior brother Zhua. His full name is Zhua Yu, and he's the only direct disciple of our Anika sect's supreme elder. Our Anika sect's supreme elder is the only martial monarch powerhouse in our Anika sect. Zhua Yu. The strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. The direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. Either one of these two titles was enough to shock anyone. The combination of the two made Zhua Yu the brightest pearl in Anika sect. When Peng Bao saw that Zhua Yu did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others smiled back, indicating that they did not care. If the other party was really Zhua Yu, he definitely had the right to be so arrogant. Senior brothers Hua, they're my friends. This is Duan Lingtian, this is Huang Daniu, this is Su Li, and this is Zhang Shouyong. Peng Bao introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Zhua Yu. When he mentioned Duan Lingtian, Zhua Yu, who stood there arrogantly, immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not hear a single word that Peng Bao said after that. You're Duan Lingtian? Zhua Yu stared at Duan Lingtian. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of his eyes despite his arrogance. The disciple of the third-rate force, the five-element sect? That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw the greed in Zhua Yu's eyes, he did not even need to think about it to conclude that Zhua Yu must have heard about the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Peng Bao's expression changed when he sensed the hostility between Duan Lingtian and Zhua Yu. Although Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong knew that they were no match for Zhua Yu even if they joined forces, they still stood behind Duan Lingtian firmly and glared at Zhua Yu with hostility. Zhua Yu's eyes gleamed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He tilted his head and looked at the two young men standing in the distance. When he noticed the two of them looking at him from time to time, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. He knew very well that if the two of them found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, it would be difficult for him to obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hands even with his strength. Duan Lingtian could clearly see Zhua Yu's little movements. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the two young men in the distance. Among the two young men, one of them was tall and muscular. His body size was similar to Huang Daniu's. The other one was dressed in green and carried a sheathed spirit sword on his back. He was a sword cultivator. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept it toward the two of them. Soon, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. A hint of shock appeared on his face. At the same time, realization dawned on him. I see. It seems like they're the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Lingtian was certain of this after he probed their cultivation base. Their cultivation base was not inferior to Zhua Yu's. Duan Lingtian noticed the concern that flashed in the depth of Zhua Yu's eyes when he glanced at the two of them. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Wu Yu's thoughts. Elder brother Duan. At this moment, a familiar voice that sounded like an aureole clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. For a moment, Duan Lingtian stared at the source of the voice. Over there, a figure that looked like a fire spirit was flying out, heading straight for him. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian could not help but show a gentle smile when he saw the person. He flew out and greeted her. The figure that looked like a fire spirit was none other than Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian had been worried about Feng Tianwu's safety throughout the journey. Chapter 983. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face could not help but blush as she stared at the purple-clad young man before her. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Presently, Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face that could captivate all living beings revealed a trace of shyness, and she looked lovely and moving, causing others to have the impulse to hold her in their arms and properly cherish her. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the red-clad young lady before him. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Currently, when he faced Feng Tianwu, even he did not know what kind of feeling he had. It was no longer the unfamiliarity he had in the past. Instead, it seemed as though there was a sense of closeness. However, it was still a distance away from the feelings between lovers. However, every time he recalled the time when he and Zishang fell into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform when they had just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Feng Tianwu had also jumped down without any regard for her own safety. His heart could not help but throb again. His heart wasn't made of iron and stone, so he was naturally able to deeply feel the kind of sacrifice that Feng Tianwu had made for him that exceeded her life. One had to admit. After that time, Feng Tianwu's position in his heart had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. It was as if only the last layer of membrane was poked open, and their hearts would be able to completely merge together. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy involuntarily extended out and landed on Feng Tianwu's body, he seemed to have discovered something and could not help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had already broken through to the 4th level void interpretation. Compared to the 3rd level void interpretation from before, although there was a huge improvement, it was still not enough to make him stunned. What really made him stunned was the waves of scorching aura emitted from Feng Tianwu's body. This scorching aura was hidden in Feng Tianwu's body and was ready to burst out at any time. It was as though it wanted to ignite his spiritual energy. What happened? For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who had retracted his mental strength, had a serious expression on his face. His mental strength gave him the feeling that there was a terrifying flaming demonic beast sleeping in Feng Tianwu's body. Once that flaming demonic beast woke up, Feng Tianwu would be dead for sure. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. Could it be the power of the fire spirit body? Soon, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the reason. This was the only reason. However, Tianwu is only 26 years old this year. It seems like there's still 4 years before the fire spirit body's true strength erupts. Duan Lingtian was rather puzzled by this. It seems like Tianwu must have encountered some accident in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's why the fire spirit body's energy in her body is becoming more and more unstable. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more serious. What a beautiful woman! Feng Tianwu's appearance successfully attracted the attention of Peng Bao, Zui Yu, and the other 2 young men who were standing not far away. At this moment, the 4 of them were stunned when they looked at Feng Tianwu. They had seen many beautiful women before. However, it was their first time seeing someone with such a temperament. They could not help but be tempted. Brother Lingtian, you're so lucky. While Peng Bao was stunned by Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face, he also noticed the way Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a look of adoration. Upon seeing this, he could not help but be envious. At the same time, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. Although he had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had already become a true friend of Duan Lingtian due to their similar temperaments. Zui Yu could not help but snort coldly. There was a hint of jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. After knowing Duan Lingtian's identity, his first thought was undoubtedly to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, due to the presence of the other 2 people who were equally as famous as him in the northern desert, he did not make a move at that moment. He knew that if he attacked Duan Ling Tian, he would definitely attract the attention of the other two people. At that time, the other two people would definitely join the fight. In that case, in the end, it was very likely that he would end up with nothing. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to ask Feng Tianwu if something had happened to her fire spirit body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian, you're really still alive. A loud voice resonated from afar, breaking the silence. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a bald young man in a kasaya flew out from a hole on one side of the huge cave wall at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was standing not far away from Duan Ling Tian. Xian Bei. Looking at the young monk who appeared in front of him, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. You haven't fulfilled the agreement between us. Of course, I'll be alive and well. Xian Bei was the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. He was the young monk who had challenged Duan Ling Tian to a battle in Sky Wolf Fort. How about we fulfill the agreement now? Xian Bei narrowed his eyes slightly with a smile on his face. He said slowly, I'm very interested in the profundity fragment in your hand. Profundity fragment. Hearing Xian Bei's words, Zui Yu, whose expression had changed when he heard Xian Bei call out Duan Lingtian's name, became gloomier and gloomier. Just now, when Xian Bei called out Duan Lingtian's name, he found that the two fellows from Azumo sect and North Nether sect, who were equally famous as him, had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. But they didn't seem to react for a while. Now, when Xian Bei called out the profundity fragment without any scruples, he clearly saw the sudden realization on the two fellows' faces and their eyes suddenly lit up. Oh no! Zui Yu's heart sank. The thing he didn't want to happen the most still happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time when Xian Bei's voice died away, the two young men standing in the distance finally moved. Their robes fluttered, and in the next moment, they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already near Duan Ling Tian, staring at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Ling Tian was extremely bright. It didn't seem like they were sizing up a person, but more like they were sizing up a peerless treasure. You're Duan Ling Tian? The disciple from a third-rate force who obtained the profundity fragment. Both of them stared at Duan Ling Tian and spoke almost at the same time, interrogating Duan Ling Tian. Feng Tianwu was originally quietly looking at her sweetheart. She only felt that she was extremely happy at this moment, but the two voices that suddenly rang out were like the cries of crows, breaking this short moment of silence and causing her beautiful face to change. Just when Feng Tianwu was about to explode, a gentle voice entered her ears through voice transmission and calmed her restless emotions. Tianwu, did something happen to you in Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Why do I feel like the fire spirit body's energy in your body isn't as peaceful as before? A gentle voice that was filled with concern completely suppressed Feng Tianwu's restless emotions, causing her pretty face to redden even more. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. It felt good to be cared for by someone, let alone being cared for by her sweetheart. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded and replied to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. I obtained a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment not long ago. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed when Feng Tianwu reached this point. He was still curious earlier. There were 5 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the 3 that he obtained, he did not know who had obtained the other 2. He only found out now that Tianwu had obtained one of them. Not only that, it's a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. One must know that even among the 3 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments that he obtained, the best one was only an 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. It was far from a 9th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Just as I was holding it in my hand, it separated from my palm and turned into a liquid energy that merged into my body. Feng Tianwu continued to speak. Duan Ling Tian suppressed the shock in his heart and snapped back to reality. He listened attentively to Feng Tianwu's detailed experience in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was Feng Tianwu's biggest secret. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. She did not hide anything at all. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned even more solemn as he listened to Feng Tianwu's story. Tianwu, she can actually mobilize and cast the 1st-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. If it was an ordinary martial artist, Perhaps it would be a good thing if they could mobilize and cast the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. However, this person was Feng Tianwu, the owner of the Fire Spirit Body. If it's just an ordinary martial artist, it's impossible for the 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment to react like that. The Profundity Fragment must have reacted like that because Tianwu has the Fire Spirit Body. Duanling Tian was almost certain about this. I wonder if there's any record of Tianwu's experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Duanling Tian, who was so concerned that his mind was in a mess, anxiously searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of the two lives in an attempt to find the answer. He had a feeling that the change in the concept fragment in Tianwu's body, and her ability to mobilize the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity were not good news for her. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu communicated through voice transmission. They stood there quietly, completely ignoring the questions from the two people from Izumo sect and North Nether sect. At this moment, the burly young man from Izumo sect and the green-clad young man from North Nether sect could not help but turn gloomy. Haha. Lei Zhong, Su Qing, I can't be bothered with both of you. At this moment, Zuoyu could not help but laugh out loud. He looked at his two old rivals with a mocking expression. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. He was also the direct disciple of the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Chapter 984. When Su Qing heard the sarcasm in Zuoyu's words, he realized Zuoyu was trying to sow discord. Therefore he quickly returned to his normal state, neither happy nor angry. Whoosh! Unlike Su Qing, Lei Zhong's expression changed drastically. How could he, who had a bad temper, hold himself back when he heard Zuoyu's sarcasm? With a flash of his body, he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious goshawk in an instant as he flew out and pounced towards Duanling Tian in a menacing manner at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! When Lei Zhong flew out, a milky white flame rose from his body. As soon as the milky white flame appeared, it transformed into a fiery red flame that covered the sky. It made him seem like he had transformed into a vast and swollen flame that swept towards Duanling Tian. He wanted to devour Duanling Tian. Whoosh! Lei Zhong, who was covered in flames, looked like the god of fire that had descended to the world. When he punched out, it was like a big burning fireball that caused the air to compress and set off a series of air explosions. When the air explosions sounded, a scorching airwave spread out. The heaven and earth energy above Lei Zhong's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 4th level Void Transformation Stage. 4th level Advanced Fire Concept. The gap between the 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage and the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Stage was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. A 3rd level Void Transformation Stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. On the other hand, a 4th level Void Transformation Stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the former, it was an extra 200 ancient horned dragons' strength. Whoosh! 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 The air wave that swept out from the compression of the air set off a series of scorching gales. It caused the people present to feel waves of heat hitting their faces. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. Currently, Lei Zhong was attacking Duanling Tian at lightning speed. He did not even use his spirit weapon. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, a mere young disciple from a third-rate force was not qualified enough for him to use his spirit weapon. As for Duanling Tian obtaining the profundity fragment, in his opinion, it was purely due to Duanling Tian's good luck. Whoosh! With 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, Lei Zhong punched out his fist. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of a barrel and filled the sky with flames. It flew straight towards Duanling Tian as if he wanted to smash Duanling Tian into pieces with one punch. Elder brother Duan, be careful. In a hurry, Feng Tianwu reacted. Her expression changed greatly as she cried out in alarm. At the same time as she reminded Duanling Tian, her eyes turned red, and her body emitted a terrifying burning aura that continued to rise. When flames rose from Feng Tianwu's body, the heaven and earth energy above her head stirred, and it seemed like it was about to condense into 1,000, or even 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Don't worry, I can handle him. When the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose up and she was slightly unable to control them, a voice transmission entered into her ears, and it caused her to be completely at ease. She trusted the owner of the voice unconditionally. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duanling Tian, who seemed to be absent-minded and unguarded, turned around in an instant. He raised his hand and threw a punch out to meet Lei Zhong's punch that was filled with flames that covered the sky and was coming at him with a fierce momentum. Whoosh! Duanling Tian smashed out with his fist, and his milky white origin energy skyrocketed to instantly transform into a vast earthen yellow energy that was coiled with deep violet-colored lightning bolts and material azure-colored strong winds. That was not all. When he punched out, there was even a sword energy that followed him like a shadow. It contained an extremely terrifying sword concept. Boom, 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 boom. When Duanling Tian punched out, the air was compressed once again, and it gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. Not only that, the air wave that was filled with an extremely strong impact force spread out in all directions and gave rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that collided with the scorching gales that Lei Zhong gave rise to. Following that, another series of explosions rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. The robes of the people present fluttered in the wind, making flapping sounds. However, none of them paid attention to all of this. Their gazes were locked tightly onto the two people that were about to collide. More precisely speaking, it was the two fists that were about to collide. Whoosh! The flames on Lei Zhong's body skyrocketed and raged as he punched out. It was like the fury of the god of fire that tore through the sky and gave rise to a scorching aura that covered the heavens and the earth that enveloped Duanling Tian. Whoosh! The violet clothes on Duanling Tian's body fluttered and swelled as he punched out. The punch that contained his origin energy and 4 types of concepts that were mixed together met Lei Zhong head-on without holding back. Bang! Both of their fists collided in an instant. The two forces collided with each other and gave rise to a deafening loud bang. In the air, waves of air could be clearly seen spreading out like ripples, spreading out in all directions. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, whose cultivation base was weaker, changed their expressions. They could only feel the qi and blood in their bodies surging as they were faintly affected. So powerful! Seeing that Duanling Tian was not at a disadvantage when he punched out with his bare hands and collided with Lei Zhong's fist, Huang Daniu and the other two calmed down the surging qi and blood in their bodies. Their eyes lit up. Bang, 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 bang. With the point where Duanling Tian and Lei Zhong's fists collided as the center, the air wave that was like a ripple spread out like a ripple. Gusts of wind that were even more powerful gushed out. Crack, crack. In an instant, the hairbands on Duanling Tian and Lei Zhong's heads broke almost at the same time. Their long hair fluttered in the wind like tiny black snakes dancing in the air. Bang, 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 bang. At the point where Duanling Tian and Lei Zhong's fists collided, both of their energies continued to collide and collide, setting off a series of deafening explosions. They were evenly matched. How's this possible? Upon seeing this, Zuoyu's eyes narrowed. Disbelief was written all over his face. He found it hard to believe that everything before his eyes was real. That Duanling Tian, a young disciple from a mere third-rate force who looked like he was only 25 years old, was actually able to fight Lei Zhong to a draw and be evenly matched with him? This Duanling Tian is even more powerful than Lei Zhong? Su Qing, who was originally calm, could not help but be moved. He muttered to himself. In the fight between them, Lei Zhong had the upper hand and made the first move. Even so, Duanling Tian, who hurriedly punched out, was still able to take Lei Zhong's punch head-on. The energy contained in Duanling Tian's punch is definitely more powerful than Lei Zhong's. If it's only evenly matched with Lei Zhong, it's impossible for him to be in a stalemate with Lei Zhong when he hurriedly punched out. Compared to Zuoyu, Su Qing had a clearer understanding of the scene before his eyes. Duanling Tian was even more powerful. As though it set off Su Qing's mutterings, at the same time, the rolling heaven and earth energy above Duanling Tian's head finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed into form and descended in an imposing manner. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was undoubtedly telling the truth. The punch that Duanling Tian threw out with his bare hands contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the 1,100 ancient horn dragon strength contained in the Thunderbell fist, it was 100 ancient horn dragon strength more. 1,200 ancient horn dragon strength. Duan Lingtian's third-level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to 400 ancient horn dragon strength. Third-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to 400 ancient horn dragon strength. The ninth-level intermediate earth concept and sword concept combined was equivalent to 200 ancient horn dragon strength. Coupled with the first-level advanced thunder concept that was equivalent to 200 ancient horn dragon strength, it was exactly 1,200 ancient horn dragon strength. That was right. Duan Lingtian's thunder concept had made a breakthrough. On the same day that he killed Lei Jun, he successfully made a breakthrough from the ninth-level intermediate stage to the first-level advanced stage. Boom! Another loud explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time that the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head consolidated, the purple lightning on his fist became even more profound and raging. At the same time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath from the disadvantage of losing the initiative due to his hasty attack. His entire body erupted with the strength of 1,200 ancient horn dragons as he charged out. After turning the tables around, the result of the 1,200 ancient horn dragon strength against Lei Zhong's 1,100 ancient horn dragon strength was obvious. Crushing. It was a complete and utter suppression. Impossible. He was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch. Lei Zhong did not scream when he felt a bone-piercing pain from his hand. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. A mere disciple from a third-rate force was actually able to suppress him in one fell swoop under the situation where he had the initiative and gained the initiative? Regardless of whether Lei Zhong was willing to believe it or not, his strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian. It was an undeniable fact that he was sent flying and was heavily injured. Barf. Lei Zhong, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch, finally managed to stabilize his body after flying for over 100 meters. At the same time, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. I'm injured? I'm injured by a young disciple from a third-rate force? Lei Zhong wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His eyes narrowed, and his face became a little stiff. However, soon after, he seemed to have noticed something. With a jolt, he regained his senses. This was because he noticed that Duan Lingtian, the disciple from the third-rate Force 5 Elements sect, did not seem to want to stop after sending him flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold, and his face was covered with frost. He stepped out in the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as he flew towards Lei Zhong. A cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. In his opinion, he wanted to kill the #1 powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo sect. Not only did he want to make his opponent pay for his rashness, but more importantly, he wanted to establish his dominance. At this moment, more and more people started to appear in this huge cave. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from Anika sect, North Nether sect, and Izumo sect. Bang! 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 At this moment, the scene was so quiet that it was terrifying. Every time Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the air would vibrate and emit a soft sound. Chapter 985. Bang! Bang! Every step that Duan Lingtian took was like a giant hammer slamming on Lei Zhong's chest, causing his breathing to quicken. He could not calm down for a long time. Lei Zhong's face turned grave when he noticed the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He quickly took out a healing pill and consumed it. However, with his current injuries, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time even if he consumed the healing pill. It affected his strength. Whoosh! A saber suddenly appeared in Lei Zhong's uninjured left hand. It was a thick saber. As the flame in his hand soared and merged with the saber, a saber ray bloomed. Whoosh! In the void above his head, the heaven and earth energy consolidated 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. Then, more than 520 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered in the void above Lei Zhong's head. They were ready to attack at any time. However, perhaps it was because he had not recovered from his injuries. The 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Lei Zhong's head were extremely unstable. In just a few moments, the number of silhouettes decreased to 1,500. Then, The number dropped to 1,400. After that, there were no more than 1,500 silhouettes. At this moment, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand as he took a step forward. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As soon as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, along with Duan Lingtian's energy surging into it, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head. 1,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was enough to shock people. However, many of the people present could not help but be stunned. These people were Zhuai Yu, Su Qing, Peng Bao, and the other young disciples from the second-rate forces. Duan Lingtian only has the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons after using his spirit weapon? Compared to Lei Zhong, who used his spirit weapon in his prime, he's more than 20 ancient horned dragons weaker? However, without using his spirit weapon, his strength is more than 100 ancient horned dragons stronger than Lei Zhong. What's going on? Could it be that he's hiding something? That's the only way. Otherwise, wouldn't Lei Zhong be defeated in vain today? Due to the fact that Lei Zhong was severely injured by Duan Lingtian, it's difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Even if he uses his spirit weapon, his strength won't surpass the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. The people who were discussing animatedly were the disciples of Anika sect and North Nether sect, who had made it to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There were no more than 5 of them in total. There was a hint of schadenfreude in their words. In their opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian dared to kill Lei Zhong would definitely die today. The 2 surviving Izumo sect disciples had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. In their eyes, he was the invincible god of battle. However, today, the invincible war god in their eyes was at a disadvantage in front of a disciple from a third-rate force. Moreover, his life was in danger. At this moment, almost all of the disciples from the second-rate forces who had made it to this place knew the identity of Duan Lingtian. They had already heard of the name Duan Lingtian before they came here. The strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, 5-element sect, had obtained a profundity fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. To think that I still wanted to encounter this Duan Lingtian and kill him to snatch the profundity fragment in his hands. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I didn't encounter him. Otherwise, the one who would die would definitely be me. One of the Izumo sect's disciples smiled wryly. Of course. Even senior brother Lei Zhong was severely injured by him. How can we compare to his strength? With such strength, it's no wonder that he could obtain the profundity fragment. The other Izumo sect's disciple agreed. Then he added, however, as long as he's not crazy, I don't think he would dare to kill senior brother Lei Zhong. Otherwise, not only him, but even the third-rate force 5-element sect that he's in would have to bear the wrath of our Izumo sect. That's right. Unless he can kill all of us who witnessed him killing senior brother Lei Zhong with our own eyes. Otherwise, even if he kills senior brother Lei Zhong, he won't be able to live. Not only that, but his sect will also be implicated. The Izumo sect's disciple in front agreed. At this moment, most of the other people also felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lei Zhong. After all, killing Lei Zhong was equivalent to offending Izumo sect. Izumo sect was one of the 3 most powerful second-rate forces in the northern desert. They only needed to send out a martial monarch powerhouse to remove the third-rate force, 5-element sect, from the northern desert without any effort. However, how could they guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts? When they saw Duan Lingtian increasing his speed and charging toward Lei Zhong again, and in just 3 moves, he sent the thick saber in Lei Zhong's hand flying and severely injured him again, they were stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. This disciple from a third-rate force was actually so powerful? When they saw Duan Lingtian lifting his hand and leisurely swinging his sword to pierce Lei Zhong's throat and kill him. He's crazy. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Isn't he afraid of Izumo sect's revenge? At this moment, other than the 2 young disciples from Izumo sect who were stunned, the disciples from Anika sect and North Nether sect could not help but mutter to themselves. They felt their scalps go numb. Was this purple-clad young man really a disciple from a third-rate force? Since when did a disciple from a third-rate force become so bold? Duan Lingtian. Just when Zhua Yu, Su Qing, and Peng Bao were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Peng Bao cried out anxiously, trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Lei Zhong. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only would he die, but the third-rate force, Five-Element sect, would also be annihilated. As a disciple of a Nika sect, he knew very well. The wrath of Izumo sect was no joke. If a disciple from a third-rate force dared to kill him, the result would be the same. The Anika sect that he was in would spare no effort to kill the disciple from the third-rate force before annihilating the third-rate force. The dignity of a second-rate force could not be blasphemed by a third-rate force. In the eyes of a second-rate force, a person from a third-rate force, or even the third-rate force, was like an ant that could not even withstand a single blow. Upon hearing Peng Bao's voice, Duan Lingtian's right hand shook and moved the sword away. However, his left hand did not remain idle as he slammed his palm down and heavily injured Lei Zhong again. Barf! Lei Zhong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless. His body swayed as though he would fall from the sky at any time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian reached out his left hand and grabbed Lei Zhong's throat, lifting him up forcefully. At this moment, Lei Zhong would definitely die if he exerted more force in his hand. As Duan Lingtian lifted Lei Zhong up by his neck, he looked at Peng Bao with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian, you can hurt Lei Zhong if you want, but don't kill him on impulse. Everything will be fine if he doesn't die. If he dies, not only you, but even the Five-Element sect behind you will definitely be annihilated. Peng Bao did not beat around the bush and bluntly voiced his concerns. The reason he said all this was because he regarded Duan Lingtian as a friend. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian walk on the path of no return. Five-Element sect? Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian frowned and sighed. I forgot. It's difficult for Five-Element sect to deal with the wrath of Izumo sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears. For a moment, almost everyone present, including Feng Tianwu, thought Duan Lingtian would not kill Lei Zhong anymore. This Duan Lingtian finally gave in. Of course. The wrath of Izumo sect is not something he and Five-Element sect can handle. The few young disciples from Anika sect and North Nether sect whispered among themselves. They were not surprised by this outcome at all. As for the two young disciples from Izumo sect, they smiled smugly. The fact that Izumo sect had such a great deterrent force made them feel proud to be Izumo sect's disciples. Cuff. Duan Lingtian, you don't dare to kill me after all. Today, I'll definitely step into Five-Element sect and make you pay 10 times. No, 100 times for everything you've done to me today. Lei Zhong, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian and humiliated, stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of extremely cold eyes as he gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear his words. He continued to frown as though he was thinking about something. Finally, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, hereby announce that from this moment onward, I, Duan Lingtian, am no longer part with Five-Element sect. From today onward, the matters of Five-Element sect have nothing to do with me, and my matters have nothing to do with Five-Element sect as well. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, he said something that was inexplicably shocking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. What is this Duan Lingtian trying to do? This was what most of the people present were thinking. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was the first to react. She realized what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. Her beautiful face was filled with solemnity. Brother Lingtian, don't be rash. Even if you leave Five-Element sect, Izumo sect will not attack Five-Element sect out of respect. However, you'll have to bear the wrath of Izumo sect and be hunted down by them. It's not worth it to offend the entire Izumo sect just because of Lei Zhong. Soon after, Peng Bao also reacted. His expression changed again as he hurriedly advised. Duan Lingtian, Brother Lingtian. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would really kill Lei Zhong and bring trouble to himself. You're Lei Zhong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Zhong and asked in a calm tone. That's right. I'm Lei Zhong, the direct disciple of the only martial emperor in Izumo sect. Chapter 986. Slap. Almost at the same time when Lei Zhong's words left his mouth, a clear sound of a slap reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and gave Lei Zhong a loud slap. A clear palm print was left on half of Lei Zhong's face, causing it to swell. For a moment, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian was too awesome, right? He even dared to slap Lei Zhong after he said he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. They had to admit that they admired Duan Lingtian's courage from the bottom of their hearts. However, admiration was one thing, but it did not mean they agreed with Duan Lingtian's actions. You're seeking death. At the same time, many people felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death, including Zui Yu, the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect. At this moment, Zui Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's action was undoubtedly challenging the dignity of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Even if Duan Lingtian could make it out alive from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely die. It was impossible for the martial monarch powerhouse to let him go. I'm only asking if you're Thunderbell. Did I ask whose direct disciple you are? After giving Lei Zhong a slap, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Lei Zhong, who was glaring at him furiously. He could not wait to turn him into ashes. You. Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed. He wanted to say something. Slap. Another loud slap landed on the other half of Lei Zhong's face, turning his face into a pig's head. Did I ask you to speak? After giving Lei Zhong another slap, Duan Lingtian continued to look at Lei Zhong calmly. Lei Zhong was so humiliated that he glared at Duan Lingtian with even more hatred. However, he did not dare to say anything. He believed that if he dared to say a single word now, the other party would definitely not hesitate to give him another slap. This purple-clothed youth was simply a lunatic, an out-and-out lunatic. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian giving Lei Zhong another slap, they felt their scalps go numb again. They felt that Duan Lingtian was too bold. He did not even take a martial monarch realm expert seriously. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm as he stared at Lei Zhong and asked word by word. This time, Lei Zhong didn't say anything. However, the cold glint in his eyes undoubtedly showed what he thought in his heart. Smack. Another resounding slap rang out, shocking the onlookers to the point that their heartbeats quickened, and all of them felt a chill run down their spines. Didn't you hear me? Duan Lingtian, who gave Lei Zhong another slap, causing Lei Zhong's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets, spoke once more. His voice wasn't calm any longer, and it seemed to contain a trace of coldness. Don't tell me you dare to kill me? Finally, Lei Zhong swallowed a mouthful of blood that he almost spat out and asked in a hoarse and cold voice. You're called Lei Zhong. I wonder, how is Lei Jun, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect, related to you? Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Zhong and continued to ask. He had a feeling that both Lei Zhong and Lei Jun had the surname Lei, and they were both the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Izumo sect. He's my younger brother, and he's also the direct disciple of our Izumo sect's sect leader. When Lei Zhong heard Duan Lingtian mentioning Lei Jun, his pale face was filled with pride. Your younger brother? What a coincidence. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was exceptionally radiant. In the end, his voice gradually turned cold as though it came from an ice cave. Do you think that since I dared to kill your younger brother, I wouldn't dare to kill you? Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian had killed Lei Zhong's younger brother, Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect? It's over. It's over. When Pang Bao heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned before a wry smile appeared on his face. He knew that from the moment Duan Lingtian said those words, it was destined that Duan Lingtian and Izumo sect would not rest until one of them was dead. No wonder I didn't see Lei Jun. He must have arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure earlier than us. I can't believe he's already dead. At this moment, it was not only Peng Bao. Even Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were struck by a realization. As for where and when Lei Jun died, it was not difficult for them to figure it out. Some time ago, Lei Jun had a falling out with Peng Bao and left on his own. They were on their way to the central area of the martial emperor's secret treasure with Duan Ling Tian. During this period, they had only separated once. It was when they went their separate ways to explore the cave with 6 entrances. Come to think of it, Duan Ling Tian must have encountered Lei Jun at that time and killed him. This Duan Ling Tian is dead meat. Zhua Yu sneered. He was clearly rejoicing in Lei Jun's misfortune. Su Qing's expression was calm, but he could not help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Duan Lingtian's boldness. It seems like Lei Zhong is dead meat this time. Su Qing sighed inwardly. Since Duan Lingtian had publicly announced that he had killed Lei Jun, it was clear that he was determined to kill Lei Zhong. What? You killed my brother. Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed, and his pale face changed again. His body, which was held by Duan Lingtian by the neck, trembled violently due to anger. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Lei Zhong roared in a hoarse voice. You won't have the chance to see if I'm dead meat or not. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly tightened his grip on Lei Zhong's neck. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated in the air. It sent chills down the spines of the onlookers as their scalps went numb. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Lei Zhong, whose eyes were wide open, did not even have the time to scream before his head swung to the side. He was no longer breathing. His eyes, which were originally filled with anger, became dull and lifeless. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and removed the spatial ring from Lei Zhong's hand. At the same time, he released his grip and allowed Lei Zhong's body to fall. He fell from a height of hundreds of meters and turned into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Although everyone knew Duan Lingtian would definitely kill Lei Zhong when he said he had killed Lei Jun before, they did not expect him to kill Lei Zhong as well. After all, after he admitted that he had killed Lei Jun, even if he did not kill Lei Zhong, he would still end up the same way after he left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Since the outcome would be the same, and he had taken the initiative to admit that he had killed Lei Jun, it was only natural that he would not let Lei Zhong go. Due to this reason, Lei Zhong was dead. Although it was within their expectations, it still made them tremble with fear. This was especially true for the disciples from the 3 major second-rate forces. They knew very well the position of the 2 brothers, Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, in Izumo sect. These 2 brothers were not only the leading figures of the current generation of Izumo sect's young generation and the future pillars of Izumo sect, but they were also the direct disciples of the 2 powerhouses in Izumo sect. The strongest powerhouse in Izumo sect was Lei Zhong's master. He was also the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, the Supreme Elder. As for the second strongest powerhouse in Izumo sect, he was the current sect leader of Izumo sect, Lei Jun's master. The fact that Duan Lingtian had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun was equivalent to slapping the 2 powerhouses in Izumo sect. He had completely disregarded their dignity. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few more people arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure one after another. They just happened to see Duan Lingtian killing Lei Zhong and smashing him into a pile of minced meat. Who's so unlucky to have the guts to provoke senior brother Lingtian? Among this group of people, there was no lack of 5 element sect's disciples. They could not help but mourn for Lei Zhong. Of course, the reason they thought so was because they did not know Lei Zhong's identity. Otherwise they would not have taken it for granted. He's actually still alive? Among the few surviving 5 element sect's disciples, one of them had a hint of horror and disbelief in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a swift figure appeared in the sky above the central palace just in time. The moment Zhang Yan arrived, he saw the scene of Duan Lingtian killing someone. That person doesn't seem to be the young powerhouse who came in from entrance number 2 with us? Looking at the corpse that was smashed into a pile of minced meat, Zhang Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Since he did not come in from entrance number 2, He could only come in from entrance number 1. During his journey here, he had a certain understanding of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He knew that other than entrance number 2, there was only one other person who came in from entrance number 1. The people who came in from entrance number 1 were the group of young disciples from the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Ling Tian actually killed a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people? The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Although he had killed a few second-rate forces disciples along the way, it was under the circumstance that no one else knew about it. He knew he did not have the courage to kill a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people. Although there was only a difference of 1 word between a second-rate force and a third-rate force like the emotion-severing sect that he was in, the difference in strength and foundation was like heaven and earth. Xian Bei, what's going on? In the end, Zhang Yan could not help but look at the young monk standing nearby and ask through voice transmission. At this moment, the young monk looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance in a daze. He did not regain his senses for a long time. Zhang Yan's voice transmission caused him to shudder and regain his senses. He could not help but smile wryly as he replied through voice transmission. What else could it be? Duan Ling Tian killed Lei Zhong from Izumo sect. When Duan Ling Tian displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon, Zhang Yan knew what he was doing. He knew he was far from being a match for Duan Ling Tian. Lei Zhong? Where have I heard this name before? Chapter 987. Izumo Sect. Xian Bei reminded him. In the northern desert, the 3 second-rate forces, Izumo Sect, Anika Sect, and North Nether Sect, undoubtedly stood at the peak. As one of the many third-rate forces in the northern desert, although they did not have much interaction with the second-rate forces, they still heard about some of the things that happened in the second-rate forces. Lei Zhong? Izumo Sect? After Xian Bei's reminder, Zhang Yan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Soon his face was filled with shock. His eyes could not help but narrow as he muttered, could this Lei Zhong be the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect? Then, Zhang Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian and felt his scalp go numb. This Duan Ling Tian, his strength. How much has he improved? He can even kill Lei Zhong from Izumo Sect. He had long heard about Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect. According to the rumors, Lei Zhong's cultivation base had already entered the 4th level void transformation, and he had even comprehended the 4th level advanced fire concept. In the entire northern desert, he was considered a top powerhouse among the young powerhouses. He was far from what he could compare to now. However, such a powerful young powerhouse had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, Zhang Yan could not help but be shocked by Duan Ling Tian's current strength. At the same time, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is really bold. He actually dares to kill Lei Zhong. It's said that Lei Zhong is not only the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect, but he's also the direct disciple of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo Sect. He had killed the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in front of so many people. Zhang Yan could almost foresee Duan Ling Tian's fate in the future. Duan Ling Tian killed Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect? Duan Ling Tian has already announced that he's leaving our 5-element sect? Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tian Zhen, who had rushed to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, were all shocked by the news they heard from the other 5-element sect's disciples. Even though Nangong Chen's expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with fear. Tian Wu, the energy in your body seems to be extremely unstable. When you tried to mobilize and cast the fire profundity earlier, I could clearly feel that it was completely out of your control. Duan Ling Tian, who had become the center of attention, did not care about the gazes of others. He once again returned to Feng Tianwu's side and spoke with a solemn expression via voice transmission. Not only that, once you cast the fire profundity, it might trigger the fire spirit body's energy in your body and cause it to erupt in advance. At that time, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of worry could be seen between his brows. Elder brother Duan, you don't have to worry. If it's not necessary, I won't cast the fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with warmth when she heard Duan Lingtian's concern. Her beautiful face blushed slightly as she replied softly and obediently. All right. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. As long as Feng Tianwu did not mobilize and cast the fire profundity by force, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would not erupt. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that there were many more familiar faces at the scene. For example, Zhang Yan, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tian Zhen, and the other 5 element sect's disciples, Empyrean Temple's disciples, Blade sect's disciples, and Emotion-Severing sect's disciples. Unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't make it here alive. The moment he thought of Chen Wei, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Looks like the show of strength earlier is still effective. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of young powerhouses around him, and noticed that most of them had a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at him. Even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect, and Zui Yu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect, had a hint of dread in their eyes when they looked at him. Xianbei, you said earlier that you're interested in the profundity fragment in my hand? Are you trying to snatch it away from me? As though he was reminded of something, Duan Lingtian suddenly looked at Xianbei with a faint smile on his face. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes shifted to Xianbei. This monk from Empyrean Temple suddenly became the center of attention. Haha. Bald donkey. Didn't you want to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? You were interrupted earlier, so you didn't succeed. Now that nobody interrupted you, why aren't you snatching it away? Huang Daniu could not help but look at Xianbei when he recalled the earlier scene. He laughed mockingly. What? Senior brother Xianbei wanted to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? The few surviving Empyrean Temple disciples looked at each other in disbelief. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Was senior brother Xianbei's head kicked by a donkey? When Duan Lingtian looked at him, Xianbei realized something was wrong. When Duan Lingtian repeated what he said earlier, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. What a joke! The reason he said those words earlier was because he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian with his strength. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he completely dispelled the thought of fighting with Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be humiliated. Duan Lingtian, the agreement between you and me is over. I know I'm no match for you. Taking a deep breath, Xianbei no longer cared about his reputation. His expression was that of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianbei deeply. He did not intend to argue with him. He did not have a good impression of this little monk from Empyrean Temple, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. As for what the other party said earlier, he did not take it to heart. Even if Xianbei was in his position and possessed the profundity fragment, he would also say the same thing if he was in Xianbei's position. After all, as long as one was a martial artist, they would be interested in the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, after leaving Emperor Wu's secret treasure, run as far as you can. Since you've announced your departure from 5 Element Sect in front of so many people, I don't think Izumo Sect will attack 5 Element Sect for the sake of their reputation. However, you're different. A voice transmission that was filled with concern sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. For the sake of taking revenge for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, Izumo Sect will surely spare no expense to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't come in through the same entrance as us. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you wanted to. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Pang Bao, the Anika sect's disciple. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bao, who was looking at him with concern. He felt warmth in his heart as he responded with a smile. Just like what he had said. He knew what he was doing. Since he dared to kill Lei Zhong, it meant he had prepared a way out for himself. Leaving 5 Element Sect was only the first step. Naturally, the most important reason for leaving 5 Element Sect was that he did not want to implicate 5 Element Sect because of his own matters. He could leave without a word, but 5 Element Sect could not. If 5 Element Sect was annihilated by Izumo Sect because of him, he would not be at ease. Is this the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse? Was it the place where he died? Suddenly someone said, "That's right." At this moment, everyone, including Duanling Tian, shifted their attention away from Xianbei to the gigantic palace. Their eyes shone brightly. They had come all the way here for the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse. Putting aside the other treasures in this palace, the profound profundity fragment contained the profound profundity fragment. Just the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body alone were enough to drive anyone crazy. One of them was an Emperor Stage profundity fragment. The palace is surrounded by densely packed killing formations. How am I supposed to get in? Duanling Tian extended his spiritual energy. The moment it shrouded the palace, he discovered the terrifying killing formations. The power of these killing formations was in no way inferior to the killing formation at entrance number 2. Profundity fragment. Just when Duanling Tian was feeling wary, a blade sex disciple exclaimed excitedly. He dove down and dashed toward the palace, wanting to be the first to enter. As the saying went, the early bird gets the worm. Perhaps, in his opinion, the first person to enter the palace would have a higher chance of finding Emperor Wu's body and obtaining the profundity fragment in Emperor Wu's body. Whoosh! The blade sex disciple was extremely fast. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the palace and dashed toward the entrance. Ha ha! The blade sex disciple stood outside the palace and laughed excitedly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he dashed toward the entrance. When the young powerhouses from the other forces saw the blade sex disciple making his move, they were eager to make their move as well. However, what happened in the next moment caused fear to appear on their faces. They immediately became obedient. The blade sex disciple flew out. However, before he could even get close to the entrance of the palace, it was as though he was blocked by an invisible force. Boom! In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the blade sex disciple's body mysteriously exploded and turned into a bloody rain that splattered in front of the entrance of the palace. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the only thing that could be heard was the sound of people sucking in cold air. It's an inscription formation. Soon after, someone regained his senses. The way he looked at the gigantic palace changed completely. The way everyone looked at the palace was no longer as though they were looking at a pile of rare treasures. Instead, it was more like they were looking at a ferocious and terrifying beast. Their eyes were filled with fear. There's a killing formation around the palace. How are we going to get in? Many young powerhouses frowned. They had a troubled expression on their faces. The treasure was right in front of them. However, it was still a problem whether they could make it in alive. Since that Emperor Wu left this place behind and asked us to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from his body, it's impossible for him to reject us. Chapter 988. Indeed. Since Emperor Wu left such a place behind, and his body is inside, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to not let us in. Many people agreed. Ha! Just when everyone was at a loss over the killing formation that enveloped the palace, Duanling Tian's spiritual energy that he extended out discovered an inkling of something. He discovered something. After the blade sex disciple was killed by the killing formation that shrouded the palace, the killing formation seemed to have completed its mission. It gradually faded away before it disappeared. Don't tell me that the killing formation that the martial emperor set up outside the palace can be broken as long as someone offers their life as a sacrifice? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was no stranger to the idea of breaking a formation with a blood sacrifice. As long as the inscription master who set up the killing formation had the intention, he could set up the killing formation so that it could be broken with a blood sacrifice. As long as someone died under the killing formation would automatically be broken. Lucky young people, welcome. Just as Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their faces to turn slightly solemn. After the killing formation is broken, a polyphony formation has been activated. Duanling Tian's spiritual force noticed this at the first possible moment. It's the voice of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. At once, the group of young powerhouses present recognized the owner of the voice. Ever since they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they had heard this voice a few times. Soon after, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse that left a message in the Polyphony formation resonated again. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the killing formation is broken. Lucky young people, all of you can enter now. The voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse did not contain any emotions. It was extremely cold. The blood sacrifice is complete? When the group of young powerhouses present heard the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they were stunned before they regained their senses. Horror dawned on them one after another. If that's the case, does this mean that it was that blade sect's disciple who used his own life to break the killing formation for us? According to the message left by the Emperor Wu, it was obvious that one of them had to die in order to break the killing array. Fortunately, I wasn't in a hurry to go in just now. Otherwise, I might have been the one to use the blood sacrifice array. It's too cruel. A person's life is required to be sacrificed in order to activate the killing formation outside this palace. Perhaps, the inside of the palace is even more dangerous. The young experts present discussed animatedly. Their brows were filled with fear. They were afraid of the palace left behind by Emperor Wu. They were afraid of the dangers that might exist inside. Even Zhua Yu and Su Qing didn't act rashly after hearing Emperor Wu's message. Let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled at Feng Tianwu, then called out to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. He nodded at Peng Bao and took the lead to dive down. Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. She trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. As long as Duan Lingtian was by her side, she would not be afraid even if she had to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. In her opinion, even if she had to die, she would have no regrets as long as she could die by the side of the person she loved. Let's go. Huang Daniu and the other two did not hesitate this time. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu moved, they followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and opened a path with his spiritual energy. He flew straight to the entrance of the palace and arrived in front of the magnificent door in just a moment. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the door. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the door. Suddenly, he exerted his strength. Rumble! 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 Suddenly, the door opened slowly. It was majestic. Let's go! After opening the door, Duan Lingtian called out to the four people beside him and took the lead to fly in. Whoosh! 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 Feng Tianwu and the other three followed behind Duan Lingtian. Their figures instantly disappeared behind the door that was not fully opened. They completely disappeared before the eyes of the people outside. They're fine. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Let's go in as well. Nangongyi raised his eyebrows. He flew out with Nangong Chen and entered the palace through the open door. Let's go. Zhang Yan and Xian Bei brought the surviving emotion-severing sect's disciples and Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. Subsequently, Peng Bao, Zhua Yu, and Su Qing also brought the Anika sect's and North Nether sect's disciples and followed them in. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the palace. As soon as he entered, his spiritual energy detected the dense aura fluctuations of inscription formations that were emitted from within. Among them, there was an inscription formation that practically enveloped the earth and sky regions that they had to pass through. Illusory formation. Duan Lingtian came to a halt. As he muttered to himself, his face turned solemn. This was because the inscription formation he discovered earlier was this illusory formation. If he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to go through it. As long as he entered the illusory formation, he would fall into an illusion. As for where he would end up after he passed through the illusion, it was not something he could control. Illusory formation? Feng Tianwu and the other three who were following behind Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's whisper and could not help but be shocked. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Yes, it's an illusory formation. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, "This illusory formation does not have any lethality. It's similar to the illusory formation we've experienced earlier. It's only used to separate us so we can search for treasures in this palace." Illusory formation was the abbreviation of illusory formation. If we want to enter the palace, we'll have to go through it. Therefore, I'm afraid the four of us will have to part ways here. Duan Lingtian said. What's that Emperor Wu trying to do? He's always trying to separate us. I still want to be with you and reap more benefits. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily, "How would I know what he's trying to do?" Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Huang Daniu complaining to him. He rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. Then, everyone has to be careful. Zhang Shouyong said. Yes. Su Li nodded. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu who was next to him and said through voice transmission with a solemn expression, if it's not necessary, don't activate or cast the fire profundity again. Otherwise, the energy of the fire spirit body in your body will surely erupt and even harm your life. Okay. Feng Tianwu heard the concern in Duan Lingtian's words, and her drop-dead gorgeous face revealed a rare smile that could captivate all living things, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly absent-minded for a moment. 2 wisps of crimson red suffused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her in a daze, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. She was extremely embarrassed. Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze awkwardly and touched his nose embarrassedly. Then he changed the topic. All of you can go in first. Let's go. Let's go look for that Emperor Wu's body. If I can find it, I'll be rich. Huang Daniu cried out excitedly and flew out. Almost at the same time when Huang Daniu flew out, his figure was concealed by clouds of black mist that appeared out of thin air and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. He had officially activated the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first. Su Li entered the illusory formation after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. Then, Zhang Shouyong followed suit. Elder brother Duan, you have to be careful too. Feng Tianwu warned Duan Lingtian. She only entered the illusory formation after getting Duan Lingtian's promise. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 2 figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 2 of them. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Duan Lingtian nodded at the 2 of them as a greeting. Then, without waiting for their response, he flew into the black mist and disappeared before the eyes of the Nangong brothers. It's the illusory formation again. Nangong Yi frowned as he looked at the familiar black mist before him. Does this mean the 2 of us are going to be separated again? Earlier when he first entered, he was separated from Nangong Chen due to the illusory formation at the bottom of the stone stairs on the side of the high platform. After that, they only met again after exploring Emperor Wu's secret treasure for half a month. Moreover, they had to rely on their telepathy. As twin brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen could sense each other's approximate location as long as the distance between them was not too far apart. Telepathy. Nangong Chen reminded him coolly. Yes, telepathy. How could I forget such an important thing? With our telepathy, we can definitely sense each other's location in this palm-sized palace. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up when he heard Nangong Chen's reminder. Idiot! Nangong Chen replied coolly. Then, before Nangong Yi could react, he flew out and entered the illusory formation that was shrouded in black mist before he disappeared. You're the idiot! Nangong Yi snapped back to his senses and cursed before he followed in with a dissatisfied expression. Soon after, Zhang Yan and Xian Bei arrived as well. It's the illusory formation again. Although they were shocked by the illusory formation before them, the 2 of them did not hesitate and flew into the illusory formation directly. Then the disciples from 5 Element Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect entered one after another. Among the disciples from the 6 major forces that entered from entrance number 2, only the disciples from the 4 major forces survived. As for the disciples from the other 2 major forces, they were all killed. After the group of people from entrance number 2 disappeared into the illusory formation, the group of people from entrance number 1 arrived late and appeared in the palace one by one. The leaders were Su Qing and Zhua Yu. Let's go! Su Qing called out to the 3 surviving North Nether Sect's disciples and flew into the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I hope you're really hiding something when you used your spirit weapon earlier. Otherwise, if I find out that the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons that you cast after using your spirit weapon is your full strength, I'll definitely kill you. After Su Qing and the others entered, Zhua Yu's eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 989. If Duan Lingtian used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. He was confident he could kill Duanling Tian. With the 4th level void transformation concept that he had comprehended and his cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation, his strength would be equivalent to the strength of 1,620 ancient horned dragons once he used his spirit weapon. In his opinion, his strength was more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than Duanling Tian. If he still could not kill Duanling Tian, he would not deserve to be the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect. When Duanling Tian fought with Lei Zhong, he seemed to have used a few types of concepts. Moreover, their levels were quite high. Zhua Yu's eyes gleamed as he recalled the scene when Duanling Tian fought with Lei Zhong. He thought to himself, perhaps, it's because concept is more important than origin energy when he unleashed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using his spirit weapon. Therefore, after using a spirit weapon, the increase in strength from the spirit weapon is not strong. Zhua Yu was even more certain when he thought of this. Now, I just need to confirm it. Once I confirm that Duanling Tian's strength is only 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashes his full strength, I'll be able to kill him myself before the people from Azumo sect kill him. Zhua Yu's eyes were filled with greed when he thought of this. He was greedy for the profundity fragment in Duanling Tian's hand. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not know about Zhua Yu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by Zhua Yu's judgment. Just as Zhua Yu thought, Duanling Tian's strength was indeed more important than origin energy. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons was the limit of the strength that Duanling Tian could exert at this moment. First the grassland and now the desert? In the illusory formation, Duanling Tian was in a vast desert. All he could see was yellow sand. There was no green or blue at all. Young man, head east. Just as Duanling Tian was looking around, not knowing where to go, a familiar yet strange voice came into his ears. It was the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the secret treasure of the Emperor Wu. East. After the prompt, Duanling Tian knew the destination of his trip. He stepped into the air and flew towards the east at lightning speed. Duanling Tian originally thought that this time would be the same as last time, where they would go all the way to the end. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. Young man, north. Young man, west. Young man, southwest. The message left by the Emperor Wu in the polyphony formation, coupled with the illusory formation that Duanling Tian was in, was clearly transmitted into Duanling Tian's ears, causing Duanling Tian to be exhausted from running around. Finally, Duanling Tian reached the end. Where did that Emperor Wu powerhouse lead me to? Why did I have to change directions so many times? Duanling Tian walked out of the illusory formation curiously. After walking out of the illusory formation, what appeared in front of Duanling Tian was a long corridor that was extremely spacious. On both sides of the long corridor, there was a row of neat stone rooms. There was a statue at the entrance of each stone room. It was either a human-shaped statue or a beast-shaped statue. They looked so lifelike that they could be mistaken for the real thing. These stone rooms. Out of curiosity, Duanling Tian approached the first stone room and poked his head out to see what was inside. With just a glance, he saw that there was a stone platform in the stone room that was not very spacious. There was a sword on the stone platform. It was an extraordinary sword. A Grade 2 Spirit Sword. Duanling Tian, who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could tell the grade of a spirit weapon with just a glance. Ordinary people would need to test the grade of a spirit weapon to verify it. There's a Grade 2 spirit sword here? Duanling Tian was stunned for a moment before he strode into the stone room. Although this sword is only a Grade 2 spirit weapon, the material used is not bad. I can keep it. At the same time, Duanling Tian was about to enter the stone room to keep the Grade 2 spirit sword. As soon as he stepped into the stone room, horror dawned on his face. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of wind whistling entered his ears in just a blink of an eye, accompanied by a thick and heavy fist. To be more precise, it was a stone fist. The human-shaped statue standing at the entrance of the stone room had moved. As soon as Duanling Tian entered the stone room, it threw a punch at Duanling Tian at lightning speed. The human-shaped statue's fist was surrounded by blue waves that contained a vast and rolling energy that seemed to be able to break everything. Whoosh! Unfortunately, As Duan Ling Tian raised his hand at lightning speed, the human-shaped statue's stone fist was easily caught by him without any pressure. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian's face was calm. He did not feel any pressure at all. Bang! At this moment, the human-shaped statue moved again. It took a step forward and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Subsequently, its other leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning and attacked towards Duan Ling Tian's lower body. The blue ripple rose sharply and seemed to have transformed into a rolling and stormy wave that charged towards Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above its head stirred and finally gathered into 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the human-shaped statue's attack was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. 7th level Void Interpretation? 1st level Advanced Water Concept? Although the human-shaped statue's speed was fast, it was like the speed of a turtle in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was not worth mentioning at all. Duan Ling Tian casually kicked out with only origin energy, and it easily broke the human-shaped statue's leg that was attacking him. Bang! The human-shaped statue's broken leg flew out and crashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of gravel and stone chips. Bang! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's hand shook and punched back. The vast energy swept towards the human-shaped statue and shattered it, turning it into stone chips that filled the sky. At the same time, 10 origin stones and a blue fragment appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The blue fragment was, naturally, the water concept fragment. The inscription formation in the statue is hidden really well. I didn't intentionally use my spiritual energy to investigate earlier, but I didn't discover anything. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. 10 mid-grade origin stones and a first-level water concept fragment. My gains are not bad. Duan Ling Tian was very satisfied that he could obtain such gains with just a casual punch and kick. After taking the grade 2 spirit sword in the stone room, Duan Ling Tian walked to the next stone room. There was a pill bottle in the next stone room. I wonder what kind of pill it is. Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian ignored the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room and quickly rushed into the stone room to grab the pill bottle in his hand. When he opened it, he found that there were 3 pills inside. Grade 2 life recovery pills? The purity is less than 70%. Trash. Frowning, Duan Ling Tian casually threw the pill bottle on the ground and looked at the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills in disdain. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely scold Duan Ling Tian for being a wastrel. That was a grade 2 life recovery pill. A high-grade healing pill. Ordinary people might not even have it even if they wanted it. However, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the grade 2 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70% was a piece of trash. A complete piece of trash that was not even worth mentioning. He, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of refining medicine, had already condensed a grade 1 pill fire and became a noble grade 1 alchemist. As long as he had enough medicinal herbs, let alone a grade 2 life recovery pill with high purity, he could even make a grade 1 life recovery pill with high purity without any pressure. However, Duan Ling Tian thought the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills were trash, but the beast-shaped statue guarding the entrance of the stone room did not think so. Almost at the same time when Duan Ling Tian threw the pill bottle away, the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room moved. The flames on its body surged as it flew towards Duan Ling Tian. This beast-shaped statue had the same strength as the human-shaped statue from before. It could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not even need to use his concept. He merely swept out with his 3rd-level void transformation stage origin energy, and it was enough to completely crush the energy on his body and destroy him. Boom! 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 The beast-shaped statue that was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian turned into a pile of flying rocks and piled up into a small hill. Before this, Duan Ling Tian had made his move at lightning speed and took the 10 mid-grade origin stones and the first-level fire concept fragment that dropped from the beast-shaped statue. Are there any treasures that are tempting? Duan Ling Tian swept along the long corridor. All the statues at the entrance of the stone room were destroyed by him along the way. All the stone rooms were turned upside down by him. However, he only managed to collect some grade 2 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons. As for the pills, he threw them away casually. Even a precious healing elixir like a grade 1 life recovery elixir was no exception. It was thrown away by him like trash. According to Duan Ling Tian, Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 spirit weapons could not be refined. Even if a Grade 2 or Grade 1 spirit artifact was slightly inferior, it could still be reforged. However, it was impossible to reforge pills. Pills with low purity, even if they were Grade 1 pills, were an eyesore to him. He did not even bother to throw them into his spatial ring. Is this the end? Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian found himself at the end of the long corridor. As he swept his way, the statues at the entrance of the stone room became stronger. However, in the face of his powerful strength, even the stronger statues could not withstand a single blow from him. They were all shattered by him easily. There's another stone room over there. When he reached the end of the long corridor, Duan Ling Tian saw a stone room in front of him. It was an independent stone room. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian walked over. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian sensed a slight fluctuation of an inscription formation. He knew that he must have activated one of the inscription formations. Young man, congratulations on entering the 4-entry 1 stone room. If you're the only one left in the circle of light after an hour, you can enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure you deserve. 4-entry 1 stone room. Chapter 990. Halo? What's a halo? Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked around. However, he did not see the halo mentioned by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. However, at this moment, he noticed a faint light suddenly shot out from the stone room in front of him. It enveloped him and formed a halo. At this moment, he was completely enveloped by the halo. After an hour, I'll be the only one left in the halo. Then, I'll be able to enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure inside? Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention elsewhere now that he had the halo. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered something. Apart from the long corridor that he had walked through, there was another long corridor in each of the other 3 directions of the 4-entry 1 stone room. Don't tell me there's another 3 people? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian vaguely guessed the origin of the name 4-entry 1 stone room. 4 to 1. 3 out of 4 would be eliminated and 1 would enter. It seems like I'll have to wait for an hour when there's only 1 person left in the halo. Then, the 4-entry 1 stone room will officially open. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. I wonder who the other 3 people are. Duan Ling Tian looked at the other 3 long corridors with a gleam in his eyes. They're not here yet. It's obvious that they're not strong. It's impossible for them to be Su Qing, Zhou Yu, and Peng Bao. It's a good thing that I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that stupid stone man. At that time, my reputation would have been completely ruined. All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated from one of the long corridors and entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It made Duan Ling Tian's expression turn strange. What a coincidence! The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he looked towards the corridor where the voice came from. At the same time, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. Duan Ling Tian. After the tall and sturdy young man walked out of the corridor, he saw the purple-clothed young man standing not far away. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Dainyu, we are really fated to meet. Seeing the sturdy young man, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was none other than Huang Dainyu. Haha. Duan Ling Tian, it seems that my luck is not bad. Even the heavens are helping me, allowing me to meet you here. Let's go. Help me get rid of those broken stone men. I want those spirit artifacts and those bottles of pills. Huang Dainyu said with shining eyes. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew what the stone man Huang Dainyu was talking about was. It was none other than the human-shaped statues that he had destroyed along the way from the long corridor behind him. Those statues couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. However, to Huang Dainyu, some of the statues were existences that were hard to defeat. Let's go. Thinking that there was still almost an hour before the opening of the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, Duan Ling Tian followed Huang Dainyu and entered the long corridor that Huang Dainyu came from. Once again, Duan Ling Tian destroyed the human-shaped and beast-shaped statues that Huang Dainyu couldn't handle one by one. As for Huang Dainyu, he was enjoying the fruits of Duan Ling Tian's labor. He kept the spirit artifacts and pills in the stone rooms one by one with a smile on his face. Dainyu, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing how happy Huang Daniu was, Duan Lingtian decided to pour cold water on him to wake him up. Ha! Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. It's the independent stone room at the end of the long corridor. Only one person can enter. Including you and me, there are a total of 4 people competing. Duan Lingtian told him everything he knew. F***CK. What kind of F***king luck do I have? I can't believe I'm assigned to compete with you. I wonder who are the other 2 unlucky fellas like me? Huang Daniu could not help but curse after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke. Daniu, you've changed so quickly. Who was the one who said he's lucky and that even God is helping him by allowing him to meet me here? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu with a faint smile on his face. He clearly remembered what Huang Daniu said when they first met. Well, I didn't know there was a special stone room at that time. I'm so unlucky to be assigned to the same room as a freak like you. Huang Daniu smiled wryly. Very soon, he recovered. Fortunately, there are 2 unlucky fellas accompanying me. Let's go and see who the other 2 unlucky fellas are. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu returned to the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, they noticed 2 young men standing there. The atmosphere was heavy. The 2 young men stood facing each other. The smell of gunpowder could be felt coming from them. It was only when Duan Lingtian appeared that both of them shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, their faces changed completely. Duan Lingtian. One of them gulped hard, and his face was pale. The other person was not any better. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in his eyes as though he had encountered a ferocious beast. How boring. I thought it would be someone from a second-rate force. I didn't expect it to be the 2 of you. Huang Daniu was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel disappointed when he saw the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he knew why Huang Daniu said that. He wanted to see a second-rate force's disciple being humiliated in front of him. Who knew the person who was assigned to the same room as them was not a second-rate force's disciple? Duan Lingtian had some impression of the 2 people in front of him. One of them was an emotion-severing sex disciple, and the other was a secular disciple from the Empyrean Temple. What? Are the 2 of you going to compete with me? Duan Lingtian walked into the light circle around the independent stone room at a leisurely pace. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 2 people in front of him with a faint smile. No. Of course not. I'll leave now. The 2 of them waved their hands hurriedly and retreated out of the light circle around the independent stone room as though they were escaping. Their figures disappeared into the long corridor that they came from. What a joke. This person was someone who could kill the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo sect. How would they dare to compete with him? At once, only Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were left outside of the 4-entry, 1 stone room. Huang Daniu retreated out of the light circle tactfully. Duan Lingtian, you're going to be rich this time. The treasures in this independent 4-entry, 1 stone room, must be extraordinary. Huang Daniu stood outside the light circle and looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. However, his sparkling eyes showed that he was looking forward to the treasures in the stone room. Time passed by quietly. An hour passed by quickly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the light circle around the stone room flashed, a layer of light shield rose around the light circle and shrouded Duan Lingtian and the 4-entry, 1 stone room. It seemed to have formed an independent space. Daniu, don't touch that light shield. That's a killing formation. Almost at the same time when the light shield rose, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed it and warned Huang Daniu immediately. Huang Daniu nodded solemnly and said, "The door of the stone room is open. Go in quickly." Upon hearing Huang Daniu's reminder, Duan Lingtian noticed that a stone door had appeared at the side of the 4-entry, 1 stone room that was originally closed. The stone door was pushed open and opened. After informing Huang Daniu, Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the stone room. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian entered, the stone door at the side of the stone room closed again, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Unlucky, I'm really unlucky. Huang Daniu shook his head, turned around, and left in search of another opportunity that belonged to him. Duan Lingtian passed through the stone door and entered the spacious stone room. The stone room that entered his eyes was not much different from the stone rooms that he had entered before. If there was a difference, it would be that there was no spirit weapon here, nor was there a pill bottle that stored pills. Rumble! All of a sudden, a soft sound came from behind, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. The moment Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered that the stone door behind him had closed again, trapping him in this airtight stone room. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to break through the door, rumble! 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 A series of loud noises came from above, causing Duan Lingtian to raise his head involuntarily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the ceiling of the stone room move and open by itself, opening up a way for him to leave the stone room. Young man, congratulations. You're one step closer to my corpse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed again. When the ceiling moved, it activated the polyphony formation in the stone room, allowing the voice of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, to enter his ears again. One step closer? Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the message left by the powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Soon after, he recalled his experience of advancing to the next round and seemed to have understood something. It seems like when I'm advancing to the next round, other places are also advancing to the next round. Only the person who makes it to the end will be able to see the body of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. The treasure in this stone room. Now that Duan Lingtian knew he was not trapped in the stone room, he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the treasure on the stone platform not far away. It was a plant that was planted in a flower pot. It was completely green and shone with a faint green light. To be more precise, it was a blade of grass. This is. When Duan Lingtian saw the shimmering green light on the blade of grass, he knew it was not simple. However, he could not recognize it. All he could do was search through his memories regarding the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Immortal Spirit Herb. Chapter 991. Immortal Spirit Herb. It's an immortal spirit herb. Ha ha ha. Xiongquan's dantian can be repaired. Xiongquan's dantian can be repaired. Duan Lingtian, whose face was filled with wild joy, lost his composure and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with excitement and joy. Xiongquan. That year, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Xiongquan was someone who followed him silently and did his best for him without any complaints. Even to the extent that when he was in danger many times, it was Xiongquan who helped him out and protected him. A few years later, in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xiongquan, in order to protect him, had his dantian crippled by a void initiation stage martial artist and left his side to return to his hometown. Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about the crippling of Xiongquan's dantian all these years. Even to the extent that as time passed, he felt more and more guilty in his heart. He owed Xiongquan too much. Last time, when the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition ended and he returned to his hometown, he did not see Xiongquan because of his guilt. At that time, he made up his mind. When he saw Xiongquan again, Xiongquan's dantian would be repaired. I originally thought that I would have to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu to obtain the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill to help Xiongquan repair his dantian. But I never imagined that I would encounter an immortal spirit herb here. Looking at the plant with 3 leaves before him, the excitement in Duan Lingtian's eyes was indescribable. Immortal spirit herb. A legendary medicinal herb. Even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the immortal spirit herb only existed in legends. He had only heard of it but never seen it. Today, Duan Lingtian was able to recognize the immortal spirit herb because of the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the rebirth martial emperor had never seen an immortal spirit herb before, he had heard many legends about it. He even knew some of the characteristics of the immortal spirit herb. Immortal spirit herbs had upright roots and leaves that flickered with a green glow. Most importantly, the veins on its leaves were completely different from ordinary medicinal herbs. The veins on the leaves of ordinary herbs were straight in the middle and bifurcated on both sides. The patterns on the immortal spirit grass were in the shape of a whirlpool. Strands of green light extended from the center of the whirlpool, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Because of this, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the plant with 2 leaves in front of him was the immortal spirit herb that he had been dreaming of. In the past, he knew about the existence of the immortal spirit herb and knew that it could help Xiongquan repair his dantian. However, because the immortal spirit grass was too ethereal and illusory, he never thought that he would be able to obtain it. He thought he would only be able to use the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, or even the royal grade resurrection pill to heal Xiongquan's dantian after he found the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Now that I have this immortal spirit herb, I don't need to wait for the reincarnation Emperor Wu to retrieve the resurrection pill to help Xiongquan recover his dantian. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. This immortal spirit herb has a total of 3 leaves. I only need one of them to heal Xiongquan's dantian. As for the other 2 leaves, I'll give one to Brother Zhang so that he can heal sister-in-law's dantian. Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. Zhang Shouyang's wife Wang Qiong also had her dantian damaged and could not cultivate. Perhaps Zhang Shouyang's current strength was far from his, but it was Zhang Shouyang who had saved his life in the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast. Otherwise, he would not be where he was today. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, Zhang Shouyang had saved his life. If Brother Zhang knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the immortal spirit herb as though it was a treasure. The immortal spirit herb was different from ordinary herbs. Ordinary medicinal herbs withered easily. However, the immortal spirit herb was a legendary herb. Even if it left the soil, it would not wither. Looks like I'll have to change my plan after I leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I'll return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiongquan and sister-in-law's dantian, before I look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. From the moment he killed Lei Zhong, he no longer planned to stay in the 5-element sect, nor did he plan to stay in the northern desert. He was prepared to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu during his second life. Although he did not know the exact location until now, as long as he could find a rough map of the Cloud Continent, he would be able to confirm the location of the place and retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. However, now that he had unexpectedly obtained the immortal spirit herb in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, it disrupted his plan. He decided. After leaving the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he was not in a hurry to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He would return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiongquan and Wang Qiong's dantian. As for the rest, he would make other plans later. I wonder what's up there. After putting away the immortal spirit herb, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lifted his head to look at the open ceiling. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he leaped into the air. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and left the 4-entry 1-stone room beneath his feet. He arrived at another place. This seems to be another level of the Central Palace? Duan Lingtian looked around for a while. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed. The Central Palace was located in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. His body was stored there. Most of the young powerhouses, including Duan Lingtian, had come for the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Especially the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. It was a first-rate treasure even in the entire Cloud Continent. One could imagine. After obtaining the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, even if he did not use it himself, he could still find a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse who had comprehended the corresponding profundity and do him a favor. He could even make that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse swear on the 9 heavenly tribulation to protect him for life. Once that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. In that case, it would be equivalent to having an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer. With an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer, would he not be able to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent in the future? If I'm not mistaken, this palace where the Emperor Wu powerhouse died has a total of 5 floors. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment as he recalled carefully. Although the palace he was in now only had 5 floors, Each floor was much taller than an ordinary palace. Therefore, although this palace only had 5 floors, it was exceptionally tall. Young man, welcome to the second floor of Qingfeng Palace. Since you're able to come here, you're qualified to know my title. Qingfeng Emperor Wu is my title. Just as Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and realized he had activated another polyphony formation, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Qingfeng Palace? Qingfeng Emperor Wu? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. From the moment he found out about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure to the moment he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, until just now, he knew nothing about the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, now that the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Duan Ling Tian was finally able to learn his title. As Duan Ling Tian, who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he naturally knew that the Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent had an honorific title that had accompanied him for almost his entire life. For example, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was an honorific title. Qingfeng Emperor Wu was the honorific title of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This is the second level of Qingfeng Palace. I should have been on the first level previously. Qingfeng Palace has a total of 5 levels. Don't tell me we have to go up 1 level at a time? Duan Ling Tian guessed. As though he was supporting Duan Ling Tian's guess, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice continued to reverberate. I've set up the 99 Wood Person Pass on the second level of Qingfeng Palace. The first person to pass the 99 Wood Person Pass will obtain a copper key and be able to ascend to the third level of Qingfeng Palace. After 10 breaths, the mirror image illusory formation will disappear, and the 99 Wood Person Pass will be opened. Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears clearly. Mirror image illusory formation? Upon hearing Qingfeng Emperor Wu's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. He immediately extended his spiritual energy and realized that everything around him was actually an illusion. It was all an illusory mirror image formed by the mirror image illusory formation. It did not really exist. He could only see but not touch. 99 Wood Person Pass? What's that? Wood person? In the next 10 breaths, Duan Ling Tian pondered. If it's just wood person, so what if there are many of them? If I force my way through with all my might, they'll all turn into dust. Duan Ling Tian was still very confident about his current strength. However, subconsciously, he felt that the 99 Wood Person Pass was not that simple. After all, it was a test left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. This is the second level of Qingfeng Palace. Logically speaking, the 99 Wood Person Pass should be stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first level of Qingfeng Palace. After comparing his experience on the first level of Qingfeng Palace, Duan Ling Tian secretly guessed. On top of that, the person who passes the 99 Wood Person Pass will only obtain a copper key? Isn't that Qingfeng Emperor Wu too stingy? Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. On second thought, he felt that something was amiss. This is the second level of Qingfeng Palace. Logically speaking, the value of the reward obtained from passing this level would definitely not be lower than the Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills on the first level of Qingfeng Palace. Perhaps, there's a secret behind the copper key that I don't know about. Chapter 992. 10 breaths of time was neither long nor short. 10 breaths of time passed quietly as Duan Ling Tian's thoughts flashed through his mind. After 10 breaths of time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the mirror image illusory formation around him had disappeared. At the same time, he appeared in a long corridor again. Compared to the corridor on the first floor of Qingfeng Palace, the corridor on the second floor of Qingfeng Palace seemed to be narrower. Not only that, but there were also wooden figures standing in the corridor on the second floor of Qingfeng Palace. They were particularly eye-catching. These wooden figures were in groups of 2 or 3. They were either standing on the ground or in the air. They completely blocked the path to the other end of the corridor, not allowing anyone to pass. The group of wooden figures that appeared in the corridor were particularly dull. They did not move at all for a long time. So this is the 99 wooden figure stage? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. When Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy, He soon discovered the details of each and every one of the wooden figures that blocked his way. These wooden figures were no different from the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qingfeng Palace. There was an inscription formation set up in their bodies. There were origin stones and concept fragments in their bodies as well. Although Duanling Tian's spiritual energy could not detect the exact strength of the concept fragments in the wooden men's bodies, he was still able to do so. However, it was not difficult for him to guess that these wooden figures were much stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qingfeng Palace. If that was not the case, there would be no need for them to be divided into the first and second floors. The wood that made them. It's not simple. Soon after, Duanling Tian extended his spiritual energy and discovered the density of the wood that formed the wooden figures was much higher than ordinary stones. So that's how it is. Although these guys are made of wood, their bodies are much stronger than the statues on the first floor of Qingfeng Palace. Once they attack, their movements will be more agile. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. He did not dare to underestimate these wooden figures anymore. Right. Qingfeng Emperor Wu once said that only the first person to clear the 9-9 wooden person stage would be able to obtain the copper key and ascend to the third level of Qingfeng Palace. With a flash of inspiration, Duanling Tian recalled the content of the message left behind by Qingfeng Emperor Wu. His expression abruptly changed. Damn it! I actually forgot about this. Thinking that he had wasted so much time, Duanling Tian suddenly became anxious. Why was he attracted by those wooden figures at such a crucial moment? Furthermore, he had even used his spiritual energy to investigate the background of those wooden figures. It was simply superfluous and did not distinguish between the importance of the matter and the importance of the matter. To the current him, the most important thing was to pass the 9-9 wood puppet stage, obtain the copper key, and ascend to the third floor of Qingfeng Palace. Whirlwind. Duanling Tian no longer dared to hesitate. His body flew out and seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged to the other end of the long corridor. Just as Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and shuttled through the long corridor, he was about 10 meters away from the 3 wooden figures standing at the front. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 wooden figures' stiff bodies suddenly trembled and produced a series of crisp sounds. It was as though they had been completely activated at this moment. Duanling Tian was not surprised by this. When he approached the wooden figures, his sharp spiritual energy had already discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. Moreover, he had activated the inscription formation that activated all the wooden figures in the long corridor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 wooden figures that were closest to Duanling Tian made their moves almost at the same time. They charged at Duanling Tian aggressively. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed and merged with their concepts. The moment they made their moves, they unleashed a powerful force that enveloped Duanling Tian mercilessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 wooden figures. Subsequently, they charged at Duanling Tian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Even a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept would only have the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The 3 wooden figures that possessed the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons made their moves. Their strength tore through the sky and caused the air to tremble before it set off a series of ear-piercing air explosions. As the air explosions exploded, a series of air waves swept out and transformed into a violent wind that blew Duanling Tian's purple robe and caused it to flutter loudly. Faced with the attack of the 3 wooden figures, Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He did not even look at them. Destroy! A cold voice came out of Duanling Tian's mouth. Nobody knew when, but a 3-foot-long blade that was completely condensed from khaki energy appeared in his slightly raised hand. He suddenly shook it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, a series of swift sword whistles that sounded like a storm resonated one after another. They rose and fell one after another without stopping. Whoosh. When the sword whistles disappeared, Duanling Tian's other hand swept across the sky and easily grabbed the dozens of mid-grade origin stones and 3 concept fragments that appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, Duanling Tian continued to charge towards the next wave of wooden figures. As soon as Duanling Tian charged out, The 3 wooden figures that were originally charging towards him in a menacing manner exploded in the air and transformed into pieces of wood that fell down like rain. Smack! 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 As soon as the hundreds and thousands of pieces of wood that the 3 wooden figures transformed into fell to the ground, another rain of wood began to fall not far away. It did not stop for a long time. Whoosh! 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 The swift purple figure disappeared on the spot and appeared in the depths of the long corridor in the next moment. Whoosh! 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 Every time he appeared, there would be a series of ear-piercing sword-whistling sounds. Immediately after, a rain of wood would fall from the sky. Everywhere he passed, the long corridor was covered with countless pieces of wood. I've already killed 78 of them. 3 more to go. 99 wooden stages. 9981. So that's how it is. As soon as he came to a realization, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he charged towards the last 3 wooden figures that were charging towards him. Once again, he transformed into an extremely swift purple lightning. The 3 wooden figures with 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above each of their heads exploded with the power of origin energy and concept on their bodies. Their thunderous attacks blasted towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Just in time. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use the 3-foot-long sword that was condensed from the khaki energy to deal with them. Instead, he used the most direct method. He punched out with both of his fists. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian punched out with both of his fists at full force. 2 waves of khaki energy that was intertwined with purple lightning and green wind swept out. On top of that, it also emitted waves of sharp aura that belonged to the sword concept. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the narrow long corridor, and a series of obvious echoes reverberated in the air. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. At the same time, the energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's fists swept out without any reservation. It carried an overwhelming force as it annihilated the 3 wooden figures' attacks easily. Wherever the energy passed, the 3 wooden figures' attacks were completely crushed. Even the 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust and completely disappeared from this world. Boom! 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 When the last 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air, causing the entire second floor of Qingfeng Palace to tremble. It was as though the ground was shaking. Whoosh! 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 The airwaves that rolled out in all directions set off gusts of strong wind. The broken wood in the long corridor was lifted up, and a long rain of wood began to fall again. At the end of the long corridor, a purple figure stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered in the wind. It was a purple-clad young man with a cold gaze. He stood there like an invincible god of war. Copper key. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately fell on a stone platform outside the long corridor. The stone platform stood there alone, and it faintly revealed a sense of desolation. On the stone platform, there was a copper key lying there all by itself. The copper key was crescent-shaped. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was completely different from an ordinary key. The long years did not seem to have left any traces on it. The 3rd floor. I have to go up from here? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the top of the high platform. The ceiling there was exactly the same as the one he saw in the 4-way stone room on the 1st floor of Qingfeng Palace. The surroundings were not sealed, and it was obvious that it could be moved. It hasn't opened yet? Don't tell me the ceiling will only open the way to the 3rd floor of Qingfeng Palace if I take the copper key away? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He no longer hesitated and flew out like a goshawk before landing steadily on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian casually lifted his hand and grabbed the copper key. It hasn't opened yet? At the same time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the ceiling. However, he noticed that the ceiling did not move at all. Instead, the stone platform beneath his feet began to tremble. What's this? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stone platform beneath his feet with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, he noticed that an inscription formation had been activated on the stone platform beneath his feet. Not only that, but the inscription formation also released a strange energy that swept towards the long corridor that he came from. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet become empty. The stone platform flew out from the ground and rushed into the long corridor that he came from as soon as it left his feet. This is Chapter 993. The stone platform was not big. In just a blink of an eye, it was surrounded by thousands and thousands of wood shards. The wood shards kept rolling around before they finally transformed into a human shape and formed a brand new giant wooden man. What kind of inscription formation is that? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He was shocked. He could clearly sense it when he extended his spiritual energy earlier. As the inscription formation on the stone platform released a strange energy, the thousands and thousands of wood shards that were piled up on the long corridor began to move restlessly. When the stone platform flew closer, the wood shards seemed to be summoned by something as they rushed toward the stone platform and formed a giant wooden man. This wooden man was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. Its entire body was uneven, but it could not hide the majestic aura that was emitted from its body. There's no origin stone in the stone platform. There's only a concept fragment. The wood shards came from the previous wooden men. They were tainted with origin energy from the mid-grade origin stones that were originally in the wooden men's bodies. But now, the sparse and extremely weak origin energy in these pieces of wood seems to be drawn into the stone platform by something. It's that inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian, who was puzzled, was shocked when he discovered something. The inscription formation on the strange stone platform actually emitted an extremely terrifying suction force that absorbed the traces of origin energy on the thousands upon thousands of pieces of wood. In just a short moment, the origin energy on the wood shards was completely absorbed by the stone platform. It seemed to have become the giant wooden man's heart as it continued to grow stronger. Boom! Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that he extended out suddenly discovered the origin energy that was being absorbed by the stone platform. It trembled before it completely exploded. In just an instant, a milky white flame surged out of the giant wooden man that was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. It was as though it could burn everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons clearly appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with just his origin energy. It's equivalent to the strength of a third-level void transformation martial artist using just his origin energy. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. As far as he knew, if it was only mid-grade origin stones, then no matter how many there were, the inscription formation formed from them would at most be able to mobilize the origin energy of a martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. It was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, the giant wooden figure that did not have any origin stones in its body was able to exert origin energy that was comparable to a third-level void transformation stage martial artist. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel astonished from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this was completely illogical. The origin energy in the giant wooden man's body came from the broken pieces of wood. The origin energy accumulated in the broken pieces of wood came from mid-grade origin stones. Logically speaking, even if all of the origin energy in the broken wood were to fuse together, it would still be impossible to display such a powerful strength. After all, the origin energy came from mid-grade origin stones. Mid-grade origin stones have a huge restriction. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for them to display such a powerful strength through an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could only attribute this to one reason. It seems like it can only be because of the inscription formation in the strange stone platform. That mysterious and strange inscription formation is not even in the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have any records of the inscription formation in his memory, he could find out about it from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the inscription Dao. The inscription formation in the strange stone platform was extremely powerful. To be able to combine the weak origin energy in thousands of broken pieces of wood and accumulate it into such a powerful origin energy, that inscription formation is simply heaven-defying. There was a hint of dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although he did not understand the inscription formation at the moment, he had an extremely crazy idea based on the theory of the inscription formation that was currently displayed. If such an inscription formation can be used on a human martial artist, let a human martial artist master the inscription formation and absorb the origin energy of other human martial artists and accumulate the origin energy of all human martial artists. Then, after the origin energy of all human martial artists has been greatly enhanced, it can be unleashed. How terrifying would that be? Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. His scalp went numb. If this idea could really be realized according to his idea, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire Cloud Continent. At that time, the iron law that no matter how many people there were on Cloud Continent, it would be impossible for the weak to defeat the strong would be completely broken. For example, if the origin energy of 100 first-level void transformation stage martial artists could be gathered together through an inscription formation like this, and the accumulated origin energy would be raised to the limit to the 7th-level void transformation stage. A 4th-level void transformation stage martial artist who could normally easily kill 100 first-level void transformation stage martial artists would be instantly killed by the 100 first-level void transformation stage martial artists who were raised through the inscription formation in just a blink of an eye. If this inscription formation can really be realized on a human martial artist, I only need to gather 109th level void transformation stage martial artists and accumulate their origin energy. Through this inscription formation, I'll definitely be able to raise the accumulated origin energy to the martial monarch stage. At that time, it's not impossible for 109th level void transformation stage martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Such a crazy idea rose in Duan Lingtian's mind, and his mood swayed along with it. In fact, based on the current situation, although 109th level void transformation stage martial artists gathered together sounded terrifying, the deterrent force was far inferior to a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Once a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was faced with 109th level void transformation stage martial artists, he could choose to defeat them one by one and kill all of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists. However, if he could use the inscription formation in the strange stone platform on one of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, he would be able to gather the origin energies of the other 99 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, accumulate, and raise their strength. At that time, it might not be a dream for his origin energy to be raised to the 3rd level martial monarch stage, or even the 4th level martial monarch stage. Such strength was enough to kill a 1st level martial monarch stage powerhouse. There's strength in numbers. This was undoubtedly an iron law on Earth in my previous life. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, the strongest weapon specialist on Earth, I would definitely die if they threw kitchen knives at me at the same time. When he was at his peak in his previous life, although he was known as the strongest weapon specialist on Earth, it was impossible for him to block 100 kitchen knives that were flying at him from all directions. However, on Cloud Continent, there's strength in numbers, but it's only limited to martial artists with similar strength. It's undoubtedly a big joke to want to defeat someone stronger as the weak. For example, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be fearless even if he were to face 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists. Even if he were to fight head-on, it would only be the 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists who would die and not the first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In terms of cultivation base, the martial artists on Cloud Continent would experience a huge leap every time they advanced to a new level. Wanting to rely on numbers to defeat someone stronger as the weak was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, if this inscription formation can be used on human martial artists, it's not impossible for 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists to join forces to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as flames of desire and desire rose within them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a swift and ear-piercing sound of wind whistling came and instantly woke Duan Lingtian up. By the time Duan Lingtian reacted, a gigantic fist had already arrived before his eyes. It was just inches away. This made it impossible for him to defend with all his strength. He could only mobilize as much strength as he could to defend himself. Boom! The result was self-evident. Although Duan Lingtian, who was unprepared, managed to mobilize the strength of several hundred ancient horned dragons in a hurry, he was still crushed by the strength contained in the gigantic fist. After the terrifying strength suppressed Duan Lingtian's strength, it landed on Duan Lingtian's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It mercilessly sent Duan Lingtian flying. Barf! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying, felt his internal organs tremble. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. At the same time, his body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow. It was only after he mobilized his origin energy with great difficulty that he managed to slow down the speed of his flying. Boom! Even so, he still crashed into the wall on the second floor of Qingfeng Palace. His internal organs trembled violently again from the impact, and the blood in his body kept churning. Boff boff. Duan Lingtian spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. The origin energy in his body was agitated and somewhat out of control. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the sound of air exploding due to the compression of the airflow entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with it, there were gusts of wild wind that swept across the ground in all directions. Whoosh! At the same time, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard. It swept towards Duan Lingtian as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. The gigantic fist appeared again. It was the gigantic wooden figure that attacked Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face changed. The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slammed the body of the sword against the wall behind him, and the strength that he mobilized in a hurry swept out. In an instant, Duan Lingtian was pushed back by the rebounding force, and he barely dodged the gigantic wooden figure's punch. Boom! Chapter 994. At this moment, the sturdiness of Qingfeng Palace's walls was apparent. The giant wooden figure's punch that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons smashed on the wall forcefully. Not only did it not penetrate the wall, but it did not even leave a fist mark on the wall. It was obvious that the walls of Qingfeng Palace were made of a special material and were extremely sturdy. 7th level advance wind concept? Duan Lingtian, who dodged the giant wooden figure's punch with the rebounding force, could only feel fear in his heart. When he looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above the giant wooden figure's head, his eyes could not help but focus. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The giant wooden figure had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when its origin energy was fully unleashed. Right now, it had merged its wind concept into its origin energy and transformed it into a gust of green wind that twined around its body. It displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. In other words, its wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. It was the 7th level advance wind concept. Duan Lingtian took out a life recovery pill that he refined himself and consumed it. The high-purity life recovery pill allowed his injuries to recover by more than half in just a blink of an eye. Although there were still some injuries in his body, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he used his full strength to crush the giant wooden figure. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Facing the giant wooden figure that was charging at him again, Duan Lingtian had a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand trembled and suddenly charged out. In an instant, the 3 divine dragons that were formed from the origin energy that had fused 4 types of concepts whizzed out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed as 6 beams of extreme light shot out and left 6 holes on the gigantic wooden figure. Whoosh! However, the giant wooden figure was not a real human after all. After being pierced by Duan Lingtian, it was still so fierce and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. I almost forgot. It's just a wooden figure. It doesn't have any vital points at all. Duan Lingtian, who mistook the wooden figure for a human martial artist, could not help but smile wryly. He no longer used the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Instead, he charged at the giant wooden figure in a flash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of sword howls that sounded like a storm resounded out of nowhere. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that shot out at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic wooden figure was broken into countless pieces of wood and separated again. For a time, only the strange little stone platform was left floating in the void. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had been vigilant all this while trembled slightly. He immediately noticed that the inscription formation in the strange stone platform had a strange movement again. It was trying to pull the broken wood on the ground again. It was obvious that it wanted to reassemble into a new giant wooden man and attack him again. Humph. Duan Ling Tian, who had learned his lesson, naturally would not allow it to succeed. With a raise of his hand, a vast energy shrouded the stone tablet as it ruthlessly landed on it. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, and the stone tablet trembled. Although it wasn't destroyed, the energy from the inscription formation on it slowed down slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Duan Ling Tian quickly put the stone platform into his spatial ring. After the stone platform was put into the spatial ring, the broken wood that had just risen from the ground fell back to the ground. At once, the scene returned to its original calm state. I'll put the stone platform away first. I'll study it when I have the time. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was secretly making plans. If the inscription formation can really be used on human martial artists and achieve the effect of winning with numbers and defeating the strong with the weak, perhaps I can consider establishing a force. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. As he thought about it, his eyes gleamed brightly. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to envision himself leading tens of thousands of void transformation stage martial artists everywhere. Even a martial monarch powerhouse would have to retreat. Just the thought of such a scene made his blood boil. Rumble! 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 Not long after Duan Ling Tian put away the strange stone platform, a series of loud noises resonated and entered his ears clearly. At the same time, the ceiling above his head opened, and the path to the third level of Qing Feng Palace appeared before his eyes. There's still no movement in the other two long corridors. It seems like the two of them can't make it here. Duan Ling Tian rose into the air. When he left the second level of Qing Feng Palace, he purposely glanced at the other two long corridors other than the one he came from. It was quiet there, and he could not hear any movement at all. It was apparent that the two young powerhouses did not have the ability to make it through the long corridors filled with wooden figures. To think that I was worried that someone would beat me to it and obtain this copper key and the opportunity to go to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. It seems like I was overthinking. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the crescent-shaped copper key in his hand. His tone was filled with emotion. A moment later, he left the second level of Qing Feng Palace and appeared on the third level of Qing Feng Palace. Rumble! 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 When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the third level of Qing Feng Palace, the ceiling of the second level of Qing Feng Palace closed again with a loud noise as though it was preventing someone from coming up again. Young man, congratulations on coming to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. Once you pass the test on the third level of Qing Feng Palace, you'll obtain a silver key. When Duan Ling Tian realized that he had activated the polyphony formation again, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Silver key. Upon hearing Qing Feng Emperor Wu's words, the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. First, it's the copper key, and now it's the silver key. I wonder if there's a gold key? However, Duan Ling Tian also knew that he had no choice but to follow Qing Feng Emperor Wu's instructions. Unless he did not want to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. While Duan Ling Tian was making his way up level by level in Qing Feng Palace, the situation of the other people in Qing Feng Palace was similar. Naturally, most of them were eliminated on the first, second, and third level of Qing Feng Palace. The test on the third level was undoubtedly much more difficult than the test on the second level. In addition to having to pass a specific test, one would have to risk one's life to fight in the end. Only the person who remained would obtain the silver key and successfully advance to the next level. In a spacious hall on the third level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 figures stood facing each other in a corner. The smell of gunpowder was extremely strong, as though they were ready to attack each other at any time. Among the 3 of them, there was a young woman with a beautiful appearance. The young woman in red had a face that could topple a country. She stood there like a delicate fire elf, attracting everyone's attention. Kill! Suddenly, one of the young men shouted. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept followed like a shadow as it merged with the spirit weapon in his hand. He immediately pounced toward the red-clad woman and released the energy from the spirit weapon in his hand. In his opinion, including him, the red-clad woman who looked like she was in her early 20s was definitely the weakest among the 3 people present. She was the easiest target. In order to fight the last person without holding back, he decided to eliminate the red-clad woman first. The woman's appearance made him drool, but he was not in the mood to do so. "I'm determined to get the silver key." The young man's eyes shone brightly, and his face was filled with confidence. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and condensed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of about 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were formed. Whoosh! The other young man seemed to have discussed it with the former. When the former pounced toward the red-clad woman, he pounced as well. About 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared above his head and pounced toward the red-clad woman aggressively. Whoosh! Faced with the two people's attacks, the woman stood still on the spot. Her red dress fluttered. In this windless environment, the woman's red dress fluttered loudly due to the airwaves and strong wind caused by the air explosion caused by the two young men's attacks. Die! The two young men were from Izumo sect and North Nether sect respectively. The Izumo sect's disciple who attacked later looked at the red-clad woman with extreme ferocity and ruthlessness. Among the people from Izumo sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, only he and another person were left before they entered Qingfeng Palace. The two most outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were killed by the same person. The murderer was none other than Duanling Tian. A young powerhouse from a small third-rate force caused fear to rise from the bottom of his heart. Before the red-clad woman in front of him entered Qingfeng Palace, he had already discovered that she had a close relationship with Duanling Tian. This was one of the reasons why he attacked her. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. Ever since Feng Tianwu separated from Duanling Tian, she had gone all the way from the first level to the third level of Qingfeng Palace and passed the test. After passing the test, Emperor Wu's message clearly entered her ears. At this time, she found out that the third level of Qingfeng Palace required two people to sacrifice their lives in order to open the entrance to the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace. Faced with the attacks from the left and right, Feng Tianwu remained calm. Her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Feng Tianwu still did not make any move until the two of them were close to her. Boom! However, a monstrous flame rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused the heaven and earth energy in the air to stir before it finally gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meandered down. They were lifelike. S9th level advanced fire concept. Chapter 995. Whether it was the North Nether sect's disciple or the Izumo sect's disciple, both of them saw the scene clearly. The red-clad lady whom they regarded as a pushover did not use any origin energy at all from the beginning until the end. Without using any origin energy, just by communicating and mobilizing the fire concept, she was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the moment Feng Tianwu cast her fire concept, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons was none other than 9th level advanced fire concept. Whoosh! Whoosh! After discovering the level of the fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, horror dawned on both the North Nether sect's and Izumo sect's disciples' faces. The two of them slowed down when they were flying towards Feng Tianwu. They looked at each other tacitly and could see the indescribable fear in each other's eyes for a moment. Run! In the next instant, both of them came to a halt near Feng Tianwu and hurriedly turned around, preparing to flee. In their opinion, since Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept, her cultivation base must not be too weak. 9th level void transformation concept. Even the most powerful person among the younger generation in Izumo sect and North Nether sect had never comprehended such a high level of void transformation concept. For this reason, in their eyes, Feng Tianwu was even more terrifying than the most powerful person among the younger generation in their sect. Just as both of them were about to turn around and flee, Feng Tianwu made her move. The long red whip flew out like a venomous snake that had transformed into a red lightning bolt and bit both of them. Whoosh! The long whip pierced through the air and set off a swift whistling sound. The ear-piercing whistling sound entered the Izumo sect's and North Nether sect's disciples' eyes clearly. It caused both of them to tremble. Horror dawned on them as they hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, they were still too slow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long whip that was as swift as a red venomous snake pierced through the bodies of the North Nether sect's and Izumo sect's disciples. In just a blink of an eye, they were killed one by one. Before they could even increase their speed to flee, they were killed by Feng Tianwu's long whip in just a blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! As the two bodies fell to the ground, the long whip that was dancing like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the flame that was raging on top of her body was extinguished. The 1,100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above her head also gradually disappeared without a trace. If the North Nether sect's disciple and Izumo sect's disciple on the Yellow Springs Road saw this scene, they would definitely regret their decision to flee in the face of Feng Tianwu. Why, Feng, Nether sect's disciples you, Nether sects, Nether. The reason they fled was because they thought Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had also broken through to the void transformation stage when she comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept. If they knew earlier that Feng Tianwu was only a 4th level void interpretation martial artist, they would absolutely not be frightened to the point of fleeing in panic by Feng Tianwu's 9th level advanced fire concept. Although Feng Tianwu, who possessed the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons, was still stronger than them, they were still willing to fight it out with her. This was because the gap between them and Feng Tianwu was not that big. They could see hope. The reason they chose to flee was because they thought there was no hope at all. Looks like my fire concept is still capable of scaring others. Feng Tianwu glanced at the two bodies lying on the ground and muttered to herself. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no emotions could be seen. If these two people fought with her, she would have to spend a lot of effort even if she could kill them in the end. However, when they saw her mobilizing the 9th level advanced fire concept, they did not have any intention to fight at all. They only cared about fleeing in a wretched manner, allowing her to chase after them and kill them easily. It could be said that the reason the two of them died so quickly was entirely because of their cowardice. Soon after, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed softly. In the next moment, she saw it. The blood that continued to flow out of the two corpses on the ground like a small stream seemed to have activated something, causing waves of inscription formation aura to rise out of thin air in the surroundings. Blood sacrifice. When she recalled the message from Qing Feng Emperor Wu, Feng Tianwu did not have to guess to know what had happened. Rumble. 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 Subsequently, loud noises resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. The sound came from above her head. At that moment, Feng Tianwu's attention was attracted. She lifted her head slightly and saw the ceiling above her head gradually moving and opening up a path to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace to welcome her. Where's the silver key? Feng Tianwu did not get carried away by the pleasant surprise before her eyes. Her thoughts quickly shifted to the reward that Qing Feng Emperor Wu left on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu, the reward for the 3rd level was the silver key. She had no idea what the silver key was used for. Of course, although she did not know what the silver key was used for, she could faintly guess its significance. Otherwise, it would not have been placed on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace by Qing Feng Emperor Wu as a reward for passing the test. However, now that the door to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace had opened, the silver key reward for the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace had yet to appear. She could not help but feel anxious. Rumble. At that moment, another soft sound resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. Subsequently, she saw a green brick on the ground not far away. After being illuminated by the light from the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace, it suddenly trembled violently and rose slowly. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu lifted her hand and took the green brick. A quaint little box appeared before her eyes. Pa! Feng Tianwu picked up the small box and directly opened it. The thing within the small box was reflected in her eyes, causing her eyes to brighten, and a thick smile appeared on her face. Inside the box that she opened, there was a crescent-shaped key lying quietly. It looks exactly the same except for the color. At the same time, Feng Tianwu took out another crescent-shaped key. This key was copper in color and was in stark contrast to the silver key in the box. The 4th level. After obtaining the silver key, Feng Tianwu did not linger on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace. She leaped into the air and landed steadily on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. When Feng Tianwu reached the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace, many people passed the 3rd level's test and opened the door to the 4th level just like her. This is the silver key? It looks exactly the same as the copper key. Peng Bao's eyes lit up as he looked at the silver crescent-shaped key in his hand. Peng Bao was not the only one. Many people had obtained their own silver key and successfully reached the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. Each of them was in a different place. However, as they went up, the distance between them became shorter and shorter. On the 1st level of Qing Feng Palace, 4 people would advance to 1 person. Only 1 person could reach the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. On the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. On the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. Therefore, among the group of people who entered Qing Feng Palace, only 1 out of 8 people could successfully reach the 4th level. The 7 people who reached the 4th level were eliminated one after another. What's on the 4th level? After Duan Lingtian obtained the silver key, he left the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace where 2 bodies were lying and successfully reached the 4th level. He still felt strange when he recalled his experience on the 3rd level. This was because the test he went through on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace was much easier than the test he went through on the 2nd level. The strongest puppet he encountered on the 3rd level was only comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons when it unleashed its full strength. It was much weaker than the giant wooden puppet he encountered on the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. Perhaps the 3rd level's test is easier than the 2nd level because I still have to kill the other 2 young powerhouses and use their lives as a blood sacrifice to open the door to the 4th level. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Congratulations, young man. As long as you can pass the test on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace, you'll be able to obtain the golden key and another reward. Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears through the polyphony formation again. As expected, there's a golden key. If I can obtain it, it means I'll have the gold, silver, and bronze keys. Could it be that these 3 keys can be used to open something? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he could not help but speculate. Soon after, the test on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace began. The test on this level was no longer to deal with statues, wooden puppets, or puppets. Instead, it was to fight with the endless nature energy in the long corridor. The force of nature also included wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. At this moment, the energy swept out through the offensive-type inscription formation and blocked Duan Lingtian's footsteps. It did not allow him to pass through easily. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian charged forward violently. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows. His hands did not stop moving from the beginning until the end. His fists and palms swept out and repelled the nature energy that seemed to have transformed into a flood of beasts. The strongest of these force of nature was only extended out from the 9th level concept fragments in the inscription formation, and it contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Originally, this kind of energy was nothing to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 996. The test on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace is called the Bumpy Road. Only the person who passes through the bumpy road first will have a chance to obtain the golden key. As long as the person passes through the bumpy road, even if they don't obtain the golden key, they'll still have a chance to obtain the other reward I left behind. These were the original words left behind by Qing Feng Emperor Wu in the polyphony formation. For this reason, what Duan Lingtian had to do now was to pass through the bumpy road as soon as possible, and arrive at the other end to obtain the golden key and obtain the other reward. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu's message, there will be people competing with me this time, just like when I was on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of Qing Feng Palace. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his hands began to move even faster as he moved at lightning speed. His fists and palms contained his entire body's strength as they swept out and opened up a path in front of him. He swept away all the obstacles without holding back. When Duan Lingtian made his move, other than triggering a series of ear-piercing wind-whistling sound, it was also accompanied by a series of deafening thunderclaps. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of air explosions continued to rise and fall, setting off a series of air waves that swept out in all directions, triggering gusts of wind that swept out in all directions. The wind rose and the punch was thrown out. Boom. Duan Lingtian's punch was like a landslide. Although the turbulent waves that were charging at him contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons, they were still pushed back by his punch, causing a series of loud noises to ring out. The turbulent waves, which were the water energy transformed from the water concept through the inscription formation, were pushed back by Duan Lingtian's punch. At the same time, his entire body moved and flew out rapidly. Whirlwind. Moments later, Duan Lingtian passed through the turbulent waves and continued to fly to the other end of the long corridor. Whoosh! This time, he was met with a raging and soaring flame. When the flame shrouded Duan Lingtian, it was like a giant flame beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian into its stomach. In the face of the flame that covered the sky and covered the earth, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He threw out another punch and temporarily suppressed the flame that covered the sky, so it would not be able to reignite in a short period of time. Whoosh! The purple figure that was as fast as lightning charged forward again, and faced with the earth energy that was rolling towards him. When the earth energy shrouded Duan Lingtian, it seemed to have merged perfectly with the earth. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. Nat. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy immediately noticed this subtle change. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Not only can the 9th-level Earth concept fragments within the inscription formation condense the energy of the Earth, they can even communicate with the Earth and rely on the energy of the Earth. While he was shocked, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the Earth energy that was surging towards him. When the Earth energy shrouded him, the heaven and Earth energy in the air stirred and gathered to form the heaven and Earth phenomenon. A total of 1,500 ancient horned dragon strength appeared in a menacing manner. It was as though it wanted to completely crush him. Humph! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He swung it out and welcomed the attack. Whoosh! Wherever the short-lived sword ray passed, the earth energy was split into half. Duan Lingtian seized this opportunity to fly out and pass through the earth energy. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. When he encountered the earth energy, he would use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand to open a path. As for other times, it was more straightforward to use his fists and palms. After all, not all nature energy was like the earth energy. As long as he slashed it into half, he could easily open a path. For example, water and fire would split apart wherever the sword ray passed. However, the gap between the cracks could not allow Duan Lingtian to pass through. This was because no matter if it was water or fire, they would merge together again in an instant when they were slashed apart by the sword ray. On the other hand, slashing apart the earth energy was like slashing apart a thick and heavy rock. With a single slash of the sword, it would split into half and open a path. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian charged all the way to the other end of the long corridor. Everywhere he passed, his fist and palm prints filled the air. At the same time, it set off a series of thunderous explosions. Whoosh! 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 When he encountered the earth energy, Duan Lingtian immediately used his quasi-royal grade spiritual sword to open a path. Wherever the sword ray pointed, the earth energy would be split into half. Just a little more. Duan Lingtian, who was charging all the way, could clearly see the end of the long corridor. As long as he arrived there, he would be considered to have passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. He would then be able to obtain the golden key. With my current speed, the people who are competing with me should not be as good as me. Duan Lingtian was confident in his strength. Finally, with his powerful strength, Duan Lingtian successfully passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. He appeared at the end of the long corridor. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian passed through the long corridor, he came to a halt. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian came to a halt, two swift whistling sounds resonated in the air. Two figures stood in the distance and revealed themselves. Ha! Duan Lingtian was surprised that someone could appear at the same time as him. He could not help but stare at them. With just a glance, he recognized both of them. Su Qing and Zhua Yu. Both of them were young powerhouses from second-rate forces in the northern desert. Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Zhua Yu, the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he recognized both of them. I didn't expect to meet them here. I thought I'd have to go to the 5th level to meet them. Whether it was Su Qing or Zhou Yu, they might not be as good as him if they did not use their spirit weapons. However, once they used their spirit weapons, whether it was Su Qing or Zhou Yu, their strength would be stronger than him. If there were no accidents, their strength would exceed his by more than 20 ancient horned dragons. Su Qing and Zhou Yu were as famous as Lei Zhong, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had killed, among the young powerhouses in the northern desert. Their strength should be about the same as Lei Zhong, a 4th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 4th-level void transformation concept. Without the use of a spirit weapon, he could exert the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Once he used a grade 1 spirit weapon, he would be able to increase his strength by 87% or 88% based on his origin energy at the 4th-level void transformation martial artist's strength. It was equivalent to the strength of more than 520 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of more than 1,620 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian recognized Su Qing and Zhou Yu, Su Qing and Zhou Yu also saw Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with surprise. They did not expect to meet Duan Lingtian here. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of dread in their eyes. They had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He had killed Lei Zhong, who was as famous as them in the northern desert and whose strength was on par with theirs. At this moment, they were unsure if Duan Lingtian had held back when he activated the heaven and earth energy and displayed the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of them after using the spirit weapon. If he had held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would surpass theirs. If he had not held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would be inferior to theirs. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw their fearful eyes. He could guess what they were thinking. However, although he maintained a calm expression, he could not help but feel anxious. Now that I've unleashed my full strength and used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength is only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. It was pure luck that I was able to kill Lei Zhong earlier. That Lei Zhong underestimated me too much. He dared to attack me without using a spirit weapon, allowing me to take the initiative and severely injure him. Later on, even when he used his grade 1 spirit weapon, he couldn't unleash his full strength due to his injuries and died in my hands. It's also because he was injured. If he wasn't injured, his strength would be more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than mine. Although I'm not afraid of him, it would be extremely difficult for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly. He could not help but feel lucky when he recalled the scene of him fighting Lei Zhong earlier. Being able to kill Lei Zhong so cleanly was mostly due to his good luck. Otherwise, the battle between him and Lei Zhong would most likely end in a tie. This was because he did not have the confidence to defeat Lei Zhong, who was using a grade 1 spirit weapon at his peak. No matter if it's Su Qing or Zhou Yu, their strength is on par with Lei Zhong. If it's just one of them, I'm not afraid at all. However, if both of them attack me at the same time, I'll definitely lose. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. His eyes were filled with dread. Now, he could only hope that Su Qing and Zhou Yu would not join forces. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. I must think of a way to deal with this situation. There's a high chance that both of them will join forces. Duan Lingtian gasped once more, and his thoughts spun as he started to think of a way. However, he still could not come up with anything even after thinking for a while. What should I do? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. His eyes began to scan his surroundings. He instantly discovered the other 5 long corridors. There are a total of 6 corridors on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, including the one I came from. In other words, other than me, Su Qing, and Zhou Yu, there are 3 other people who have arrived at the 4th level? Chapter 997. Of course. If Tian Wu takes the risk to cast the fire profundity, she can also crush the earth energy that contains the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons. After all, Even the lowest level of the first level fire profundity would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons once it's unleashed. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian thought of Feng Tianwu. If Feng Tianwu completely ignored the backlash from the fire spirit body's energy in her body, she could take the risk to cast the first level fire profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the price she had to pay was extremely high. She might explode and die because of that. The might of the fire spirit body that was hidden in her body was not a joke. Including Su Qing and Zhua Yu, if the 5 young powerhouses who came to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace have the same experience as me, based on the number of young powerhouses from various forces who entered Qing Feng Palace, this should be the only place on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace that leads to the 5th level. After all, the 5th level is the last level of Qing Feng Palace. If I'm not mistaken, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body should be on the 5th level. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. He was looking forward to finding Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. He was eager to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, especially the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He wanted to obtain it even in his dreams. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Su Qing and Zhua Yu looked at each other in unison. It was as though they had discussed this beforehand. They did not move for a long time. Both of them could be considered as old rivals. They were not strangers to each other. Now that both of them appeared on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace together, even they were taken aback. Su Qing. Zhua Yu narrowed his eyes and said slowly. His eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Su Qing to determine the winner. In his opinion, as long as he defeated Su Qing, he would become the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the northern desert. There was no need for him to be on par with Su Qing. At this moment, Zhua Yu had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Zhua Yu. As a sword cultivator, Su Qing was much calmer than Zhua Yu. Faced with Zhua Yu's intense battle intent, he didn't comment at all and responded casually. Zhua Yu's expression changed when he saw the casual look on Su Qing's face. Just as he was about to flare up, a voice was transmitted into his ears, causing him to feel as though he was struck by lightning. He completely suppressed the rage in his heart. Zhua Yu, don't you think we should wait until after we kill the Duan Lingtian? What entered Zhua Yu's ears was precisely Su Qing's voice transmission. Right now, neither of us can be sure if he was holding back the strength he displayed back then. But regardless of whether he was holding back or not, we shouldn't leave him until the end. Once we make the first move, the final outcome will definitely be a lose-lose situation. Could it be that you want to wait for him to take advantage of the situation? I suggest that we join forces and kill him first. When Su Qing reached the end of his voice transmission, a hint of seriousness could be heard in his voice. I have a feeling that this Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. I feel extremely uneasy knowing that he's still alive. After Su Qing's reminder, Zhua Yu could not help but jolt back to his senses. He finally remembered the existence of the Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had almost forgotten about the Duan Lingtian. We can join forces. However, the profundity fragment in his body belongs to me. Zhua Yu looked at Su Qing and raised the price. However, Su Qing could not help but sneer when he heard his words. Zhua Yu, have you forgotten the most important thing? Today, you and I will fight here, and we will definitely decide the victor. In the end, one of us will definitely be killed by the other party. Only then will the person who survives obtain the golden key and another reward left behind by the Qing Feng Emperor Wu on the 4th level. Only then will he be able to ascend to the 5th level and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Qing Feng Emperor Wu. Since one of us will die in the end, don't you think your request is a little superfluous? Su Qing finished his sentence in one breath. Zhua Yu could not help but be stunned by Su Qing's words. After a while, he regained his senses and completely agreed with Su Qing's words. If that's the case, let's join forces and kill the Duan Lingtian first. Zhua Yu took a deep breath as he stared coldly at the purple-clad young man standing not far away. When he saw the Duan Lingtian looking left and right as though he was looking for something, he could not help but sneer. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said fearlessly, Duan Lingtian, take a few more glances. From today onwards, You're destined not to see anything in this world. When Zhuo Yu's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian's face to turn grave immediately. Zhuo Yu. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuo Yu, he could clearly sense Su Qing's cold gaze. It was a gaze as cold as a sword that was about to devour a person. Are they really joining forces? His heart could not help but skip a beat. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel his heart clench when the moment came. His face turned grave, and a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if you held back when you killed Lei Zhong earlier. Today, Su Qing and I will join forces. You'll definitely die. When Zhuo Yu saw the dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he could not help but laugh maniacally. His laughter was wanton and unrestrained. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have a certain understanding of his and Su Qing's strength. However, when Duan Lingtian heard that Zhuo Yu wanted to join forces with Su Qing, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. It was obvious he was not confident he could deal with Zhuo Yu and Su Qing. Zhuo Yu, I realize. You really have a lot of nonsense to say. Su Qing said coldly. His gaze was as cold as his voice when it landed on Duan Lingtian. You better not be careless before you kill this Duan Lingtian. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Su Qing. When Duan Lingtian heard that Su Qing wanted to kill him, his expression turned ugly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Qing was in cahoots with Zhuo Yu. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. At this moment, Su Qing and Zhuo Yu joining forces was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him. He knew he would make the same choice if he was in Su Qing's position. He would kill Zhuo Yu first, then fight it out with Zhuo Yu. The person who survived would be the biggest winner. Not only would he be able to obtain the golden key and another reward, but he would also be able to enter the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Su Qing, do it. At this moment, Zhuo Yu, who had been reminded by Su Qing, suddenly shouted and charged at Duan Lingtian together with Su Qing. Zhuo Yu moved like the wind. When he was still halfway there, he took out the Grade 1 spirit weapon he had obtained in the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was an ancient-looking full moon saber. Whoosh! As soon as Zhuo Yu made his move, he exerted all his strength without holding back. Waves of solidified green wind swept out from his body, emitting a vast and sharp aura. It merged with the full moon saber in his hand. Suddenly, the saber ray on the full moon saber skyrocketed and charged at Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was so fierce as though it was going to cut Duan Lingtian in half. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons flew out together with Zhuo Yu. When the full moon saber in Zhuo Yu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian, the speed of the ancient horned dragons accelerated. The speed of the over 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons suddenly increased. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. 4th level Void Transformation. 4th level Advance Wind Concept. Grade 1 Spirit Saber. This was the strength of Zhuo Yu, the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect. As the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect, Zhuo Yu's strength was not as simple as it seemed. In addition to his strength, he had also cultivated a set of heaven-grade saber martial skill to an extraordinary level. Aurora Mirage Saber. When the full moon saber in Zhuo Yu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian and approached Duan Lingtian, the skyrocketing saber ray converged around the full moon saber and returned to its original state. Its speed suddenly increased. Whoosh! A saber shadow flashed in the air as an extreme saber ray flashed out and went straight for Duan Lingtian's vital point without mercy. At this moment, the speed of the full moon saber in Zhuo Yu's hand was more than 50 times faster than before. It only left a saber shadow in Duan Lingtian and Su Qing's eyes. The power of the Aurora Mirage saber was clearly displayed. As soon as Zhuo Yu's body moved and charged at him, Duan Lingtian had already taken out the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword from his spatial ring. Origin energy rose and merged with the 4 concepts that followed him like a shadow before surging into the sword. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sword ray skyrocketed and emitted a series of sword chimes. In just a blink of an eye, Zhua Yu's saber only left a saber shadow before it disappeared before his eyes. *T. Duan Lingtian's face changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy to surround his body. He intended to use his spiritual energy to capture the trajectory of the saber in Zhua Yu's hand. When his spiritual energy captured the trajectory of the full moon saber, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand shook and disappeared into the air. Sword drawing technique. Whoosh. Accompanied by a short-lived sword chime, an extreme sword ray shot out. Clang. An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resonated. It was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that blocked Zhua Yu's menacing full moon saber in time. Whoosh. Chapter 998. Boom. The full moon saber in Zhua Yu's hand was surrounded by a saber ray that was completely formed by green wind. It was so overwhelming that the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword trembled. Boom, 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 boom. The strength of over 1,620 ancient horned dragons in the saber ray swept out again and again. It was like the waves behind overtaking the waves before it, suppressing the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons in Duan Lingtian's sword. As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, airwaves and gales swept out in all directions and raged. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian and his sword were pushed back a few steps by Zhua Yu's saber. The vital energy and blood in his body were in turmoil, and his face was pale. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian might be able to slightly block Zhua Yu's saber that was only over 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than him. However, Zhua Yu had made the first move and gained the upper hand. It was difficult for him to block it. With the strength of over 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than him, Zhua Yu, who made the first move, easily suppressed him. Unfortunately, the earth formation on the bumpy paths on the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace has interfered with me. I can't use the earth concept to borrow the earth energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The earth formation was the inscription formation that extended the earth energy on the bumpy paths to stop Duan Lingtian from advancing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and felt his organs trembling. He stared at Zhua Yu with a grave expression on his face. He did not continue to chase after Zhua Yu. Haha. Duan Lingtian, it seems like my previous guess was right. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons is your limit. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Zhua Yu was also looking at Duan Lingtian. He laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with contempt. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, an ear-piercing sword whistling sound rang out, and specks of sword light approached from afar, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they fell upon Duan Lingtian, as if it was raining swords. Along with the rain of swords that filled the sky, there was also a figure that looked like green lightning. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the green figure's head was exactly the same as the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zhua Yu's head. There were more than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 4th level void transformation stage. 4th level sword concept. A 1st grade spirit sword. Su Qing. Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on the green figure behind the rain of swords when he saw the rain of swords falling toward him. He shook his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and stabbed it forward. 9 dragons radiant flash. As Duan Lingtian drew his sword, 3 divine dragons that were formed from the fusion of origin energy and 4 types of concepts whizzed out at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time when the 3 divine dragons charged out, 6 extremely cold rays shot out from their 3 pairs of eyes. Their target was Su Qing, the green figure in the distance. What a powerful sword skill. The 6 extremely cold rays were so fast that Su Qing, who thought he could easily kill Duan Lingtian, narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, his eyes turned cold, and he withdrew the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand at lightning speed. Instantly, the rain of swords that covered the sky that descended towards Duan Lingtian vanished completely along with Su Qing withdrawing his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Su Qing withdrew his sword, he shook it abruptly, and sword flowers formed in front of him, forming a layer of dense sword net. Almost at the same time when the sword net was formed, clang, clang, clang. The 6 extremely cold rays landed on the sword net one by one, creating a crisp sound and setting off waves of airwaves that swept in all directions. However, they did not penetrate the sword net. They were all blocked. What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He did not expect Su Qing's sword to be so fast. Under such circumstances, he was still able to form a layer of dense sword net in front of him in time. Duan Lingtian could see that the sword net that Su Qing formed was a defensive martial skill. It was a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill. Zuayu, this Duan Lingtian is very dangerous. Let's join forces and kill him as soon as possible. Su Qing did not feel good when he blocked the 6 extremely cold rays. He only felt his internal organs trembling, and his qi and blood were surging. His eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly shouted, "Ha ha! Su Qing, it seems like you've suffered quite a bit as well." Zuayu seemed to have noticed something and laughed. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. Duan Lingtian, today, even the heavens won't be able to save you. Zuayu stared coldly at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. As soon as his words left his mouth, Zuayu's body swept out like the wind toward Duan Lingtian. The full moon saber in his hand left a saber shadow in the air before it disappeared again. Shadow Aurora Saber. This time, Zuayu used the same trick again. He cast the strongest saber martial skill that he had mastered in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Zuayu's saber swept out toward Duan Lingtian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. He wanted to reap Duan Lingtian's life. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Qing made his move as well. He charged out side by side with Zuayu. The sword in his hand once again created a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Between the two of them, one wanted to slash Duan Lingtian in half while the other wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's heart with 10,000 swords. In the sky, more than 3,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian. If such a heaven and earth phenomenon belonged to only one person, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, even if the heaven and earth phenomenon belonged to 2 people, it was still a pressure to Duan Lingtian who was injured. It was so oppressive that he could barely breathe. Split and combine formation. Faced with the merciless attacks from the 2 people, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. Origin energy merged into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and activated the inscription formation in it. The inscription formation in the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was the split and combine inscription formation. Duan Lingtian called it the split and combine formation. Once it was activated, it would split into 9 and combine into 1. At that moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand split into 9. Subsequently, his spiritual energy extended out and shrouded the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, causing them to hover in the air and revolve around his body. Ha! Su Qing and Zuayu were shocked when they saw the swords in Duan Lingtian's hand split into 9 and revolved around him. Although they were shocked, their attacks did not slow down at all. They continued to attack Duan Lingtian mercilessly. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. Faced with Su Qing and Zuayu's attacks, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was ready to perform the green sword skill he obtained from the martial monarch's treasure to control the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords to fight. As he exerted all his spiritual energy, 4 of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords flew out under his control. They emitted a sharp sword ray as they flew towards Su Qing and Zuayu. Whoosh! 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 Each of the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that flew towards Su Qing and Zuayu contained a similar amount of energy. It was equivalent to 4 Duan Lingtian attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Duan Lingtian was injured, the energy contained in each of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords was only equivalent to 1,400 ancient horned dragons. It was far from his prime. Clang! 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 As the vast energy collided with each other, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. At the same time, 4 ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding resonated in the air and entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly like thunder. A wry smile crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw Su Qing and Zuayu knocking away the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that flew out one after another. If only I had performed the 9 Tribulation Sword Control technique earlier. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. With his current spiritual energy, He could actually control 4 swords at the same time when he performed the 9 tribulation sword control technique. Once he attacked, the power was extraordinary. It was equivalent to 4 of him attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A small mistake caused Duan Lingtian to be completely in a predicament. He was exposed to Su Qing and Zhou Yu's attacks. Separate and combined formation. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian only managed to grab one of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords that was hovering in the air beside him and merged the other 8 quasi-royal grade spirit swords back into one. Sword drawing technique. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword that had merged back into one swiftly attacked. It was as though it had transformed into a sword ray that was like a storm as it welcomed Su Qing and Zhou Yu's attacks. Su Qing and Zhou Yu were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword had transformed into 9 swords. In the beginning, they thought the other 9 swords that had appeared were fake. It was only when 4 of the swords soared through the air and charged at them. Each of the swords contained the strength of over 1,400 ancient horned dragons that they realized each of the swords was real. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked again. At this moment, before they could calm down, they saw Duan Lingtian had merged the 9 swords back into one. It caused their emotions to be in turmoil again. This also caused their attacks to subconsciously weaken a little. Although it was weakened, it was still not something that Duan Lingtian who was injured could withstand. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the saber and sword swept over and collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was blasted away again along with his sword. Duan Lingtian, who was blasted away like an arrow that was shot out of the bow, tried his best to mobilize his origin energy to decelerate. However, the effect was not obvious. In the end, Duan Lingtian's body slammed hard against the wall. His internal organs were shaken and his vital energy and blood were in turmoil. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Smack! Congested blood splattered on the ground, splashing out blood flowers like dazzling red roses. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the opportunity to take out a life recovery pill that he had refined and consumed it. Just as Duan Lingtian was rapidly digesting the medicinal efficacy to heal his injuries while looking at Su Qing and Zhou Yu who were charging at him with dread, he noticed the floor beneath him was trembling. Inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy soon discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. No. To be exact, there were 2. Chapter 999. When Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the sound of the explosion, he saw a piece of the floor being blasted away by a hidden force. Whoosh! Subsequently, a stone platform rose rapidly. There was an exquisite little box on top of the stone platform. The little box was exactly the same as the one Duan Lingtian saw on the 3rd floor of Qingfeng Palace. However, the little box on the 3rd floor of Qingfeng Palace contained the silver key. Could the thing in this little box be the golden key? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and could not help but guess. When Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the little box, Su Qing and Zhou Yu, who were charging at Duan Lingtian fiercely, were also attracted by the little box. They stopped in their tracks when they were charging at Duan Lingtian. When they looked at the little box, their eyes were filled with burning desire. Whoosh! Soon after, Zhou Yu moved and charged toward the stone platform where the little box was. He had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Zhou Yu! Su Qing's expression changed, and he could not help but shout in anger. He did not expect Zhou Yu to be so shameless. He had said that he would kill Duan Lingtian first before fighting him to the death. In the end, he was the one who snatched the little box that seemed to contain the golden key. Whoosh! Instantly, Su Qing flashed out as well, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that swiftly flashed out as he moved like a bolt of lightning to obstruct Zhou Yu who wanted to take the small box. Harmph! Zhou Yu's face darkened and he snorted coldly when he saw Su Qing trying to snatch the little box that seemed to contain the golden key. Subsequently, he made his move without any hesitation and fought with Su Qing. Both of them were old rivals, and their strength was on par with each other. They were on par with each other. However, they still fought with all their might for the little box. As for Duan Lingtian, they seemed to have forgotten about him. Perhaps in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was no longer a threat. As long as any of them survived, they could easily kill him. On the other side, when Duan Ling Tian saw that Sua Yu was attracted by the small box that seemed to contain the golden key and flew towards it, he knew that his life was not in danger for the time being. For the time being, he did not show much interest in the small box that seemed to contain the golden key. Of course, this didn't mean that he wasn't interested in it. Now, even if he was really interested in it, he had no way of snatching it away from him. Soon, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the ground below him. At this moment, he was lifted into the air by the slowly rising floor. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed and descended onto the floor. With just a glance, he saw a green vine appear under the floor, and the floor beneath him was propped up by the green vine. Although there was only one green vine in front of him, it was extremely thick as an adult's thigh. That is. However, what really attracted Duan Ling Tian was not the green vine, but the purple-red fruit that was hanging on the green vine. The fruit was shining with a faint purple light. Bauhinia fruit? Duan Ling Tian searched through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, and quickly recognized the fruit before him as a spirit fruit. Moreover, it was a spirit fruit that was used by void transformation martial artists. The Bauhinia fruit was a spirit fruit that was used by void transformation martial artists. Among the spirit fruits in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Bauhinia fruit could be considered as one of the best spirit fruits used by void transformation martial artists. It was said that even a martial artist who had just broken through to the 9th level void transformation would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage, and become a martial monarch powerhouse after consuming the Bauhinia fruit after comprehending the monarch stage profundity. Based on this, one could see how powerful the Bauhinia fruit was. I'm quite injured now. Even if I unleash my full strength, I can only exert the strength of about 1,000 ancient horned dragons at most. Su Qing and Zhua Yu can easily kill me. But if I were to consume this red bud fruit, Meng Chuan thought to himself. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he looked into the distance vigilantly. When he noticed that Su Qing and Zhua Yu were fighting over the little box that seemed to contain the golden key, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian reached out at lightning speed and plucked the ripe purplish-red fruit, the Bauhinia fruit, and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing the Bauhinia fruit in 2 to 3 bites, Duan Ling Tian felt a warm current entering his body and emitting waves of powerful medicinal efficacy. What a powerful medicinal efficacy! This medicinal efficacy is far more powerful than the spirit fruit that I took from Zishang earlier. With this medicinal efficacy and the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, my cultivation base might be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation in one go. Although Duan Ling Tian had learned from Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory that the Bauhinia fruit was very powerful, he still did not believe it. However, when he consumed it, he truly felt how amazing the red bud fruit was. No. It's not just the 5th level void transformation. It's not impossible for me to break through to the 6th level void transformation. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy in the depths of his dantian, leaving his dantian and merging with his origin energy to merge with the Bauhinia fruit's medicinal efficacy, he could not help but think to himself. It was his first time seeing the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy so active. He felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood as it guided his origin energy to flow through his meridians at lightning speed. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Roving Dragon Form. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian hastily sat on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the 9th level wind concept fragment and hold it in his hand. One must know that when he cultivated the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept would increase as well. In his body, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and Bauhinia fruit guided his origin energy to circulate one cycle after another according to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. The originally loose bottleneck leading to the 4th level void transformation became even looser after being hit a few times. It was as though he was only a few more hits away from breaking through. Boom! 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 After a few more hits, Duan Ling Tian felt a soft pop sound coming from his body. The bottleneck leading to the 4th level void transformation was broken. His origin energy swept out and underwent an earth-shattering change. 4th level void transformation. The origin energy that had transformed did not stop because of this. Under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and Bauhinia pill, its speed did not slow down at all. It continued to circulate one cycle after another according to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose at an extremely terrifying speed. However, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were not on the elevation of his cultivation base. He could clearly feel that his wind concept had changed, but it was not a change that occurred after a breakthrough. Wind concept doesn't seem to have a breakthrough. It's just that I feel like there's another energy in it. A power that's ready to burst out at any time. What's that? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian tried to communicate with the energy that was born in the wind concept. Soon after, he felt a scorching aura being transmitted to him. Subsequently, a violent and scorching energy soared and enveloped his entire body. However, this fiery red energy did not cause any harm to him. Fire. Fire concept. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stared blankly at the energy that was born from the wind concept that surrounded his body. To be more precise, it was the fire concept. Wait. The level of this fire concept seems to be the same as the wind concept? After probing for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered a shocking fact. The fire concept that was born from the third-level advanced wind concept that he comprehended was actually the same as the wind concept. It was also at the third-level void transformation concept. In other words, the fire concept that he had just comprehended was directly at the third-level advanced fire concept. Isn't the roving dragon form, the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, too abnormal? Not only did it allow me to nurture the fire concept with the wind concept, but it's even nurtured such a high-level fire concept. Moreover, there seems to be some kind of connection between the fire concept and the wind concept. It's as if the fire concept would have a breakthrough after the wind concept has a breakthrough. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was shocked. If it's really like this, I don't have to comprehend another fire concept at all. As long as the wind concept improves, the fire concept will improve as well. Perhaps by the time I comprehend the wind profundity, the fire concept will also evolve into the fire profundity. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened again. It was as though it was going to jump out of his chest. What's that? The commotion at Duan Lingtian's side finally attracted Su Qing and Zhua Yu's attention. Both of them clashed once again and retreated quickly. They were not in a hurry to attack each other again. Both of them had a tacit understanding as they looked at the other side. Over there, a thick green vine that propped up the floor appeared clearly in front of their eyes. With their eyesight, they could clearly see a new gap on the green vine with just a glance. It was as though someone had plucked something from it. Spirit fruit. Both of them looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. Both of their expressions changed at the same time. The spirit fruit was plucked by Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me the spirit fruit is the other reward that Emperor Wu Qingfeng left on the 5th level. Both of them were shocked. They clearly remembered the message that Emperor Wu Qingfeng left behind. The message stated that there was another reward other than the golden key on the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. As for what the other reward was, Emperor Wu Qingfeng did not say clearly in his message. Due to this reason, they did not pay much attention to the reward from the beginning. Chapter 1000. Damn it! The spirit fruit was taken by Duan Lingtian first. I don't think he has the time to consume it yet, right? Zhua Yu's expression was grave, and his body was trembling in anger. Whoosh! Compared to him, Su Qing was much more straightforward. He immediately flew out like a sword and charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time he shouted coldly, "Duan Lingtian, hand over the spirit fruit!" At this moment, whether it was Zhua Yu or Su Qing, they were not surprised by the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was also the fire concept. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not use the fire concept when he attacked them earlier. Their attention was completely focused on the spirit fruit that Duan Lingtian had plucked from the green vine. In their opinion, since the spirit fruit was the reward for the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, it must not be an ordinary spirit fruit. When Zuoyu saw Su Qing had arrived at Duan Lingtian's side and was about to kill Duan Lingtian and take the spirit fruit away with him. This Su Qing. Damn it! Horror dawned on Zuoyu's face. The origin energy on his body surged, and the wind concept followed him like a shadow. With just a thought, he was ready to chase after Su Qing. However, the moment he took a step forward, he suddenly froze on the spot. It was as though something unexpected had happened. How's this possible? Zuoyu, who had stopped moving, shuddered for no reason. His eyes stared into the distance, filled with endless fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, it was as though he had seen something that he could not believe. In the distance, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face as he faced the sword that contained the strength of over 1,620 ancient horned dragons and Su Qing, who wanted to kill him as soon as he made his move. However, the depth of his eyes was filled with extreme coldness. You're seeking death. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Even though his body was still heavily injured, he was still able to fight back. However, he knew that even if his current injuries were even more serious, it would still be effortless for him to kill Su Qing. Facing Su Qing's sword, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned completely cold. 9 dragons' radiant flash. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that appeared out of thin air in his hand suddenly flashed out. His target was Su Qing, who was charging at him menacingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian drew his sword, 3 earth-yellow divine dragons surrounded by red flames, green gales, purple lightning, and fierce sword intent appeared out of thin air and pounced toward Su Qing. At the same time that the 3 divine dragons pounced, the green astral wind pierced into the red flames, causing the flames to suddenly soar. The fire was fueled by the wind. At the same time, the speed of the 3 divine dragons increased. Their 3 pairs of eyes flashed, and 6 flashes of extreme light shot out, producing a series of short-lived piercing howls. In front of Su Qing's eyes, the 3 rays of light that shot out from the yellow dragon's eyes disappeared the moment they appeared. T. Su Qing's expression changed drastically at once. Unfortunately, this was destined to be the last expression he would show in his life. At the moment when Su Qing's expression changed, a hideous bloody hole appeared in each of his 6 vital points, including the space between his brows, throat, and chest. 6 blood arrows shot out and landed on the ground. Blood splattered as though they had transformed into dazzling red roses. Whoosh! 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 After the 6 rays of extreme light pierced through 6 vital points on Su Qing's body and killed him, they continued to fly out rapidly and crashed into the wall on the side of the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace. One must admit that the wall on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace was really sturdy. Even if Duan Lingtian executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash with his current strength after breaking through and swiftly shot out 6 extreme flashes, he was unable to leave even the slightest trace of a mark on it. Boom! Finally, Su Qing's body fell into a pool of blood. He no longer made a sound. The strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in North Nether Sect was dead. How's this possible? No. Impossible. This is impossible. The scene stuns Wuyu, who was about to fight with Su Qing for the spirit fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. When Zuoyu took a step forward, he happened to witness the scene in front of him. He was so shocked that his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. He could no longer move. What a powerful energy! The eyes of the injured Duan Lingtian lit up immediately after he killed Su Qing. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of more than 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This was because Duan Lingtian was injured. Otherwise, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely be more than this. However, even if it was just a small number, it still made Zuoyu, who was standing in the distance, in a daze. Horror filled his eyes. Run! 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 At this moment, this was the only thought left in Zuoyu's mind. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zuoyu moved like a bolt of lightning and dashed toward the corridor furthest away from Duan Lingtian. He wanted to escape from there. That corridor was also where the bumpy road test that he had gone through when he came here was located. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian noticed Zuoyu's movement immediately. At this moment, A smirk crept up the corner of his mouth. Zhua Yu had been coveting the profundity fragment in his hand since the first time they met. If Zhua Yu was not worried about Su Qing and Lei Zhong in the beginning, he might have already attacked him when they first met. In addition to the fact that Zhua Yu wanted to kill him earlier, it was even more impossible for him to let Zhua Yu go. As Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he planned to perform the 9 Dragons' radiant flash again. In his opinion, with his current ability, if he performed the 9 Dragons' radiant flash, he would be able to kill Zhua Yu with the 6 ultimate flashes before he could escape. However, just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected accident happened. Boom, boom, boom. Duan Lingtian shook the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Just as he was about to make his move, a wave of turbulence came from his internal organs. Horror dawned on his face before it turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, an intense pain spread throughout his body, causing him to feel as if he had lost all his strength. Clang! In the end, Duan Lingtian could only use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to support his shaky body on the ground. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhua Yu's silhouette disappearing into the corridor in the distance, he no longer had the strength to chase after him even though he was unwilling to do so. At this moment, the inside of his body was in a complete mess. When Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses, he finally realized what had happened after he used inner vision for a while. It's because of this. After knowing the reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly with a helpless expression on his face. As it turned out, the reason why his internal organs were in turmoil and the sharp pain that spread throughout his body caused him to lose all his strength was because of this. It was caused by the origin energy that had merged with the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit. To be more precise, it was because of the origin energy that had broken through again. Initially, when his cultivation base had broken through to the 4th level void transformation, he had allowed his origin energy to form an autonomous circulatory cycle and circulate it according to the roaming dragon form mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. This way, it would not affect him in any way. However, he never imagined that the yuan energy that was suddenly extracted from him when he killed Su Qing would cause the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to display its might. Together with the medicinal strength of the redbud fruit, it would lead his yuan energy to accelerate to the limit. In just a short while, he had broken through the bottleneck to the 5th level void transformation, helping him to break through to the 5th level void transformation in one fell swoop. After his cultivation base had broken through to the 5th level void transformation, his origin energy had transformed as expected. After the breakthrough, his origin energy was guided by the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit. Its speed was much faster than before. This also broke the circulatory cycle that Duan Lingtian had allowed his origin energy to circulate on its own. The origin energy went astray and injured his meridians, causing his body to be in a mess. As a result, Duan Lingtian was severely injured again. The injuries that originated from his body caused Duan Lingtian to lose all his strength. He could only watch as Zhua Yu left. Now, I can only hope that Zhua Yu can't find a way to leave. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He did not dare to think about what would happen next. When he felt the origin energy in his body still rampaging and causing him to feel intense pain, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and began to soothe the restless origin energy. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roaming Dragon Form. Under Duan Lingtian's soothing, the origin energy that was guided by the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit finally returned to normal and began to circulate normally. At this moment, Duan Lingtian consumed another life recovery pill to heal his injuries. The injuries on his internal organs healed rapidly. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian once again allowed the origin energy in his body to circulate on its own. He then flew out and headed in the direction that Zhua Yu had left. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the bumpy road. As he passed through the bumpy road in reverse, he was warmly welcomed by the nature energy. However, since his strength had increased greatly, the bumpy road was like walking on flat ground to him. He did not feel any pressure at all. Where's Zhua Yu? After passing through the bumpy road, Duan Lingtian did not see Zhua Yu. In the end, he sensed the aura of an inscription formation in a corner. This inscription formation, through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian easily knew the function of the inscription formation in the corner. It was a one-way inscription formation. Usually, it would only appear at the entrance and exit of certain special places. One could only exit but not enter, and one could only enter but not exit. There's a path here as well? Duan Lingtian took a step forward and activated the inscription formation. It transformed into a faint light shield that covered the large floor in the corner. Rumble! Rumble! Chapter 1001. Zhuayu must have left from here. If I chase after him, it'll be difficult for me to come back. Duan Lingtian looked at the entrance of the stone staircase that was covered by a faint light shield. His expression was grave. The light shield in front of him was formed by a special inscription formation. No matter who it was, as long as they passed through it, their aura would be remembered by it and they would not be able to pass through it again. Since this inscription formation was created by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, only a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could destroy it by force. Otherwise, they would have to obey its rules. If Duan Lingtian passed through the light shield formed by the inscription formation and entered the entrance of the stone staircase, he would not be able to catch up with Zhuayu. He might not even be able to catch up with Zhuayu. Even if he managed to catch up, he might not be able to return to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, let alone go to the 5th level to look for Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. According to Duan Lingtian's deduction, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body should be on the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace. I might not be able to come back if I chase after him. I might not be able to catch up with Zhuayu and kill him. If I don't chase after him, Zhuayu will definitely be able to leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure alive. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. Once Zhuayu leaves Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the 3 major second-rate forces, Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect will definitely know that I killed Su Qing, Lei Zhong, and Lei Jun. Su Qing is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. He's also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. If the North Nether sect finds out that I killed him, they'll definitely not let me go. As for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, they're the 2 most outstanding young disciples in Izumo sect. Lei Zhong is the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect while Lei Jun is the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. It's inevitable that Izumo sect and I are like fire and water. Perhaps I didn't directly offend the Anika sect, but once the people from the Anika sect find out that my only son is on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace and might be able to ascend to the 5th level to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, they won't let me go either. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. There was no doubt that the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert would target him because of Zhuayu's departure. At that time, not only would he have to face a group of powerhouses at the peak of the void from the 3 great second-rate forces, but he would also have to face 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 great second-rate forces. After all, each of the 3 great second-rate forces had at least 1 martial monarch powerhouse. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt great pressure. Should we give chase and take a gamble? Perhaps. I can catch up to Zhuayu. However, if I do that, I might not be able to catch up to him. If that's the case, not only will I have to give up the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, but the 3 great second-rate forces will also target me. The thoughts in Duan Lingtian's mind changed rapidly. In the end, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Forget it. Provoking 3 second-rate forces or provoking 1 second-rate force doesn't make much of a difference to me. I'll just deal with whatever comes my way. Before he entered Qingfeng Palace, he had already admitted that he had killed Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. Then, he had also killed Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. From that moment on, he had completely offended Izumo sect. Unless he could kill all the witnesses at that time. Otherwise, Izumo sect would find out that he had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun sooner or later. I'm not even afraid of Izumo sect. Why would I, Duan Lingtian, be afraid of North Nether sect and Anika sect who are equally as famous as Izumo sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. For a moment, a strong and fearless confidence radiated from his body. Since he had thought it through, Duan Lingtian no longer thought about Sui Yu's escape. So what if it's the three great second-rate forces? Duan Lingtian, am not afraid of them. Duan Lingtian, who was full of confidence, turned around and walked toward the bumpy road. After passing through the bumpy road easily, he once again entered the central area of the fourth level of Qing Feng Palace. A body lay quietly in the central area of the fourth level. It was Su Qing's body. Not far from Su Qing's body, a green vine extended from the ground and lifted up a piece of the floor. On the other side, a stone platform stood where the floor was lifted up. There was an exquisite little box on it. It was the box that seemed to contain the golden key. You've saved my life too. Duan Lingtian moved and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone platform where the little box was placed. At the same time, he reached out and picked up the little box. Pa! As Duan Lingtian opened the little box, a golden crescent-shaped key appeared before his eyes. This golden key was exactly the same as the silver key and the copper key in his hand. The only difference was the color. I've finally gathered all three keys. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he took out the other two keys and stacked the three keys together. When the gold, silver and copper crescent-shaped keys were stacked together, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formation. It came from the three keys. There's an inscription formation on these three keys? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. When the three keys were stacked together, he realized he had combined and activated the inscription formation on the three keys. Rumble! 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 Subsequently, a series of loud noises came from the top of Duan Lingtian's head and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and saw it clearly. The ceiling above the central area of the fourth level was slowly moving and opening the door to the fifth level of Qing Feng Palace for him. Not only that. Boom! Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, after the door to the fifth level opened, a huge box fell and landed not far away from him. It was a box that was completely black and looked extremely ordinary. However, it gave Duan Lingtian an extraordinary feeling. This is ink steel. Having another one would not help him at all. Chapter 1002. Ink steel was a necessary material to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons. It was extremely precious. Back then, in order to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons, Reincarnation Emperor Wu had racked his brains to obtain a limited amount of ink steel. The amount of ink steel was not even 1% of the ink steel that was used to forge the box. This sword... Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took out the fiery red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He held it in his hand and swung it gently. Bas! The 5-foot-long fiery red flexible sword vibrated and let out a clear sword chime that was pleasing to the ear. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword after all. Duan Lingtian quickly put it away. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to put away the box that was completely made of ink steel. To him, this was a real treasure that he would need to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons in the future. Currently, Duan Lingtian had the intention of preparing for a rainy day. 3 keys to open the door to the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace and open the box that contains the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian glanced at the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace. In the end, he did not go up directly. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate. Heal. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do now. In his opinion, if he was not mistaken, the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace should be where the body of Qing Feng Emperor Wu was located. According to the tests that Qing Feng Emperor Wu had set up in the lower 4 levels of Qing Feng Palace, it was not difficult to guess that the test on the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace would be even more difficult. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the body of Qing Feng Emperor Wu. I'm injured now. Moreover, I haven't fully digested the medicinal efficacy of the amethyst fruit. I should wait until I'm done cultivating and my injuries are healed before I challenge the 5th level. After Duan Lingtian made up his mind, he focused on cultivating and healing his injuries. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the redbud fruit's medicinal efficacy in the origin energy that flowed in his meridians had completely vanished. At this moment, his cultivation base had just reached the bottleneck of the 6th level void transformation stage. It's already not bad to be able to hold on for so long. Even so, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised by the violet spike fruit's medicinal effect. Although the violet spike fruit's medicinal effect is gone, the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal effect is still able to circulate the origin energy in my body at the same speed. Break through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the 6th level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Roaming Dragon Transformation. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian raised his cultivation base, he did not forget to heal his injuries and comprehend his concept while holding the 2 concept fragments. Fragments of concept of wind were naturally indispensable. Currently, the improvement of his wind concept was equivalent to the improvement of his fire concept as well. Therefore, he would not let go of any opportunity to raise his wind concept. As for the other 3 concepts, he mainly comprehended the earth concept. The reason he made such a choice was very simple. The earth concept could borrow the earth energy through communicating with the earth. If the earth concept encountered a bottleneck, he would comprehend the thunder concept from the remaining 2 concepts because the thunder concept was at a higher level than the sword concept. He would comprehend concepts as he cultivated. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's injuries were recovering rapidly under the medicinal effect of the life recovery pill. He soon recovered to his prime as though he was never injured. Duan Lingtian's body that was sitting cross-legged suddenly trembled slightly. Subsequently, he opened his eyes and a bright light flashed through his eyes. At the same time, his face was filled with surprise. The 6th level void transformation stage. I've finally broken through. Yes, the medicinal effect of the rebirth pill has also returned to my dantian. As Duan Lingtian was mumbling to himself in surprise, a milky white flame rose from his body and caused the heaven and earth energy above his head to stir. In the end, the stirring heaven and earth energy condensed and transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and wriggled down lifelike. 400 silhouettes. 500 silhouettes. 600 silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes continued to rise until it reached 800 silhouettes. The origin energy of the 6th level void transformation stage was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. There's still the concept. When Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, the earth concept appeared and merged with the origin energy, causing the origin energy to transform into waves of khaki energy that twined around his body. When the earth concept appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky turned into 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Unfortunately, due to the impact of the bumpy road on Qingfeng Palace's 4th level, I can't borrow the earth energy here. Otherwise, I'd be able to increase the strength of another 50 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and glanced at the 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above his head before he sighed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. At that instant, the khaki origin energy trembled and emitted waves of sharp aura. It was none other than the sword concept. When the 9th level intermediate sword concept appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky changed again and turned into 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Boom! 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 A series of muffled thunder reverberated in the air. Subsequently, purple lightning that twined around the khaki energy appeared. 1st level advanced thunder concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. For a time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky changed again and turned into 1,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Subsequently, the purple robe on Duan Lingtian's body fluttered, and waves of deep green wind swept out. At once, another 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Accompanying the appearance of the green wind was a vast flame that filled the sky, causing another 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes to appear in the sky. It was the 3rd level advanced wind concept and the 3rd level advanced fire concept that was born from it. At that moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head had already formed 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It was majestic and breathtaking. All of this did not end because of this. As the green wind merged with the flames soared again. The wind concept was infused with the fire concept. At once, another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. It was the fire concept's 50% increase in strength under the method of infusing the wind concept with the fire concept. 2,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes hovered above Duan Lingtian's head, causing Duan Lingtian to narrow his eyes slightly. If I use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword again. With just a thought, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he had been using earlier. As Duan Lingtian's energy merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred, and 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage. When his origin energy fully exploded, the strength it contained was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword's amplification was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gathered above Duan Lingtian's head and fell into his eyes, constantly impacting his eyeballs. Nothing was more than a feast for the eyes. The sword in my hand contains the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian held the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and stared at the various concepts that were fused with his origin energy. His face was filled with heartfelt excitement. If I borrow the earth energy as well, my strength is equivalent to the strength of 3,050 ancient horned dragons when I unleash my full strength. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart surged. Whoosh! Without anyone noticing, Duan Lingtian stood up and stood with his sword in hand. The purple robe on his body fluttered without the wind. His body emitted a strong confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. A 9th level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. Without a spirit weapon, his full strength is equivalent to the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons. If such a martial artist doesn't use a spirit weapon, I'm not afraid at all. However, if he uses a spirit weapon, I'm far from being a match for him. Even if he's only using a grade 2 spirit weapon. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was undoubtedly of a very high grade. It could even double his strength. However, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 6th level void transformation stage. The double boost on his origin energy was only equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. However, a 9th level void transformation martial artist would have the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons if he fully unleashed his origin energy. Even if he only used a grade 2 spirit weapon with a 78% boost, he would still be able to increase the strength of 930 ancient horned dragons. The boost was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. I can't believe that my strength can achieve such a breakthrough after coming to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. Initially, my full strength was only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. Now, I can exert the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. My strength has almost doubled. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged. He could not calm down for a long time. After a while, he lifted his head and looked at the door that led to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Now, it's time for me to go up and find out. No matter what test Emperor Wu set up above, I'll pass them one by one. I'll get the 3 profundity fragments from his body. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. He flew up into the air and entered the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace, which was also the last level. When Duan Lingtian entered Qingfeng Palace, Zuoyu left the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Not only did Zuoyu leave Qingfeng Palace, but he had also left the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure and returned to the entrance that he came from. Whoosh! After entering the entrance that belonged to him, Zuoyu entered the illusory formation again and rushed back the way he came. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how you're going to escape from the 3 major sects. Chapter 1003. In the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. On the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace, 2 figures walked side by side. They shuttled through every corner of the 2nd level as though they were looking for something. There's nothing on the 2nd level. Isn't that Emperor Wu a little too stingy? The red-clothed young man furrowed his brows and cursed. Unlike the red-clad young man, The blue-clad young man next to him had a calm expression. His eyes were cold as though he did not hear the red-clad young man's words. If someone was here and saw these two young men, they would definitely be shocked. This was because these two young men looked exactly the same. Their identities were obvious. They were the Nangong brothers from the Five Element sect. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling reverberated from the sky, causing Nangong Yi's expression to change. As for Nangong Chen, he reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed in the direction of the sound. What's that? Nangong Yi, who was slow to react, could not help but look at Nangong Chen curiously. Nangong Chen, who had a calm expression and a cold gaze, had a complete change of expression when he opened his hand that grabbed the item that fell. A look of surprise appeared on his face. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. Profundity. Profundity fragment. Looking at the two fragments in Nangong Chen's hand, Nangong Yi was stunned for a moment before he gulped hard. One of the two fragments in Nangong Chen's hand was shrouded in purple energy while the other was shrouded in khaki energy. The Thunder Profundity Fragment. The Earth Profundity Fragment. Before the Nangong brothers could recover from their surprise, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears clearly. Congratulations, lucky young man. It's because someone failed to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from my body in time after opening the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. For this reason, the inscription formation that I left behind activated on its own and drew the 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments out of my body to an activated drop point on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace. I've set up densely packed drop points on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace with an inscription formation. Once the inscription formation is activated, the drop points will be activated automatically. The voice that entered the ears of the Nangong brothers was not unfamiliar to them. They could tell that this was the voice of the Emperor Wu expert, who left behind the secret treasure of Emperor Wu. Even the palace they were in now was left behind by Emperor Wu. After regaining their senses from the martial emperor's message, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi could not help but look at each other. For a moment, they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This works too? The 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace had drop points set up by Emperor Wu with an inscription formation. Everyone on the 4th floor could activate the drop points? The 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments would appear at one of the drop points through the inscription formation? And now, it just so happened to appear at the drop points that they had activated? Our luck is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Nangong Yi gulped hard when he regained his senses. His breathing was rapid as he spoke with some difficulty. Yes. This time, Nangong Chen nodded in agreement, which was rare. But why isn't it the water profundity fragment? Nangong Yi said in a slightly frantic manner. Of the 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments, one was the Earth profundity fragment, and the other was the Thunder profundity fragment. However, Nangong Chen could use the Earth profundity fragment. As for the Thunder profundity fragment, it was destined to be handed over to the sect. I wonder which unlucky bastard did not retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body in time after activating the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace. Soon, Nangong Yi seemed to know what was done was done. He was no longer angry. When he recalled the person that Qingfeng Emperor Wu mentioned, he gloated. If he wasn't unlucky, the 2 profundity fragments would have been his, not ours. It was rare for Nangong Chen to say such a long sentence. Compared to the excitement of the Nangong brothers, Duan Lingtian, who had ascended to the 5th floor from the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace, was very depressed. All of this originated from the message that Qingfeng Emperor Wu left behind. Young man, although you've arrived at the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace, you didn't come up after activating the 5th floor. For this reason, the inscription formation that I left behind has guided the 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments from my body to the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace to find their new owner. Duan Lingtian almost threw up blood when he heard Qingfeng Emperor Wu's words. He didn't come up after activating the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace? It was because he was worried that the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace would be dangerous. That was why he planned to ascend to the 5th floor after his cultivation base had broken through and his injuries had healed. If I knew there was no test on the 5th floor, I wouldn't have taken so long to ascend. Duan Lingtian clenched his teeth as he looked at the skeleton covered in a green robe that was close to him. The 2 monarch stage profundity fragments in Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body were gone just like that because he had arrived a little late. As soon as he ascended to the 5th floor of Qing Feng Palace, he noticed that Qing Feng Emperor Wu did not set up any test on the 5th floor. There was only one skeleton sitting cross-legged nearby. It was Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. Although Qing Feng Emperor Wu had passed away many years ago, his skeleton was well preserved. He maintained a cross-legged cultivation posture, giving off an aura of vicissitudes. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian took out the only remaining profundity fragment in Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. Unlike the monarch stage profundity fragment, this profundity fragment did not glow with energy. Duan Ling Tian held the profundity fragment in his hand. There seemed to be wisps of deep green wind surrounding it, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of pressure when he was touched by the waves of aura. He could not help but take 2 steps back in shock. This is the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian studied the profundity fragment in his hand seriously. He began to search Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and soon obtained his answer. The profundity fragment in his hand was the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, this profundity fragment should be a 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. After searching Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory again, Duan Ling Tian obtained his answer. The 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened. With this 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, it means that when I comprehend the 9th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity in the future, I'll be able to comprehend the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity in one fell swoop. Duan Ling Tian was extremely excited. After half a day, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down a little. However, his face was still filled with endless excitement and joy. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. In his world, there was only the 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment left. Gasp! After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian put the 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment away into his spatial ring with trembling hands. Only then did his excited emotions completely calm down. This is Qing Feng Palace's 5th level. There should be other treasures, right? Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian began to search Qing Feng Palace's 5th level, but he found nothing in the end. Apart from the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, there was nothing else. I'm still too greedy. This Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is comparable to all the other treasures left behind by Qing Feng Emperor Wu. A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he thought about the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. I wonder who obtained the 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. However, since I've already obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragments, it's time for me to leave. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian left Qing Feng Palace's 5th level and returned to the 4th level. Subsequently, he went down the stone staircase that Zhua Yu had left from. I wonder if I'll meet Zhua Yu again. If I do, I'll definitely kill him. Cold killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian soon arrived at Qing Feng Palace's 1st level as he walked down the stone staircase. Before he could react, he had already entered the illusory formation. Under Qing Feng Emperor Wu's guidance, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the illusory formation and left Qing Feng Palace. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian heard a familiar voice as soon as he walked out of Qing Feng Palace. When he lifted his head and looked over, he realized Huang Daniu was already waiting outside. Huang Daniu's eyes lit up when he saw him coming out. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed something else. Not far away from Huang Daniu, a young man was hovering in the air. His expression was extremely grave. When Huang Daniu greeted him, the young man's body began to tremble as if Huang Daniu was some kind of monster. He's a 5-element sex disciple? A moment later, Duan Ling Tian recognized the young man. He seems to be a Fire Peak's disciple as well. He was no stranger to Fire Peak. Hu Fei, the person he killed when he first entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, was a Fire Peak's disciple in the 5-element sect. Moreover, he was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Daniu and asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian, how are you going to thank me this time? Huang Daniu chuckled. Thank you? Thank you for what? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned as he asked in confusion. What if I say, I found the person who spread the fake news about you obtaining the profundity fragment? The smile on Huang Daniu's face grew even brighter. You found that person? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked by Huang Daniu's words. Chapter 1004. It's you. In an instant, cold gleams shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he was about to devour someone. That's right, it's me. After the Fire Peak disciple was terrified to the extreme, he seemed to have lost his cool. He clenched his teeth and stared at Duan Lingtian before he braced himself and said, I don't think I know you? Why do you want to harm me? Upon hearing the Fire Peak disciple's confession, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed across them. I owe senior brother Hu Fei a life. The Fire Peak disciple said in a deep voice. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, this Fire Peak disciple was trying to avenge Hu Fei who he had killed. However, Hu Fei knew how to save people as well? He found it a little hard to believe. I can't believe that Hu Fei can get someone to owe him a life. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Huang Daniu could not help but mock him. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. At the same time, he was also the traitor of Wood Peak. In order to stand out, not only did Hu Fei betray Wood Peak who had nurtured him, he even betrayed his own master and savior. He had no reputation in the Five Elements sect at all. Now, anyone would be surprised to hear that a person like Hu Fei would save people. However, both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu did not know about this at all. The reason why Hu Fei saved this Fire Peak disciple's life was more for his own benefit. It was not purely for the sake of saving this Fire Peak disciple. Just like Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's understanding of Hu Fei was a cold-blooded animal. It was impossible for him to be merciful and benevolent. Everything he had done was for himself. Selfishness was his synonym. If that's the case, you can return your life to him, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Then, he raised his hand at lightning speed and condensed a sword ray that shot out. It was so fast that even Huang Daniu could not catch a glimpse of it, let alone that Fire Peak disciple. Puchi! A soft sound was heard. An arrow of blood spurted out from the throat of the Fire Peak disciple. The blood splattered in the air like blooming red roses. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Following that, the Fire Peak disciple's body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. Duan Lingtian's attack was decisive and merciless. So fast. Huang Daniu's pupils contracted. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. He only saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand. In the next moment, the Fire Peak disciple died. From the beginning until the end, he did not see how Duan Lingtian made his move. It seems like Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter in there. Otherwise, it's impossible for his strength to increase so much. Thinking of this, Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian with envy. To Duan Lingtian, killing the Fire Peak disciple was like doing something insignificant. All of a sudden, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Huang Daniu curiously. Daniu, how did you find out? Hee. Naturally, Huang Daniu knew what Duan Lingtian was asking about. After chuckling, he continued to say, I met him in there. I happened to hear him spreading a rumor that you obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and wanted to harm you. Then I caught him, and after a round of coercion, he finally confessed to me how he had harmed you. Huang Daniu finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He looked at Huang Daniu gratefully. No matter what, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known who was the person who tried to harm me in the dark. Although the person who spread the rumor outside Emperor Wu's secret treasure and wanted to harm him did not succeed, it was still a matter of time before this. But that matter was undoubtedly a knot in his heart. He desperately wanted to know who was the person who tried to harm him in the dark. If he did not find out who that person was, He would feel restless every time he thought about it. There was a hidden person who was harming him in this world. To him, it was undoubtedly a huge potential threat. It's nothing. It's nothing. Moreover, you gave me a grade 1 spirit weapon earlier and helped me in there. Consider it as me returning the favor. Huang Daniu waved his hand and said generously. Duan Ling Tian nodded and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Instead he asked curiously, Daniu, how long have you been out? About half an hour. Huang Daniu pondered for a moment before he replied. Whoosh. While Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu were chatting, another figure flew out of the palace. It's a disciple from a second-rate force. Duan Ling Tian, should we kill him? Otherwise, he'll spread rumors after he exits from entrance number 1. Huang Daniu stared at the figure in the distance. His eyes gleamed fiercely. No need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head under the horrified gaze of the Anika sect's disciple, who had a change of expression after hearing Huang Daniu's words. When he was brought out of the illusory formation, he had already vaguely realized it. It was very likely that Zhuayu had left Qingfeng Palace and the real martial emperor's secret treasure. It would not take long for him to leave from entrance number 1 and tell Azumo sect that he had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. Moreover, Zhuayu would also tell North Nether sect that he had killed Su Qing. Moreover, Zhuayu would definitely tell Anika sect that he had the Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment in his possession, and that he might have obtained the 3 Profundity Fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng Palace. At that time, not only would he have to face Azumo sect and North Nether sect who would seek revenge, but he would also have to face Anika sect who wanted to snatch the Profundity Fragments from him. The 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert had their eyes on him at the same time. Just the thought of it sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. To the current him, 3 second-rate forces were undoubtedly colossal existences. The Anika sect's disciple sighed in relief when he saw that Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking him. He looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully before he flew away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, people began to leave one after another. Other than the few remaining disciples from the second-rate forces, the survivors from the third-rate forces also left Qingfeng Palace one by one. Soon after, a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Xianbei. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw the young monk before him, and he took the initiative to greet him. Duan Lingtian. Xianbei felt a little awkward when he saw Duan Lingtian. Back then, when he was at Skywolf Fort, the person who challenged him to a battle had unknowingly possessed a strength that far surpassed his own. Now, he had completely lost his temper when he faced the other party. I'll take my leave first. Perhaps Xianbei felt particularly depressed in front of Duan Lingtian, so he quickly left after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. As for the Empyrean Temple's disciples who might have survived in Qingfeng Palace, he completely ignored them. Haha. Duan Lingtian, this little bald donkey is afraid of you. Huang Daniu could not help but laugh when he recalled the scene when Xianbei took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian before they entered the palace. At that time, Xianbei was high-spirited and full of confidence. However, he could only flee in the face of Duan Lingtian now. Compared to Huang Daniu's unbridled laughter, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an emotional fluctuation. Now that his strength had increased, his mentality had undergone a tremendous change. He no longer regarded Xianbei, a young disciple of the Empyrean Temple, as an opponent. With his current strength, there were only a few people in the Empyrean Temple who were qualified to be his opponent. Not long after Xianbei left, Zhang Yan also came out. After Zhang Yan came out, he saw Duan Lingtian immediately. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left. Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhang Yan's departing silhouette. He only regained his senses when Zhang Yan's silhouette disappeared before his eyes. Zhang Yan was from the Dark Han dynasty like him, and they were from the same imperial kingdom. When he faced Zhang Yan, he felt a sense of familiarity. Perhaps, it was because Zhang Yan was from the same hometown as him. Both of them were from the Dark Han dynasty, and both of them were the strongest among the younger generation in a third-rate force in the northern desert. This was enough to shock people. Moreover, he and Zhang Yan were not only from the Dark Han dynasty, they were also from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire. Silhouettes flew out of Qingfeng Palace and left one after another. Big Brother Zhang. Not long after, a silhouette flew out of Qing Feng Palace and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was none other than Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Half an hour had passed since Zhang Shouyong came out. Whoosh! At this moment, a fiery red silhouette that Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with flew out of Qing Feng Palace and arrived beside him like a fire spirit. Elder brother Duan. A soft and pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, the silhouette that was like a fire spirit stood beside Duan Lingtian. Her graceful body was filled with temptation, and her beautiful face seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Tian Wu. Looking at the lady before him, a gentle smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes were filled with love. Where's Su Li? Why hasn't he come out yet? Huang Daniu could not help but frown when he saw Feng Tianwu had come out. Let's wait a little longer, Duan Lingtian said. However, after waiting for a while, no one came out of Qing Feng Palace. Duan Lingtian and the other three still did not see Su Li. Could something have happened to Su Li? Huang Daniu's face darkened as he muttered. Don't jinx it. Maybe Su Li came out earlier than you. He left on his own because he wasn't sure if we came out or not. Duan Lingtian cursed as he spoke of his own opinion. Of course, even though he said that, he was still uncertain. Let's go out first then, Zhang Shouyong suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian and the other two did not have any objections. Subsequently, the four of them departed from the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As soon as they left the central area, Duan Lingtian and the other three parted ways. Chapter 1005. Duan Lingtian found his entrance in a spacious cave by following his memory of walking all the way from the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, this place was also an exit. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian made his move. After passing through the exit, he continued to fly out. With a flash, he realized he had returned to the boundless grassland in the illusory formation. Looking at the boundless grassland in front of him, he felt extremely peaceful in his heart. With my current speed, I can save more than half of the time compared to when I first came in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had achieved a breakthrough in his strength, was full of confidence. Subsequently, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice resonated from the polyphony formation that was integrated into the illusory formation. It entered Duan Lingtian's ears and guided Duan Lingtian in the direction to leave. If it were not for this, Duan Lingtian would have definitely gotten lost. The illusory formation was unpredictable. Although he still appeared in the grassland, there were some substantial changes to this grassland. It was completely different from the grassland he passed through last time. Not only that, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was flying in the sky above the grassland, soon discovered another problem. When I came here, there were many offensive inscription formations that were integrated into the illusory formation that attacked me. However, I don't see any trace of those inscription formations now. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hurried along. Just as Duan Lingtian and the group of young powerhouses were hurrying along in the illusory formation, at the intersection of the central area and the northern area of the northern desert, there was a Hengduan mountain range that was particularly quiet. In the sky above a valley in the Hengduan mountain range, 3 old men were sitting cross-legged in the sky. They were in a state of cultivation and turned a deaf ear to everything around them. The 3 old men sat cross-legged in the sky as though they were one with the heaven and earth. There was no distinction between them anymore. Whoosh! Suddenly, a slight wind whistling sound came from the bottom of the valley. The sound of wind whistling was not very loud, but when it entered the ears of the 3 old men, it was like a thunderclap, causing them to open their eyes at the same time. A bright light flashed across their eyes. Then, their gazes fell on the young man who had just come out of the gray light shield. Zuayu! One of them was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He looked like an immortal, but when he saw the young man, he couldn't help but frown. The young man who came out of the gray light shield was none other than Zuayu, the #1 person among the younger generation of a Nika sect. Master! When Zuayu came out, his face was still a little ugly. When he heard someone calling him, he hurriedly looked over and bowed respectfully. The old man before him was his master, Bai Yu Hai. He was also the only martial monarch powerhouse in a Nika sect. Zhuo Yu, what's going on? Why are you the first to come out? Bai Yu Hai asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, those who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would have a higher chance of obtaining the profundity fragment that their Nika sect needed if they stayed in there for as long as possible. However, his direct disciple was the first to come out. Haha. Old Bai, it seems like your direct disciple isn't that great after all. A sturdy old man nearby laughed out loud. Indeed, he's not that great. He came out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure so quickly. I don't think he obtained any profundity fragment, another old man said in a gray-robed old man's expression. The other gray-robed old man said indifferently as he looked at Bai Yu Hai with a mocking gaze. When Bai Yu Hai heard the two old men's mocking words, his face turned grave. He looked at Zhuo Yu with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. At the same time he asked in a deep voice, Zhuo Yu, did you obtain any profundity fragment? And no. When Zhuo Yu heard the two old men's words, he was shocked by his master's words. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly answered. I told you. It's impossible for him to obtain a profundity fragment if he came out so quickly. The gray-robed old man said again. Old Bai, I've always heard you boast about how outstanding your direct disciple is. Now, it seems like he's just I'm afraid he's not even as good as my useless disciple, Lei Zhong. The sturdy old man smiled at Bai Yu Hai. When Bai Yu Hai heard the two old men's mocking words, his expression turned even more grave. He glared at Zhuo Yu as though he expected better from him. Zhuo Yu could not help but smile wryly when he was glared at by Bai Yu Hai. However, when his gaze fell on the other two old men, his eyes could not help but flash with a trace of ridicule. At the same time he said bluntly, Seniors, the reason I came out so quickly is to report to both of you. Although Zhuo Yu appeared humble when he faced the two old men, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. These two old fogies were mocking his master, saying that he was useless? He was curious. What kind of expression would these two old men have when they found out the most outstanding disciples of their Azumo sect and North Nether sect had been killed? Report. The two old men were stunned when they heard Zhuo Yu's words. Even Bai Yu Hai looked at Zhuo Yu with a puzzled expression. He was curious why Zhuo Yu was in such a hurry to report to the two old men. At the same time, he could not help but glare at Zhuo Yu again. In his opinion, nothing was more important than the profundity fragment. Zhuo Yu had come out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in advance for the sake of Azumo sect and North Nether sect. It was no doubt that he was playing with the future of a Nika sect. Yes. Zhuo Yu responded to the two puzzled old men in front of him. Humph. Zhuo Yu boy, just tell us what you want. The sturdy old man snorted. Zhuo Yu boy, you rushed out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in such a hurry. Don't tell me you want to tell us that our disciples have obtained a profundity fragment? The gray-robed old man looked at Zhuo Yu and asked nonchalantly. Haha, that's possible. The sturdy old man burst out laughing again when he heard the gray-robed old man's words. Bai Yu Hai, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression on his face. Seniors, before I report to you, I hope you'll be mentally prepared. Zhuo Yu maintained a humble expression on his face, but there was a hint of gloating in the depth of his eyes. Let's see how long you two can be smug for. Mentally prepared? Mentally prepared for obtaining a profundity fragment? You don't have to worry about that. Zhuo Yu boy, I've already prepared for that. The sturdy old man smiled. He did not notice the gloating in the depth of Zhuo Yu's eyes. However, the gray-robed old man noticed it. He frowned as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, What's the matter? Seniors, please restrain your grief. Zhuo Yu did not hesitate and said bluntly, Restrain your grief? The moment Zhuo Yu's words left his mouth, Bai Yu Hai's expression froze. As for the other two old men, their expressions changed. Zhuo Yu boy, what do you mean by that? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the sturdy old man or the gray-robed old man, they were no longer as casual as before. They had a serious expression on their faces, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. Senior Tong Shan. Zhua Yu first looked at the sturdy old man, the Azumo sect's martial monarch powerhouse, and said slowly, "Your direct disciple Lei Zhong." Before Zhua Yu could finish his sentence, Tong Shan's expression changed drastically. At the same time, his words were interrupted by an aura that swept toward him. The terrifying aura landed on him, causing him to take a few steps back involuntarily. At this moment, Zhua Yu could feel his internal organs trembling. His vital energy and blood surged up, and there was a sweetness in his throat. Barf! Zhua Yu's face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the pressure of Tong Shan's martial monarch powerhouse's aura. When a martial monarch powerhouse was enraged, just his aura alone was enough to make a fourth-level void transformation martial artist like him spit out blood. One could imagine how terrifying a martial monarch powerhouse was. Tong Shan. Bai Yuhai's expression changed drastically when he saw Tong Shan oppressing his direct disciple with his aura. Whoosh! At the same time, a surge of aura extended from his body and crushed Tong Shan's aura. However, Tong Shan did not care about this at all. He stared at Zhua Yu with his big eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Zhua Yu boy, what happened to Lei Zhong?" Zhua Yu took a deep breath. Although he was furious, his anger disappeared completely when he looked at Tong Shan. A martial monarch powerhouse was a lofty mountain that he could not surpass. Senior Tong Shan, your direct disciple, Lei Jun, was killed. Zhua Yu said word by word. Boom! Zhua Yu's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Tong Shan's expression to change drastically. Who was it? Tong Shan moved and appeared in front of Zhua Yu in just a blink of an eye. He reached out his hand to grab Zhua Yu's shoulder as though he wanted to interrogate Zhua Yu about who killed his direct disciple. The current Tong Shan did not have the demeanor that a martial monarch powerhouse should have. Right now, he was just an ordinary old man. An ordinary old man who was enraged when he heard that his direct disciple whom he regarded as his grandson was killed. Tong Shan. Earlier, Bai Yuhai was also shocked by Zhua Yu's words. When he regained his senses, he saw Tong Shan charging towards Zhua Yu. In the next instant, he stood in Tong Shan's way. Get lost! Tong Shan was furious when he saw that someone dared to stop him from asking about his direct disciple's murderer. Tong Shan, who had lost his mind, did not care who was standing in front of him. He lifted his hand and struck out with his palm at lightning speed, causing the air around him to explode continuously. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Tong Shan struck out furiously. Apart from causing the air to explode, the force of his palm also stirred up gusts of strong wind that swept through the entire valley in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 1006. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air as Bai Yuhai and Tong Shan's palms collided. When the two martial monarchs' palms collided, a terrifying energy swept out and collided violently. A deafening sound rang in the air and shook the hearts of the people. In the next moment, an invisible airwave swept out in all directions from the point of collision, turning into a vast gust of wind. At once, the flowers and trees in the valley were uprooted. It was a wretched sight. Bai Yuhai and Tong Shan, the two martial monarchs, were in a stalemate. Since their strength was on par with each other, neither of them wanted to give in to the other. Tong Shan. At this moment the grey-clad old man spoke. You should listen to Zhua Yu carefully. What's the use of being so agitated now? Can you avenge your direct disciple? Upon hearing this, Tong Shan suppressed his agitated emotions and moved away from Bai Yuhai. Zhua Yu, tell me. Tong Shan took a deep breath and asked Zhua Yu, who was shielded behind Bai Yuhai. Seeing that Tong Shan had no intention of attacking him, Zhua Yu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he recounted some of his experiences, including the deaths of Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. When Tong Shan learned from Zhua Yu that Lei Jun was also dead, he was even more furious. Lei Jun was not only the biological brother of his direct disciple, Lei Zhong, but he was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Azumo sect. He was the one who brought Lei Jun out. However, now that he had died in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he did not know how to explain this to the sect leader when he returned to Azumo sect. Due to his superior status in Azumo sect, even the sect leader of Azumo sect had to be respectful to him. This time, even if Lei Jun was dead, the sect leader of Azumo sect would not blame him. But in his heart, He couldn't get over it. They were killed by the same person. Just when Tong Shan was about to explode in anger, Zuiyu spoke again in a clear voice. Who? Upon hearing Zuiyu's words, Tong Shan narrowed his eyes. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. Su Qing. He was also killed by the same person. Zuiyu did not answer Tong Shan for the time being. Instead, he looked at the gray-clad old man standing at the side. He was the martial monarch powerhouse in the North Nether sect, Feng Tong. As soon as Zuiyu's words fell, Feng Tong could no longer calm down. His face changed dramatically, and his anger soared to the sky. Who is that person? Although Su Qing wasn't his personal disciple, he was his personal disciple's disciple, his grand disciple. His direct disciple was the current sect leader of the North Nether sect. And now, his grand disciple had been killed? His name is Duan Lingtian. Zuiyu, who had successfully infuriated the two martial emperors, said with a cold glint in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, as long as you can come out of the secret treasure of Emperor Wu alive this time, you will definitely die. Zuiyu swore inwardly. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian, who was targeted by a martial emperor, to survive. He's the person who broke into the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from another entrance. He's a disciple of the third-rate force, the Five-Element sect, in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Zuiyu revealed everything he knew. However, he did not mention the fact that Duan Lingtian had publicly announced his departure from the Five-Element sect. Five-Element sect? Bai Yu Hai, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he heard this. Many years ago, a young powerhouse with monstrous innate talent had appeared in the Five-Element sect. Due to this reason, he had heard of the Five-Element sect. When he learned that the two most outstanding young disciples of Azumo sect and North Nether sect had been killed, he no longer blamed his direct disciple, Zuiyu, for not helping Anika sect obtain the profundity fragment. Based on Zuiyu's words earlier, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was lucky to be alive. At this moment, even though Bai Yu Hai was a martial emperor, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for his disciple. Duan Lingtian? Five-Element sect? Since you killed my direct disciple, I, Tong Shan, will definitely annihilate your entire sect. Tong Shan raised his head abruptly and looked up at the sky as he shouted. Tong Shan's voice reverberated in the air. A series of majestic sound waves soared into the sky, killing a few unlucky birds that happened to fly by. The birds' corpses fell from the sky. Although Feng Tong did not roar hysterically like Tong Shan, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. His hatred for the Five-Element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met, was no less than Tong Shan's hatred. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what happened outside entrance number 1. Duan Lingtian was also unaware that he had been targeted by two martial emperor powerhouses. Both of them had the intention to kill him without exception. Very soon, Duan Lingtian returned to the vast platform at the end of the stone stairs at the side of the high platform under entrance number 2. The platform was shrouded in black fog with illusory formations hidden inside. Duan Lingtian stood on the platform and turned a deaf ear to the Blade sects, Empyrean temples, and emotion-severing sects disciples who were walking past him. Only when the Five-Element sects disciples walked past him would a faint smile appear on his face. Senior Brother Lingtian. Senior Brother Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had announced that he was leaving the Five-Element sect, the Five-Element sect's disciples still treated Duan Lingtian as their senior brother and idol. He had killed the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in a second-rate force all by himself. In the history of the Five-Element sect, there had never been such a monster. Duan Lingtian waited quietly. Finally, the person he was waiting for appeared. A figure that looked like a fire elf was the first to appear before him. Elder Brother Duan. Tian Wu. Upon seeing the person, Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted her. The person was none other than Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's current strength far surpassed Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised that she was the first to appear. Very soon, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong walked out of the illusory formation one by one and joined up with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Let's go. Since everyone was here, Duan Ling Tian and the other three did not stay any longer. They climbed up the stone stairs one by one and flew to the top of the high platform at lightning speed. Soon after, they arrived at the top of the high platform. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Very soon, Duan Ling Tian and the other three borrowed the force from the high platform and flew out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure one by one. They reappeared in the vast valley outside of entrance number 2. The moment Duan Ling Tian and the other three appeared, they became the center of attention. This was especially true for Duan Ling Tian. More than 90% of the gazes were on him. Duan Ling Tian is out. Among all of us who entered from entrance number 2, as far as I know, only Duan Ling Tian has obtained the profundity fragment. The Five Element sect is in luck this time. Apart from the Five Element sect's disciples, the group of disciples from Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect could not help but mutter to themselves when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Their voices were filled with envy, but none of them were jealous. This was because they knew that the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to obtain and keep the profundity fragment was all because of Duan Ling Tian's powerful strength. Otherwise, even if Duan Ling Tian was lucky enough to obtain the profundity fragment, he would not have been able to keep it. Sect Leader. Peak Master. After Duan Ling Tian came out, he was the first to fly out and arrived next to Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, and Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. With a raise of his hand, a fragment that was shining with purple energy appeared in his hand. It was the third-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. This Thunder Profundity Fragment was the profundity fragment that Duan Ling Tian had obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Ever since he obtained the 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, this profundity fragment was dispensable to him. Therefore, he decided to give it to the Five Element Sect as a form of repayment for the Five Element Sect's kindness in cultivating him. Great, great. Under the burning gaze of the other force's senior officials, Guochong took the concept fragment from Duan Ling Tian and laughed heartily. His laughter came from the bottom of his heart, and it was filled with joy. As a powerhouse at the peak of the void, he had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts, and one of them happened to be the thunder concept. In other words, this thunder profundity fragment happened to be of use to him. With the help of this thunder profundity fragment, it would not take long for him to successfully comprehend the thunder profundity and break through to the martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Congratulations, Sect Leader. Qi Feng was the first to congratulate Guochong. Congratulations, Sect Leader. At this moment, the other 3 Peak Masters, including Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, also congratulated Guochong one by one. Congratulations, Sect Leader. Subsequently, the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were lucky enough to survive also congratulated Guochong one by one. Duan Ling Tian, do you really want to leave the 5 Element Sect? Very soon, Guochong put away the Thunder Profundity fragment in his hand as though he had just obtained a precious treasure. With a solemn expression, he asked Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the others finally remembered. Not only did Duan Ling Tian obtain a profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he had also gotten himself into a huge disaster that could be considered as a catastrophe to the third-rate forces that they were in. Duan Ling Tian had killed the 2 most outstanding young disciples of the second-rate force in the northern desert, Izumo Sect. The 2 young disciples of Izumo Sect were undoubtedly the future pillars of the sect. However, they were killed by Duan Ling Tian. How could Izumo Sect not be angry? Yes. In the face of Guochong's question, Duan Ling Tian nodded and did not deny it. Back then, when he admitted that he had killed Lei Jun and Lei Zhong, every young powerhouse present on the scene saw it clearly. Duan Ling Tian, why don't you reconsider? Who knows? We might be able to come up with another solution. Guochong said with a frown. He knew that he could not just let go of a person who had obtained a profundity fragment for the sect and made a great contribution to the sect. I have an idea. Qi Feng, who was standing by the side, replied calmly. Just when everyone's gaze landed on Qi Feng, Duan Ling Tian said with a determined expression, Sect Leader, Peak Master. I've made up my mind. Let this matter come to an end. Chapter 1007. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the Five-Element sect forever. When he first joined the Five-Element sect, it was more for the sake of coming to Emperor Wu's secret treasure and reuniting with Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. There was no other reason. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to continue staying in the Five-Element sect. The incident this time happened to be an opportunity for him to leave. Everyone has their own ambitions. Qiyu was about to continue speaking when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the resolute expression on his face. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he nodded his head. He respected Duan Lingtian's decision. Since you insist on leaving, it's useless for us to persuade you to stay. However, you must remember one thing. You, Duan Lingtian, will always be a disciple of our Five-Element sect. The door of the Five-Element sect will always be open for you. Guochong said to Duan Lingtian in a serious manner. His words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, sect leader. Upon hearing Guochong's words, Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. At the same time he looked at Qiyu and said through voice transmission, Peak Master, I won't be returning to the Five-Element sect with all of you this time. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yi Xian. If it's possible, I'd like to ask Peak Master to take Yi Xian as your direct disciple. Of course, it's not for my sake. It's for the sake of Yi Xian's innate talent and comprehension ability. I believe Peak Master will never let a bright pearl be covered in dust. Since he was already prepared to leave the Five-Element sect, Duan Lingtian would, naturally, have to make the necessary arrangements. Yi Xian was the one who followed him to the Five-Element sect's wood peak. This time, he left without saying goodbye. No matter what, he wanted to give her an explanation. At the very least, he wanted her to have a backer in the Five-Element sect so she would not be bullied. Naturally, he believed that as long as Yi Xian was given time, Yi Xian would definitely become the rising star of the Five-Element sect. She would stand out among the group of young disciples in the Five-Element sect. As long as she's as outstanding as you said, I'll consider it. Qiyu's reply was simple and straightforward. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he got Qiyu's agreement. As for Yi Xian's talent and perception, he was still very confident. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu, who had an ugly expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. He smiled and said, Daniu, all good things must come to an end. You don't have to be like this. When you go back this time, remember to say goodbye to Xiaoxian on my behalf. Tell her that I'll visit her when I'm free. Huang Daniu nodded. I'll take good care of Xiaoxian. I won't let anyone bully her. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Huang Daniu's words. This was because he knew that with Yi Xian's innate talent and comprehension ability, she would definitely be taken as a direct disciple by Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Once Yi Xian became Qiyu's disciple, she would become his personal disciple. Who in the Five-Element sect would dare to provoke her? The current Qiyu was different from the previous Qiyu. Ever since Qiyu displayed his strength that was at the peak of the void, his position in the Five-Element sect was destined to rise as well. He would be able to catch up to the sect leader, Guochong. Then before Duan Lingtian left, he bade farewell to Yu Feng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak. As for Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, he was completely ignored by him. Duan Lingtian. Cha Bai held it in for a long time. In the end, he could not help but blurt out in a deep voice, You're a great contributor to our Five-Element sect. I Cha Bai admit that. However, why did you kill my direct disciple, Hu Fei? After leaving the Five-Element sect this time, I don't think Hu Fei took the initiative to provoke you again, did he? It was apparent that Cha Bai had learned from some of the Five-Element sect's disciples that his direct disciple, Hu Fei, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Now, he was denouncing Duan Lingtian for his crime. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him as though he did not hear Cha Bai's words at all. He did not bother to explain. Hu Fei did not take the initiative to provoke him again? Just the thought of it made him feel like laughing. Before entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Hu Fei even sent a message to Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, through voice transmission. He told Chen Feng that his strength was far more powerful than Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, and asked Chen Feng not to agree to his bet. It was fortunate that Chen Feng did not believe his words. Otherwise, the 2 9th-level concept fragments in Chen Feng's hands would definitely not belong to him. It was precisely because of this matter that he directly killed Hu Fei not long after he entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In his opinion, if Hu Fei did not die, he would be a great disaster sooner or later. Zishang was undoubtedly a good example. He did not wish for a second Zishang to appear. Of course, it was not because he was afraid. It was just that he did not want to waste so much time and energy to deal with those conspiracies and tricks in the dark. When Cha Bai saw that Duan Ling Tian had completely ignored him, his face turned even gloomier. Although he had already decided not to incur any more enmity with Duan Ling Tian, that was before Duan Ling Tian killed his direct disciple, Hu Fei. The moment he found out that Hu Fei was killed by Duan Ling Tian, the scruples he had toward Duan Ling Tian in his heart had completely vanished. He could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian with his own hands to avenge Hu Fei. In his entire life, he only had one direct disciple, and he even regarded him as his successor. However, right now, his direct disciple, his successor, had been destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader. Cha Bai took a deep breath and looked at Guochong with his bloodshot eyes. He wanted Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, to seek justice for his direct disciple, Hu Fei. However, when he saw that Guochong had no intention of paying any attention to him, he knew that Guochong did not intend to interfere in this matter at all. When he thought about it, it made sense as well. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian had still obtained a profundity fragment for the 5-element sect. He was a great contributor to the 5-element sect. In front of the profundity fragment, the life of his direct disciple, Hu Fei, was not worth mentioning at all. At once, Cha Bai swallowed the words that he was about to say. His gaze then shifted back to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with coldness and viciousness. Ha! Duan Ling Tian immediately noticed the viciousness in Cha Bai's eyes. He could not help but frown as he thought to himself, this Cha Bai is just like his direct disciple Hu Fei. If I let him live, sooner or later, he'll be a scourge. It's a pity that I can't get rid of him. Indeed. Putting aside the fact that Cha Bai was the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, his strength was terrifying. His current strength was not comparable to Cha Bai's, even if he was stronger than him. Unless Cha Bai had secretly done something that almost killed him, it was impossible for Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, to just stand by and watch. No matter what, Cha Bai was still the peak master of Fire Peak. In terms of identity, status and influence, he was not someone that his direct disciple, Hu Fei, could be compared to. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong had already handed over their spatial rings to the Blade Sect senior officials to check. Although Feng Tianwu had obtained a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the Profundity Fragment had already merged with her body. Putting aside the fact that the Blade Sect senior officials could not find out about it, even if they could, it was impossible for them to restore the 9th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment to its original state and use it for their own use. As for Su Li and Zhang Shouyong, they did not obtain the Profundity Fragment at all. After the verification, the Blade Sect senior officials were a little disappointed. Duan Ling Tian, especially the sect leader of Sword Sect. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's all because of that Sky Wolf Fort. If it wasn't for them, Duan Ling Tian would have been our Blade Sect's disciple long ago. The Profundity Fragment he obtained would have been handed over to Blade Sect instead of the 5-element sect. Saber 5, the vice-sect leader of Blade Sect, gritted his teeth as he looked at the 5 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort who were standing alone. I curse all 20 of their Skywolf Fort's disciples to be killed. Immediately after, Sword 5 added another sentence. Upon hearing Saber 5's words, not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, but even the group of Blade Sect's disciples who were lucky enough to survive had a strange expression on their faces. One of the 20 Skywolf Fort's disciples had fallen into the bottomless abyss to kill Duan Ling Tian. The other 19 disciples had coveted the 4 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Ling Tian's hands. They had attacked Duan Ling Tian as soon as they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In the end, all of them were killed instead. Sect leaders, I plan to leave with Brother Ling Tian and return to our hometown, the Dark Han Dynasty. Zhang Shouyong took the initiative to tell the 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian had already told him about this matter before it was announced. All right. The two sect leaders of Blade Sect nodded in agreement. Initially, with Zhang Shouyang's innate talent and comprehension ability, it was difficult for both of them to take him seriously. However, since Zhang Shouyang and Feng Tianwu entered Blade Sect together, they knew a little about Zhang Shouyang. They knew that Zhang Shouyang came from the Darkhan dynasty and had a family there. Sect leader, I'll be leaving with elder brother Duan this time as well. At this moment, Feng Tianwu followed up and said. Before she could finish speaking, she looked at the vice-sect leader of Sword Sect, Xianxia. Vice-sect leader, please tell my father that I'll be returning to the Darkhan dynasty with elder brother Duan. Xianxia nodded. The two of us old men have no objections to you returning to your hometown. However, we're worried about the three of you young people going such a long journey back. The sect leader of Sword Sect frowned. Why don't I ask Shirsan to go with all of you? The Shirsan that the sect leader of Sword Sect mentioned was naturally Jian Shirsan, the vice-sect leader of Sword Sect who was also Su Li's master. For Jian Shirsan, the vice-sect leader of Sword Sect, to personally escort them, it was obvious how important Feng Tianwu was to the sect leader of Sword Sect. Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. However, I think there's no need to trouble vice-sect leader. Feng Tianwu rejected the sect leader of Sword Sect's kindness. Before she left Emperor Wu's secret treasure, she had also worried about this when she decided to return to the Darkhan dynasty with Duan Lingtian. With my current strength, I'll be able to protect all of you on the way back to the Darkhan dynasty. This was what Duan Lingtian had said to Zhang Shouyang and her at that time. If you dare to chase after Duan Lingtian, when the two most outstanding disciples from Sun Moon Sect come out, not only will our five-element sect kill them, but we'll also take away the profundity fragment that they might have obtained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One must admit that Guochong and Qi Yu's threats were very effective. The moment their words left their mouths, all the senior officials from Sun Moon Sect, including Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, changed their expressions immediately. At the same time, they glared at Guochong and Qi Yu angrily. However, none of them dared to make any move. Although they were furious that 17 disciples from Sun Moon Sect had died, the lives of the 17 disciples from Sun Moon Sect were not worth their lives. However, in their opinion, the lives of the 17 disciples were not as precious as the 2 remaining disciples. The 2 remaining disciples were the pillars of the Sun Moon Sect in the future. Moreover, just like what Qi Yu had said, the 2 most outstanding disciples among the younger generation of the Sun Moon Sect might have obtained the profundity fragment from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Guochong, you win. Chen Feng glared at Guochong and said through gritted teeth. You flatter me, sect leader Chen Feng. Guochong smiled nonchalantly. Seeing how the group of senior officials from Sun Moon Sect did not dare to chase after Duan Lingtian due to Guochong and Qi Yu's threats, the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth twitched slightly as he stood nearby. Perhaps, he was the only one who knew that the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples had died in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was because he was the one who had killed them. Of course, he was not stupid enough to tell them the truth. Although he did not think that the emotion-severing sect behind him would be afraid of the Sun Moon Sect, he still did not want to get himself into trouble. He did not want his matter to affect the sect that had nurtured him. Harmf! The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort snorted coldly. Their robes fluttered as they prepared to return to Skywolf Fort. However, as soon as they moved, they were stopped by a figure that resembled a ghost. It was Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect. Sect leader Gua, what's the meaning of this? Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had a grave expression on his face when he saw Guochong stopping them. Vice Fort Master Luo, I don't mean anything. I just want to remind all of you that if any of you dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian, the day I break through to the martial monarch stage will be the day Skywolf Fort is annihilated. Guochong's voice was firm and unquestionable. You! Horror dawned on Luo Fu and the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. They knew very well that Guocheng was not joking with them. After obtaining the Thunder Profundity fragment, it would not take long for Guocheng to break through to the martial monarch stage. When that time came, the Five-Element sect would be promoted to a new second-rate force in the northern desert. Once Guocheng broke through to the martial monarch stage, even the second-rate force, Izumo sect, would have to think twice before making a move on the Five-Element sect. Sect leader Gua, don't worry. We're just returning to Sky Wolf Fort. We have no intention of making a move on Duanling Tian. As for those useless disciples of Sky Wolf Fort, they deserve to die. How dare they kill people and steal their treasures when they're not strong enough? After Luo Fu finished speaking, he no longer bothered with Guocheng. He brought the other 4 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort and flew in the direction of the ancient desert city where Sky Wolf Fort was located. In fact, even without Guocheng's threat, they would not have dared to make a move on Duanling Tian. Even the fort master of Sky Wolf Fort was afraid of that little devil. I obtained the immortal spirit herb at the end of the long corridor on the first level of Qingfeng Palace in the central stone room that leads to the second level. As long as you're strong enough to suppress the other 3 young powerhouses that were assigned to you, you'll be able to enter and ascend to the second level of Qingfeng Palace. Duanling Tian said. He still remembered that the stone room was called the 4-entry 1 stone room. I didn't enter that room. I was assigned to a North Nether sect's disciple. Zhang Shouyong smiled wryly. His innate talent and strength might be considered good in a third-rate force. However, if he was placed in a second-rate force like the North Nether sect, he would only be considered ordinary. On the other hand, the North Nether sect's disciples who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure were all elites among the younger generation in the North Nether sect. They were far from what he could compare to. I entered the stone chamber. However, I didn't see any immortal spirit herbs. What I obtained was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase my strength by 89%. Duanling Tian said. Feng Tianwu said. A grade 1 spirit weapon with an 89% amplification could be considered as the best grade 1 spirit weapon. It was only slightly inferior to the grade 1 spirit weapon that Duanling Tian could refine. Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. No matter what, the immortal spirit herb was still a legendary herb. It was impossible for it to appear in every 4-entry 1 stone room. He had already guessed this. It was all because of his luck that he was able to obtain the immortal spirit herb. Tian Wu, what did you experience when you went up to the second level? Duanling Tian asked again. Soon after, Duanling Tian learned about Feng Tianwu's experience in Qingfeng Palace. The only thing missing was the giant wooden figure on the second level. Or perhaps, the second level that Feng Tianwu was at did not have the strange stone platform that was inscribed with a mysterious inscription formation that could be combined with the broken wood in the long corridor to form a giant wooden figure. It seems like the immortal spirit herb. That strange stone platform is unique as well. Of course, it's also possible that Tian Wu didn't activate the inscription formation in the stone platform on the second level that she went through. Duanling Tian's heart jolted as he speculated to himself. As for the rest, it's more or less the same. In the bumpy road on the 4th level, Tian Wu could only retreat in the face of the earth energy that was equivalent to the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons because she did not forcefully activate the fire profundity. Everything was similar to what he had guessed. When Duanling Tian and the other 2 continued to make their way to the Dark Han dynasty. Boom, 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 boom. In a remote mountain range in the Dark Han dynasty, a series of loud noises suddenly resonated from a dark cave. The mountain range began to shake violently as though the ground was shaking. After the cave shook, an old man with black mist exuding from his body rushed out of the cave. The old man had a pair of blood-red eyes that did not contain any emotions. All of a sudden, the old man raised his hands and held his head tightly. At the same time, he bent down and cried out in pain. The old man's voice was heart-wrenching as though he was going through some kind of torture. I'm Zhao Ming. I'm Zhao Ming. Yes, I'm Zhao Ming. 7-star sword sect. Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. He's my enemy. He's my enemy. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Finally, the old man stopped screaming. His body straightened up again. His blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at his surroundings in a daze. Where's this place? The old man frowned as he tried to recall. However, he realized he could not remember anything at all. Duan Lingtian. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Soon, the old man stopped thinking about it and roared hysterically with a sullen face. Could it be that all this is just a dream? If it's a dream, why is it so real? Moreover, why am I here? Why do I have such a strange power? Zhao Ming was puzzled. At the same time, he began to recall. Very quickly, perhaps it was because he was recalling, a piercing pain came from the depths of Zhao Ming's mind, causing him to scream hysterically again. After a while, the scream stopped. Zhao Ming's scarlet eyes dimmed completely at this moment, as if they had lost their luster. At this moment, Zhao Ming seemed to have changed into another person. His entire body was emitting an extremely cold aura, and his eyes were lifeless. He was like a walking corpse. Whoosh! Zhao Ming's figure flashed and flew out of the remote mountain range. He wandered without any direction. At the same time, it seemed like he did not have a destination. Outside the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, 3 figures flew through the air and stopped in the sky. Brother Ling Tian, Miss Tian Wu. Are you really not going to return to the Zhang clan's estate with me? Zhang Shouyong looked at the purple-clad young man and red-clad lady before him and asked. The latter was Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who returned to the Dark Han Dynasty with Zhang Shouyong. Even if they had to take Zhang Shouyong's speed into consideration, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still did not spend too much time to return to the Dark Han Dynasty. Big brother Zhang, go back and accompany sister-in-law first. As for the 2 of us, you don't have to worry about us. Don't tell me you're worried that we'll encounter danger in the Dark Han Dynasty? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. That's not it. I just feel that Xiong'er's Dantian was repaired with your help. No matter what, the 2 of us have to thank you properly. Zhang Shouyong said seriously. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to be so courteous with me. We'll take our leave first. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he had already made his move and left. The red figure that was like a fire elf followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow and disappeared before Zhang Shouyong's eyes together. Zhang Shouyong could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. Brother Lingtian and Miss Tian Wu are a perfect match. They're both so energetic. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and smiled before he turned around and flew towards the sky above the capital. He only descended when he arrived above a spacious estate. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Zhang clan's estate. Xianxia. After Zhang Shouyong landed, he ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding servant girls and charged into a large courtyard with an excited expression on his face. This was the place where he and his wife Wang Qiong used to live. On the other side, elder brother Duan, are you going to look for Xiong Quan? Feng Tianwu followed by Duan Lingtian's side and asked curiously. There's no rush for Xiong Quan. Let's go according to the principle of nearest. We'll make a trip to Clarity City first. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke. Clarity City? Feng Tianwu nodded. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian was going there, she was sensible enough to not ask. Because she knew that Duan Lingtian surely had a reason for going there. Just as Feng Tianwu thought, Duan Lingtian did indeed have a reason for going there. He went to Clarity City only to look for one person. Hu Li. This name was slightly distant even to the current Duan Lingtian. But he would never be able to forget this name. He still remembered that not long after he entered the 7-star sword sect, He entered the primeval forest behind the Seven-Star Sword Sect to test his quake energy, and he just happened to encounter a small team formed by Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples. The small team had a total of 3 people: Hu Li, Shirlan, and Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was a vicious person. He tried to harm him many times in the primeval forest, but he did not succeed. In the end, he was heavily injured and almost killed by him. However, due to Hu Li and Shirlan's pleading, Xiao Fei was spared. However, all of that was only the beginning of a disaster. After that, Xiao Fei asked his brother to help him take revenge. He forced Shirlan to fall off the cliff and crippled Hu Li's leg. After that, although he killed Xiao Fei and his brother to take revenge for Shirlan and Hu Li, it was impossible to save Shirlan's life. It was the same for Hu Li's leg. However, now that he had obtained the immortal spirit herb, he could heal Hu Li's leg. He still remembered that after Hu Li left, he had asked someone to tell him that his family was at the Hu clan in Clarity City. Clarity City was a city that was neither big nor small. After asking for directions, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at this unfamiliar city. To the two of them who had left the Dark Han dynasty and gone to the foreign lands to see the world, Clarity City could only be considered as a small city that could not be any smaller. After arriving at Clarity City, Duan Lingtian asked for the location of the Hu clan and brought Feng Tianwu along. Hu Li. You're talking about young Master Li, right? What a coincidence. A few months ago, after young Master Li found out that the Seven-Star Sword Sect had been rebuilt, he returned to the Seven-Star Sword Sect and said he wanted to do something for the Seven-Star Sword Sect. At the entrance of the Hu clan estate, Duan Lingtian found out about Hu Li's whereabouts from a Hu clan disciple. He did not expect Hu Li to return to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Since the two of you know young Master Li, could it be that you're his friends? The Hu clan disciple asked. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since the two of you are young Master Li's friends, you can rest in our Hu clan estate for a few days. Once I report to the Patriarch will definitely send someone to the Seven-Star Sword Sect to inform young Master Li. The Hu clan disciple said again. There's no need. We'll go to the Seven-Star Sword Sect to look for him ourselves. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left Clarity City with Feng Tianwu to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. When he arrived at the Seven-Star Sword Sect, everything before his eyes surprised Duan Lingtian. Compared to when he left the last time, the Seven-Star Sword Sect had undergone tremendous changes. Everything seemed to have returned to its former prosperity. That kid Mou did really well. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise in his heart when he saw the scene before his eyes. This time, Duan Lingtian did not disturb the others when he returned. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianwu, he changed into the inner court disciple's uniform that he wore in the Seven-Star Sword Sect before entering the main peak of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, Dubhe Peak. Senior brother. Do you know where senior brother power of Hu is? After entering Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian asked an inner court disciple around the age of 30. You just entered our Seven-Star Sword Sect, right? Chapter 10-11. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head when faced with the question of the Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple before him. No wonder. Senior brother Hu Li is usually in Fecta Hall, and he's now the substitute peak master of our Seven-Star Sword Sect's Fecta Peak. The inner court disciple said. Fecta Peak? Substitute peak master? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. This was something that he'd never imagined. To be able to become the substitute peak master of Fecta Peak. Hu Li's current strength is probably at the void initiation stage or above, right? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked in his heart and felt that it was slightly unbelievable. He knew of Hu Li's natural talent. Although it wasn't bad, it was still quite difficult for him to break through to the void initiation stage in these few years. Perhaps. Hu Li has experienced some fortuitous encounters in these few years. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived near Fecta Hall, and he could vaguely see many Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples standing there and looking towards Fecta Hall from afar. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Duan Lingtian approached Fecta Peak, he could vaguely hear a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind, and it was a swift figure that was constantly changing its figure. Senior brother Hu Li is really formidable. Nonsense. If he wasn't formidable, how could he be the substitute peak master of our 7-star sword sect's Fekta Peak? I heard that senior brother Hu Li's leg was crippled by someone in our 7-star sword sect. There's such a thing. Yeah. That year, senior brother Hu Li's leg was crippled by someone in our 7-star sword sect, and it was senior brother Duanling Tian who personally took revenge for him. I found out about this from some senior brothers and senior sisters. What? Senior brother Duanling Tian? The figure in the rumors of our 7-star sword sect? He's not even 30 years old, but is already the #1 expert in our 7-star sword sect? The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples that stood near Fekta Hall discussed animatedly. Initially, the topic of their discussion was power of Hu, but in the end, it shifted to Duanling Tian. Their words were filled with admiration for Duanling Tian. If they knew that the person they were talking about was not far away from them, who knew what they would think? Duanling Tian naturally paid no attention to the discussion of these 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. His gaze landed on the swift figure outside Fekta Hall. This figure gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had met him before. It was a young man in his early 30s with a determined face. Although many years had passed, Duanling Tian could still see a familiar outline in his face. With just a glance, he recognized the young man. Power of Hu. Although one of Power of Hu's legs was crippled, his speed was not slower than a healthy person when he used his other leg to move. In fact, it was even faster than a healthy person. Suddenly, in Duanling Tian's field of vision, Power of Hu accelerated abruptly as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Power of Hu's entire body tilted as his remaining leg fell down. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he moved. Bang! Bang! Power of Hu's arms that contained skyrocketing origin energy and strands of green energy slammed onto the ground violently, causing 2 ear-piercing loud bangs. In the next moment, Power of Hu borrowed the force of the impact and shot out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow toward the mountain wall at the side. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It was Power of Hu's remaining leg that was shot out like a cannonball. The origin energy that was entwined with purple energy slammed onto the mountain wall violently. For a time, densely packed cracks appeared with the place where his leg landed as the center. The cracks spread in all directions like a giant spider web. In the sky, the surging heaven and earth energy finally converged into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 10 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and wriggled down. 4th level void initiation stage? 4th level elementary wind concept? Duanling Tian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene. Although he had guessed that Power of Hu's cultivation might have broken through to the void initiation stage on the way here, he was still surprised. When he really witnessed Power of Hu's cultivation, he still could not help but be surprised. Whoosh! Soon after, Power of Hu returned to Fekta Hall. Although his slightly robust body was only supported by a single leg, it seemed as steady as Mount Tai. Duanling Tian raised his brows and walked towards Power of Hu with large strides. For a time, the surrounding 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were dumbstruck as they stared blankly at Duanling Tian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. What's this fellow trying to do? Could it be that this fellow doesn't know that senior brother Power of Hu hates it when people disturb him when he's cultivating? Many 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at each other. They thought that Duanling Tian was just a hothead who wanted to seek advice from Power of Hu. A mocking expression appeared on their faces at the same time. It was as if they could already see the scene of him being reprimanded by Power of Hu. However, the mocking expression on their faces quickly vanished and was replaced by disbelief. They saw it clearly. When Power of Hu in the distance saw this inner court disciple, he actually had an excited expression. Soon after, Power of Hu nodded without any reason. After glancing at the direction they were at, he walked into Fekta Hall with the inner court disciple and disappeared before their eyes. Who's that person? I wonder. There's such a person among our 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples? Senior brother Power of Hu seemed to be very excited when he saw him. Could it be that he's some relative of senior brother Power of Hu? It's possible. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples could not help but guess. 2 figures had just entered Fekta Hall. Haha. Duanling Tian, long time no see. Power of Hu immediately gave Duanling Tian a bear hug. His face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian returned the bear hug with a bright smile on his face. Yes, we haven't seen each other for many years. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, your name has already spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. No, it should be said that it has spread throughout the entire Darkhan dynasty. Power of Hu said with a smile. It was obvious that he knew that Duan Lingtian had won first place in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition, and became the strongest person among the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. You're quite well informed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I originally thought that I'd be able to catch up to you after cultivating wholeheartedly at home all these years. In the end, I realized that I can't compare to you at all. Everything you do can be said to be earth-shattering. Power of Hu sighed. In the past, he'd always taken Duan Lingtian as his goal, and he'd cultivated bitterly to obtain his current accomplishments. But who would have thought that when he thought he could catch up to Duan Lingtian, shocking news had spread to Clarity City, spread to the Hu clan, and spread to his ears. Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to suppress the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect and take revenge for the Seven-Star Sword sect. After that, he'd even assisted the new sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, MOU, to rebuild the Seven-Star Sword sect. All those years ago, when I found out about the news of the Seven-Star Sword sect being annihilated, I'd inquired about you many times, but I didn't find anything. But I never imagined that you'd give me such a great surprise without anyone noticing. Power of Hu sighed with emotion. After I found out that you'd annihilated the Azure Forest Tri-sect and rebuilt the Seven-Star Sword sect, I returned to the sect with the hope that I could do something for the sect within my ability. But unfortunately, you'd already left when I returned. As he finished speaking, Power of Hu laughed heartily. But it's not too late for you to return now. Today, I'll have to get drunk with you. There's no hurry. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, I returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect mainly to look for you. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Power of Hu's severed leg. To look for me? Power of Hu was stunned. How did you know I was here? Could it be that you went to Clarity City? Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. I went to your Hu clan and found out that you'd returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect, so I directly rushed over. This time, I only came to look for you, and I didn't intend to alarm anyone else. No wonder you didn't allow me to call out your name in public earlier. Power of Hu came to a sudden understanding. Power of Hu, take this. With a raise of his hand, a medicinal herb that flickered with a green light appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he casually plucked a piece and passed it to Power of Hu. This is? It was Power of Hu's first time seeing a green herb that glowed. He could not help but stare at it in shock. Although he did not recognize what it was, his intuition told him that it was not an ordinary herb. This is a medicinal herb that can regrow your severed leg. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but when his words entered Power of Hu's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. He would not rest until he was shocked to death. This blade of grass can help me regrow my legs? Power of Hu's face was filled with shock. Although he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words, he still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Give it a try. First, remove the scar on your leg and consume this immortal spirit herb. Then, you'll know that I'm not lying. Duan Lingtian naturally saw the disbelief on Power of Hu's face, so he continued to speak. Power of Hu took a deep breath and suppressed his inexplicable excitement. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy that was intertwined with green energy transformed into a saber and directly cut off the scar on his severed leg. Humph. At the same time that fresh blood spurted out, Power of Hu, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, groaned in pain. Then, he stuffed the herb that flickered with a green light into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. A moment later, wisps of green light appeared on Power of Hu's body for no reason. The green light twined around his body as if it had a life of its own. Immediately after, the green light on his body began to converge on his severed leg, completely condensing at the wound on his severed leg. How does it feel? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked. It's a little itchy. As the green light converged at the wound on his severed leg, Power of Hu felt the pain gradually disappear. However, he felt waves of numbness and itchiness coming from the wound on his leg. Sometimes he would turn left, sometimes he would turn right. His speed was as fast as lightning. After experimenting for a while, Power of Hu discovered something. Compared to the leg that he usually trained, his new leg was even better in terms of strength and explosive power. Ha 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 ha. I, Power of Hu, am no longer a cripple. I, Power of Hu, am no longer a cripple. Power of Hu laughed heartily after he came to a sudden stop. As he laughed, his eyes were filled with tears of joy. All these years, he had been living with determination. In order to surpass Duanling Tian, he had set an extremely harsh goal for himself. On the surface, he didn't seem to care much about the fact that he had lost a leg. However, how could he not care about it in his heart? If he could, who would be willing to be a crippled person who had lost a leg? Power of Hu's frustration over the years had accumulated to its limit. Now that he had vented it out, it could not be contained. It took him a long time to calm down. Seeing Power of Hu's new leg, a smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. He was happy for Power of Hu. Finally, after laughing for a while, Power of Hu suppressed the excitement in his heart. Duanling Tian, thank you. At the same time, he looked at Duanling Tian and thanked him earnestly. His tone was filled with sincerity. If it were not for Duanling Tian, he would have been a cripple for the rest of his life. However, Duanling Tian had turned him back into a normal person. This made him feel emotional from the bottom of his heart. From today onward, he would no longer have to face the strange gazes of others. He, Power of Hu, had stood up with dignity. There's no need for thanks between us. Duanling Tian shook his head. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and could not help but sigh. It's a pity for Shirlan. Although the immortal spirit herb in my hand is magical, it can't save Shirlan's life. That year, it's my fault for cooperating with Shirlan to plead mercy for Xiao Fei. Otherwise, Shirlan wouldn't have died. When he heard Duanling Tian's words, a beautiful figure appeared in Power of Hu's mind. Unknowingly, tears welled up in his eyes. He was slightly moved. If he had supported Duanling Tian to kill Xiao Fei back then, the things that happened later might not have happened. Shirlan would not have died, and his leg would not have been crippled. All these years, every time he looked at his broken leg, he only had one thought. He had only himself to blame for this. It's all in the past. You don't have to blame yourself. Moreover, who would have thought that Xiao Fei would be so ungrateful and harm both of you who saved his life? Duanling Tian comforted him. Power of Hu nodded. After a while, his emotions gradually stabilized. Duanling Tian, you're really not going to see the sect leader? The sect leader has always talked about you. After Power of Hu's emotions calmed down, he couldn't help but ask Duanling Tian. The sect leader he spoke of was the current sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, MOU. The outer court disciple who acted as a coachman and had a low status in the Seven-Star Sword Sect had unknowingly risen to become the new sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. There's no need. I'll come back if I have time in the future. Duanling Tian shook his head and left Fecta Hall after bidding farewell to Power of Hu. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Power of Hu, who followed Duanling Tian out of Fecta Hall, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Duanling Tian's figure vanish into thin air before his eyes. Exactly how strong is Duanling Tian's current strength? Power of Hu gasped, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Being able to meet a monstrous martial artist like Duanling Tian in this lifetime of mine, it can be said that my life wasn't in vain. Unknowingly, the astonishment in Power of Hu's eyes faded away and was replaced by a flickering bright light. A faint smile faintly appeared on his face. After leaving Fecta Hall, Duanling Tian wasn't in a hurry to go look for Feng Tianwu. Since I'm already here, I'll go look for Peak Master Xianxia and ask her which power Ker and Little Fei are in the foreign lands. Two beautiful figures appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. They were his two fiancés, Ker and Li Fei. That year, Ker and Li Fei followed Xianxia and headed to the power in the foreign lands that Xianxia's sister was in to celebrate her birthday. Since then, Ker and Li Fei had stayed in the power in the foreign lands and hadn't returned until now. It was naturally impossible for him to not miss those two little girls. Peak Master Xianxia. Duanling Tian didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly head to Arcade Hall and look for Xianxia. Xianxia just happened to be drinking tea before the pavilion in Arcade Hall, and she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the unexpected guest before her, yet she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the appearance of the person that had arrived clearly. But her eyes were filled with slight astonishment. "Looks like your strength has improved greatly during this trip to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Xianxia looked seriously at Duan Lingtian as she sighed with emotion. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he went straight to the point. "Peak Master Xianxia, I know what you want to ask." Xianxia said frankly, "You want to ask me, which power in the foreign lands Conqueror and Li Fei are in, right?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me if I tell you. Even though I've been to the power in the foreign lands that my sister is in, I don't know exactly what power it is." Xianxia laughed bitterly. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian had never imagined that Xianxia would answer him like this. He felt even more disbelief. Didn't Xianxia go to that power in the foreign lands? How could she possibly not know exactly what power that power in the foreign lands was? "I indeed don't know exactly what power that power is. The only thing I know is that power stands on a snow peak, and the snow peak is basically filled with white-clothed female disciples," said Xianxia. "A female sect?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he asked curiously. "Not all of them. Apart from the snow-capped peak, there's also a towering volcano in that faction. When I went to celebrate my sister's birthday that day, people came from that volcano as well, and it was a group of male martial artists in fiery red robes. The volcano and snow peak seem to belong to the same power," said Xianxia. "Snow peak? Volcano?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and at the same time, he searched through the memories of Emperor Wu, yet he came up empty-handed in the end. Chapter 10:13. The second lifetime of reincarnation Emperor Wu was already 10,000 years ago. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, there seem to only be 2 great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that can be passed down for 10,000 years. At the same time that Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but think in his heart. In the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, the gap between his first lifetime and second lifetime was similarly 10,000 years. The world had changed in 10,000 years. During his second lifetime, only the 2 great ancient clans remained from his first lifetime, which was 10,000 years ago, among the numerous forces on Cloud Continent that were passed down from his first lifetime. The other forces that he knew of during his first lifetime had practically been reduced to the dust of history during his second lifetime and ceased to exist. Even if they still existed, they had already completely declined and were struggling at death's door. So, the force that Conqueror and Little Fei are in should be a force that appeared after reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique in his second lifetime. This was something that Duan Lingtian could be 100% sure of now. Although Xianxia didn't know the exact name of the foreign lands force that Conqueror and Li Fei were in, Duan Lingtian still obtained important clues from her. Snow peaks and volcanoes. There shouldn't be many forces in the foreign lands that coexisted with these 2 forces. In the future, when I go to the foreign lands again, I can use this clue to inquire about it properly. As long as that force isn't a mediocre force, I should be able to inquire about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he thought about how he would have the opportunity to see his fiancée Conqueror and Little Fei again soon, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile on his face. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, Duan Lingtian left Arcade Hall hastily and went to meet up with Feng Tianwu. After meeting up with Feng Tianwu, he still had to find Xiong Quan and help him repair his dantian. Just as Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were meeting up, a few uninvited guests had arrived at the 5-element sect's residence in the eastern region of the northern desert far away in the foreign lands. 5-element sect, hand over Duan Lingtian. A loud and clear voice, like a clap of thunder, shook the clouds in the sky and clearly transmitted into the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect's encampment. For a time, the upper echelons and disciples in the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect felt as though they were facing a great enemy. "Who are you?" "He wants our 5-element sect to hand over senior brother Ling Tian. The person who came should be from the second-rate force, Izumo sect. Senior martial brother Duan Ling Tian has killed 2 of the most outstanding youths in Izumo sect. Sure enough, Izumo sect can't hold back anymore and is coming to our 5-element sect for trouble," Soon, many of the five element sect's upper echelons and disciples guessed the identity of the person who had arrived. As it turned out, they were right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, silhouettes shot up into the sky from the 5 peaks of the five element sect. They were the upper echelons of the five element sect led by 3 people. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the sky and confronted the person who had just arrived. There were a total of 4 people who had arrived. The person in the lead was a sturdy old man with an awe-inspiring aura. He merely stood there quietly. The profound aura that seemed to be able to merge with heaven and earth caused the five element sect's upper echelons to turn solemn. All they could feel was an invisible pressure that extended from the old man's body and shrouded their bodies. It was so oppressive that they could barely breathe. After 30 breaths of time, if all of you don't hand over Duanling Tian, the five-element sect will cease to exist. Tong Shan's voice was calm, but it was filled with a thick killing intent. At the same time, his eyes were filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Senior Tong Shan, I'm afraid you still don't know, right? Back when we were still in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duanling Tian had already announced that he was leaving our five-element sect. He's no longer a disciple of our five-element sect. Under such circumstances, you still want to target our five-element sect? Don't tell me that your Izumo sect is not afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the northern desert? Tiangu said nonchalantly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of ridicule and mockery could be heard in his tone. You don't have to worry about that. I'll say it again. Either you hand over Duanling Tian or the five-element sect will be annihilated. Tong Shan's voice turned colder when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior Tong Shan, I've already said that Duanling Tian has already left our five-element sect. He's no longer a disciple of our five-element sect. Even we don't know where he went. Tiangu said again. Do you think I'll believe you? Tong Shan sneered. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Senior Tong Shan. That's the truth. Also, the reason our sect leader and Wood Peak's Peak Master aren't in the sect is because they're busy cultivating and making a breakthrough. However, before they left, they've already said that if anyone from Izumo sect dares to touch even a strand of hair from our five-element sect while they're away, they'll definitely pay a visit to Izumo sect after they've made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Tiangu grinned and said unhurriedly. A threat. A blatant threat. Currently, Tiangu was threatening Tong Shan. It caused Tong Shan's face to turn completely grave. Martial monarch stage. One had to admit that Tiangu's words had a certain deterrent effect. It was not just the people Tong Shan brought with him. Even Tong Shan himself could not help but have a change of expression when he heard Tiangu's threat. Martial monarch stage? Do you think it's so easy to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage? Tong Shan could not help but sneer when he heard Tiangu's words. Among the people present on the scene, only he had the right to speak about this. This was because he himself was a powerhouse who had made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Our sect leader has already comprehended the 9th level advanced wind concept and 9th level advanced thunder concept. With the help of the wind profundity fragment and thunder profundity fragment, it's not difficult for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Tiangu did not care about Tong Shan's sneer. As for our Peak Master of Wood Peak, he has comprehended the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced water concept. Since he has comprehended 2 9th level void transformation concepts that are completely opposite to each other, it's only a matter of time before he makes a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. It had to be said that Tiangu's words finally caused Tong Shan's expression to change. Even the 3 people behind Tong Shan had a change of expression on their faces as well. The five-element sect had obtained 2 profundity fragments. Moreover, it seemed like the sect leader of the five-element sect had taken them away to cultivate. It was obvious that he was hiding somewhere to comprehend the profundity so that he could make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. Moreover, the Peak Master of Wood Peak of the five-element sect had actually comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept of water and fire. It was not difficult for a powerhouse at the peak of the void to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. In other words, in the near future, the five-element sect would have two more martial monarch powerhouses. At that time, even if the two of them were no match for Tong Shan, it would be as easy as cutting grass for them to kill the other people from Izumo's sect. Tong Shan's face turned green and pale. Only other martial monarch powerhouses could make a martial monarch powerhouse like him react in such a manner. "Let's go!" Tong Shan called out to the three people behind him and turned around to leave. It had to be said that Tong Shan did not dare to do anything to the five-element sect after he found out about their trump card. Unless he could find the sect leader of five-element sect and the peak master of Wood Peak and kill them before they made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, he would be able to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, he did not dare to take the risk. "Senior Tong Shan, I know where Duanlington is." Chapter 10:14. Tong Shan raised his eyebrows and turned his head around. His gaze swept across the five-element sect's upper echelons one by one as though he was trying to find out who had warned him via voice transmission earlier. When they saw Tong Shan's sharp gaze sweeping towards them, the faces of the five-element sect's upper echelons, including Tiangu and Yu Feng, turned solemn. Only Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, remained calm. His eyes were filled with coldness. Senior Tong Shan, after Duanling Tian left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he didn't return to our five-element sect. He must have returned to his hometown, the Dark Han dynasty. The one who sent the voice transmission to Tong Shan was none other than Cha Bai. At this moment, Cha Bai continued to speak to Tong Shan through voice transmission. "As for the location of the Dark Han dynasty, Senior, you can go to the Blade sect in the southern of the northern desert and ask around. I think Blade sect will give you a satisfactory answer." Cha Bai finished his sentence in one breath. Tong Shan gave Cha Bai a deep look that was hard to notice. "You're not bad at all. If the Duanling Tian is killed in the future, I, Tong Shan, will owe you a favor." Upon hearing this, Cha Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Had a martial emperor promised him a favor? For a time, his heart was filled with excitement and joy, and the resentment he had towards Duanling Tian from the death of his personal disciple seemed to have been completely thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. If he wasn't worried that the other higher-ups of the five-element sect would notice the clues, he would have long since been unable to restrain himself from cheering excitedly. "Thank you, Senior." Cha Bai secretly took a deep breath. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression on his face as he sent a voice transmission to Tong Shan to express his gratitude. Tong Shan glanced at the five-element sect's upper echelons coldly again before he left with the other three and disappeared before the five-element sect's upper echelons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the five-element sect's higher-ups saw that Tong Shan had left with his men, their tensed minds relaxed, and they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As expected of a martial emperor. "Just the aura that you're exuding is so oppressive that I can't breathe." Tiangu sighed. "That's right. Martial emperors are too powerful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to break through to the martial monarch stage in my lifetime," Yu Feng muttered to herself with a face full of anticipation. "I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the martial monarch stage in my lifetime." When the sect leader and peak master Qi Yu return, our five-element sect will have two martial monarch powerhouses. At that time, our five-element sect will become the fourth second-rate force in the northern desert. Nobody knew who said this, but it immediately lit up the eyes of all the senior officials of the five-element sect other than Cha Bai. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. "Duanling Tian. This time, you will die without a doubt." Cha Bai's eyes shone with a cold gleam. A sinister smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see Duanling Tian being killed by Tong Shan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo's sect. Duanling Tian naturally did not know what had happened in the five-element sect. He also did not know that under Cha Bai's guidance, Tong Shan had already made his way to the Blade sect in the southern of the northern desert to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dark Han dynasty. At this moment, Duanling Tian had just left the Seven-Star Sword sect and met up with a fiery red silhouette that was hidden in the sky above the Seven-Star Sword sect. "Elder brother Duan, have you found him?" The owner of the fiery red silhouette was a red-clad lady with a graceful figure and a face that could topple a nation. Every frown and smile of hers seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. "Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. At this moment, he was still thinking about the foreign lands force that his two fiancées were in. Snow Peak. Volcano. This was the only clue that he had at the moment. Tian Wu, let's go. Let's go look for Xiong Quan. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian called out to the lady and took the lead to fly out. Feng Tianwu's figure that was like a fire elf followed closely behind like a shadow. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed like lightning. However, before he could speed up, he could not help but frown. He looked at the sky behind the clouds in the distance as though he had noticed something. There's someone over there. Soon after, Feng Tianwu also heard the sound of wind whistling that was rapidly flying towards them. Someone was flying in the sky, and his target was the 7-star sword sect that was behind them. Whoosh! Soon after, the clouds in front of them dispersed, and a figure that was as fast as lightning appeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes. The figure that was as fast as lightning suddenly came to a halt when he was not far away from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Ah! When the person's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, his scarlet eyes flashed. Subsequently, he stretched out his hands and hugged his head as he screamed in pain. How's this possible? When the figure before them stopped, Duan Lingtian stopped as well. His face was covered in disbelief as he looked at the figure that was completely enveloped in strands of black mist. No matter what, he never imagined that he would be able to see this person here. Elder brother Duan, you know him? At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who followed Duan Lingtian to stop, just happened to see the astonishment and disbelief on Duan Lingtian's face, and she could not help but ask curiously. However, Duan Lingtian did not answer her. His gaze stared straight at the figure that was enveloped in black mist. It was an old man with scarlet eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's breathing could not help but become hurried. The scene before his eyes gave him too great of a shock. Shouldn't he be fending for himself in that inscription formation? Wasn't his dantian destroyed by me? And his 4 limbs? They should have been crippled by me as well. Correct. Numerous questions arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. The person that appeared before him was none other than Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was one of the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect in the past, and he was called Elder Ming. All those years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, he betrayed the 7-star sword sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect to become a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian even more, yet he was instead tricked by Duan Lingtian into entering an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire and was trapped within it. After the dynasty martial competition ended, Duan Lingtian's strength increased greatly and far surpassed Zhao Ming. After he entered the inscription formation once more and killed the other elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, he crippled Zhao Ming's dantian and crippled Zhao Ming's 4 limbs. At that time, when he left the inscription formation, he thought that Zhao Ming would spend the rest of his life in terror that was worse than death. But never had he imagined that he would encounter Zhao Ming here today. Moreover, the current Zhao Ming seemed to be completely different from before. Zhao Ming gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Isn't this Zhao Ming supposed to be a cripple? How could he possibly appear here? Moreover, he seems to possess a formidable strength. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly, and his spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting Zhao Ming's cultivation. However, he quickly noticed. When his spiritual force approached the black mist that suffused the surface of Zhao Ming's body, it seemed as if it had entered into a ball of cotton and completely vanished, and he was utterly unable to detect Zhao Ming's cultivation. With my current spiritual force, I'm even able to detect the cultivation of a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist. However, I can't detect Zhao Ming's cultivation with my spiritual power. Duan Lingtian's expression became even more unsightly. At the same time, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that he isn't Zhao Ming? Instead, it's a person that looks exactly like Zhao Ming? In next to no time, a fluke thought suddenly arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. But this thought had only just arisen when it was mercilessly crushed by the old man that stood nearby. Duan Lingtian. I remember now. You're Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian. The scarlet-red eyes of the old man in the distance that were originally dim instantly had a bit of brilliance, and it seemed as if it was filled with life. After that, he stared at Duan Lingtian and gnashed his teeth as he roared. It's really Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw the savage and hatred revealed on the old man's face, and his expression completely sank. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, I've finally found you. Today, not only will I kill you, I'll even annihilate the 7-star sword sect that you rebuilt. Presently, Zhao Ming had recovered his senses from his initial daze, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed wildly, and his laughter was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Zhao Ming, I never expected that you're still alive. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he spoke in a low voice. You naturally want me to die. But unfortunately, you weren't able to kill me. You didn't kill me that day, but I'll kill you today. Remember this properly on the road to hell. If you don't pull out the roots, it'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. As Zhao Ming finished speaking, he actually started to educate Duan Lingtian. I was able to cripple you that day, and I can kill you today as well. Duan Lingtian spoke coldly. He was extremely confident towards his current strength. Although he was unable to see through how strong Zhao Ming's current cultivation was, as far as he was concerned, it ought to be impossible for Zhao Ming to defeat him. After all, when Zhao Ming's dantian and limbs were crippled by him, Zhao Ming was only a void initiation stage martial artist. Now, only a little over a year had passed since he crippled Zhao Ming that day. As far as he was concerned, in merely a little over a year, even if Zhao Ming had a fortuitous encounter, it was still impossible for Zhao Ming to defeat him. Is that so? Zhao Ming laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His laughter was filled with arrogance. Duan Lingtian, I won't be in a hurry to kill you today. I'll let you have a good taste of despair just like what you did to me last time. Amidst his laughter, the black fog around Zhao Ming's body fluctuated, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Subsequently, when the black fog around Zhao Ming's body fluctuated, the airflow in the air was compressed, setting off waves of thunderous air explosions that shook the hearts of people. What a powerful strength! Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, who stood by his side, also changed slightly. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Zhao Ming's head stirred and finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes one after another, and the number continued to increase. 100, 200, 300, 1,000. It was still increasing. The strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 10-15. Duan Lingtian could not help but be horrified when he saw the scene before his eyes. Even with the help of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and his full strength, his strength was only equivalent to the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. However, Zhao Ming had not even used his spirit weapon yet, and he had already displayed such a powerful strength. His strength is still increasing? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. Heavens! What did he just see? The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zhao Ming's head, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes, was still increasing. It was as though there was no end to it. 4,000 heads. 5,000. 6,000 heads. In the end, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was numb. He was dumbstruck as he stared at the over 7,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were no longer increasing. Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a completely different expression on her face. Martial monarch powerhouse? In Feng Tianwu's opinion, a person who could mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather such a heaven and earth phenomenon could only be a powerhouse at the martial monarch stage or above. Even a peak void powerhouse who had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts would not be able to trigger such an exaggerated heaven and earth phenomenon without using his spirit weapon. Those who could be called a peak void powerhouse were all 9th level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended more than 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. A 9th level void transformation martial artist's full strength was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. A 9th level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, A peak void powerhouse who had comprehended 5 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts would only have the strength of 6,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes when he unleashed his full strength without using his spirit weapon. Such strength was not even worth mentioning when compared to the old man before him. This Zhao Ming. What did he go through? How could he possess such a powerful strength? After being extremely shocked, Duan Lingtian completely regained his senses. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Zhao Ming again. He did not expect Zhao Ming's current strength to be so powerful. After a year, the strength that Zhao Ming possessed was already comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. It was far from what he could compare to now. The strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. What did that mean? Even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength, his strength would not even be half of Zhao Ming's strength. Zhao Ming could kill him with just a wave of his hand. Duan Lingtian, didn't you say that since you were able to cripple me back then, you can still kill me today? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The change in Duan Lingtian's expression had been observed by Zhao Ming from beginning to end. When he saw the ugly expression on Duan Lingtian's face, a sinister and complacent smile appeared on his face. Zhao Ming, it looks like you've had quite a fortuitous encounter. In just a short span of a year or so, you actually possess such formidable strength. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said to Zhao Ming with a solemn expression. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Ming smiled. A sinister smile. This feeling of having everything in his hands made him feel as if the blood in his body was boiling. Scared? You? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. Today, I will return everything that you gave me last time to you in full detail. However, after I cripple your dantian and limbs, I will personally watch you struggle on your deathbed for 3 days and 3 nights before I kill you. Zhao Ming snorted coldly. His face was filled with coldness, and his eyes gleamed with a vicious gleam. If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. The fact that Duan Lingtian did not take his life back then and allowed him to recover and possess such a powerful strength was undoubtedly a living example of this. Therefore, he would not repeat Duan Lingtian's mistake. However, until now, he still could not recall what he had experienced. In his memory, after Duan Lingtian crippled his dantian and limbs and left, he fainted. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself in a mountain range. Moreover, he possessed a strength that was equivalent to the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. His new strength was a few hundred times stronger than his previous strength. My current strength is comparable to a martial monarch stage powerhouse. Although Zhao Ming was only a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he still had a certain level of understanding towards martial monarch stage powerhouses. It was precisely because of this that he knew his current strength was comparable to a martial monarch stage powerhouse. After crippling my dantian and limbs, you'll personally watch me struggle for 3 days and 3 nights before killing me? Needless to say, Zhao Ming's extremely vicious words caused coldness to arise from the bottom of Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, it was just as Zhao Ming had said. He regretted not removing the roots that day. At that time, because he hated Zhao Ming to the extreme, he joined forces with the members of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect to kill the 7-star sword sect's elder Xian and the former sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, after Zhao Ming betrayed the 7-star sword sect. Therefore, he did not directly kill Zhao Ming. He wanted Zhao Ming to live a life worse than death for the rest of his life so as to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Never had he imagined that after a year, not only had Zhao Ming's crippled dantian and limbs recovered, he even possessed such formidable strength. Could it be that there's still something that I haven't noticed within the inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire? Now, Duan Lingtian only thought that Zhao Ming's fortuitous encounter was within the inscription formation. Otherwise, he couldn't think of what fortuitous encounter Zhao Ming could have. With Zhao Ming's state at that time, it was impossible for his fortuitous encounter to be outside the inscription formation. Unless someone entered the inscription formation to save him and gave him such a fortuitous encounter. But if one wanted to help him repair his dantian, one would either need an immortal spirit herb or a healing medicinal pill at the level of the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. Duan Lingtian felt that all of this was unrealistic. 10,000 years ago, even though the Samsara Emperor Wu leaked out some quasi-royal grade resurrection pills and royal grade resurrection pills, but they all flowed into the hands of a few formidable powers on Cloud Continent. After 10,000 years, I'm afraid they've been used up long ago. Even if they haven't been used up, it's impossible for them to appear in the Dark Han dynasty, let alone the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, even if someone really saved Zhao Ming, it's impossible for that person to bestow him with such terrifying strength. In just over a year's time, Zhao Ming transformed from a void initiation stage martial artist whose strength was only comparable to a dozen ancient horned dragons to a powerhouse who possessed the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons and was comparable to a martial monarch. Even Emperor Wu might not have such a method. One had to admit that Zhao Ming's improvement had shocked Duan Lingtian. No matter how he searched through the Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, he couldn't find any method that could allow a person to possess such powerful strength in such a short period of time. Moreover, Zhao Ming's strength was very strange. The black energy surrounding Zhao Ming's body doesn't seem to be origin energy nor concept. What energy is that? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Zhao Ming. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as though he recalled something. The energy surrounding Zhao Ming's body seems to be similar to the energy that appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. At that time, before he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet and killed the 6 elders of the Sky Wolf Fort in one fell swoop, the black energy that wasn't origin energy or concept had appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. That black energy fused into his body and soul, causing him to lose consciousness, but at the same time, it also gave him extremely powerful strength. At that time, he was only a void interpretation stage martial artist. However, after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, he managed to kill 6 void transformation stage elders of the Sky Wolf Fort. Could it be that Zhao Ming was devilified as well? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed again as he guessed inwardly. However, since he was devilified, why didn't he lose his mind? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. Boom! At this moment, a wave of scorching aura surged towards him, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change instantly. When he turned his head around, he immediately saw a vast flame rising from Feng Tianwu's body. It soared into the sky and emitted a scorching aura that covered the entire sky. Whoosh! Above Feng Tianwu's head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons first appeared before it turned into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Tianwu! Duan Lingtian's expression changed dramatically. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to communicate and cast the first-level monarch stage fire profundity all of a sudden. At this moment he could clearly feel it. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was about to explode. It was as though it was going to explode from Feng Tianwu's body. Whoosh! After the 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon was still changing. Soon after, another 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Second-level monarch stage fire profundity. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. At this moment, he could feel the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body becoming even more restless. He did not have time to think. He hurriedly used his voice transmission to pierce into Feng Tianwu's ears. Chapter 1016. She thought Duan Lingtian only said that to comfort her. It's true. Duan Lingtian nodded immediately. He did not dare to hesitate. He knew. As long as he denied it, this silly girl would definitely disregard her own life and raise the level of the fire profundity she cast to fight Zhao Ming with all her might. After taking a serious look at Duan Lingtian, she could tell the Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying to her. The flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body gradually disappeared into the air. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale. Barf! Subsequently, the energy that originated from the fire spirit body in her body began to stir, causing her internal organs to tremble. She felt a sweetness in her throat, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Silly girl! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart ached for no reason, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. "Humph! I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. I didn't expect you to turn pale and spit out blood after merely casting the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons." Zhao Ming, who had a solemn expression when he saw Feng Tianwu drawing the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, could not help but snort coldly when he saw the scene. A mocking smile crept up on his face. He could see it. The reason Feng Tianwu was able to cast such a powerful force must be because she had cast a secret technique that risked her life. Otherwise, she would not have been injured by his own strength. "Since you're willing to risk your life for this Duanling Tian, I presume you must be in love with him. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today and let you and him be a pair of dying ducks." Zhao Ming spoke slowly. His words were filled with cold killing intent. As soon as his words left his mouth, the wisps of black mist around his body began to move abruptly, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, 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 boom. The movement of the black mist caused the airflow in the air to be compressed, setting off a series of thunderous air explosions. At the same time, a gust of black energy appeared out of thin air in Zhao Ming's hand. It completely condensed together and emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy everything. Then he looked at Feng Tianwu, his eyes filled with killing intent. As soon as Zhao Ming's voice fell, Duan Lingtian's face had already turned grave. A talisman silently appeared in his hand. It was one of the 3 talismans that cheapskate father of his had left him. He'd used one of the 3 talismans when he killed the #1 expert of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, Bai Nan Xiang, and he still had 2 left. Bai Nan Xiang was a first-level void transformation stage martial artist, and after he utilized the talisman, killing him would only take an instant. I wonder if this talisman can kill Zhao Ming. After all, Zhao Ming's current strength is comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. If the talisman doesn't work, I'll have to use the Devil Seal tablet to devilize it. Duan Lingtian secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and had a plan in mind. However, the current him seemed to have forgotten one thing, which was also the most important thing. At that time, the reason he was devilized by the Devil Seal tablet was because the Devil Seal tablet took the initiative to contact him. If the Devil Seal tablet didn't take the initiative to contact him, he would be utterly unable to make the Devil Seal tablet devilize him. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked firmly onto Zhao Ming. Right when Zhao Ming's clothes fluttered and he was about to make a move to kill Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted out explosively, and it shocked Zhao Ming to the point his figure that was just about to flash out stopped. "Appear!" Duan Lingtian's shout shocked Zhao Ming. At the instant Zhao Ming reacted, he looked at Duan Lingtian and just happened to see a piece of paper floating lightly towards him, and it emitted a terrifying force that caused his heart to palpitate. "Stop!" At practically the instant Duan Lingtian threw out the talisman in his hand and shouted out "Appear!" An explosive shout like a thunderclap descended from the sky. Accompanying this explosive shout was a figure that was like a ghost that appeared out of thin air by Zhao Ming's side. Unfortunately, he was too late. When he appeared, there was already a hideous bloody hole in between Zhao Ming's brows. An arrow of blood spurted out from the bloody hole, causing Zhao Ming's gaze to become unfocused, and he fell to the ground. At the instant Zhao Ming reacted, he did not even have time to think before he was killed by the condensed energy that shot out from the talisman that had already turned into powder. Zhao Ming's body fell from the sky and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. That's... Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with shock, and her pair of beautiful eyes shone with an incredulous gleam. The scene she saw earlier was definitely the most unbelievable scene she had ever seen in her life. She saw it. Her elder brother Duan had only thrown out a piece of paper that was filled with scribbles and shouted, "Appear!" In the next moment, the piece of paper shattered strangely and turned into powder that filled the sky. At the same time, Zhao Ming, who could unleash the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon, and whose strength was comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse, had a bloody hole in between his brows. He was killed in just a blink of an eye. As for how Zhao Ming died, although she did not see it clearly, she knew it had something to do with the piece of paper that had turned into powder that filled the sky with scribbles. "What's that?" Feng Tianwu was shocked. She had no idea what the piece of paper that Duan Lingtian had thrown out was. It actually possessed such a powerful energy. Soon after, Feng Tianwu's attention shifted to the black figure that appeared out of thin air. The thunderous roar just now was made by this person. Whoosh! When Duan Tian saw that the talisman left behind by his cheapskate father had killed Zhao Ming in just a second, he heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, his face quickly turned solemn again. Another talisman appeared in his hand. At the same time, he stared intently at the black-clad middle-aged man who had appeared out of thin air before him. Earlier, when he threw the talisman at Zhao Ming and shouted, "Activate!" the other party had stopped him and descended from the sky. It was clear that he did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party might even know Zhao Ming. Coupled with the other party's elusive speed, he realized that the other party's strength was not any weaker than Zhao Ming. Therefore, he hurriedly took out the remaining talisman. Duan Tian noticed that when the talisman appeared in his hand again, the black-clad middle-aged man who was staring at him coldly suddenly tensed up. When Duan Tian saw this, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief again. He could see that the black-clad middle-aged man was afraid of the talisman in his hand. It made sense when he thought about it. The scene of him throwing out the talisman and killing Zhao Ming in just a blink of an eye was witnessed by the other party. It would be strange if the other party was not afraid after seeing the talisman in his hand. Dao Talisman. You're just a mortal stage martial cultivator from a remote continent. Where did you get a Dao Talisman from? The black-clad middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance looked at Duan Tian and asked in a low voice. A remote continent? A mortal stage martial cultivator? Duan Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the black-clothed middle-aged man's words. Even Feng Tianwu, who stood by his side, had a face that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful as well. Since when did the Cloud Continent become a remote continent? Based on the black-clad middle-aged man's tone, he seemed to not be from Cloud Continent. Besides that, what was a mortal stage martial cultivator? You're not from Cloud Continent? Duan Tian's eyes flashed as he asked with a serious expression. After fusing with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew very well that outside Cloud Continent, in the depths of the sea, there was a group of powerful demons. There were even demon emperors that reincarnation Emperor Wu could not match when he was at his prime. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's guess, besides many powerful demon emperors, there might even be some Emperor Wu with shocking strength in the depths of the sea. Unfortunately, even with reincarnation Emperor Wu's strength that could be said to be number one on Cloud Continent all those years ago, he had to take every step carefully in the depths of the sea, and it was difficult for him to explore the secrets in the depths of the sea. In reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he even heard that many Emperor Wu experts of the older generation on Cloud Continent had once entered the depths of the sea to explore the secrets in the depths of the sea. However, after those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation left, none of them returned. According to the guesses of the people on Cloud Continent, it's very likely that those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation were lost in the depths of the sea and were unable to find their way back. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's guesses, those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation either died in the hands of those powerful demon emperors in the depths of the sea, or they settled down in the depths of the sea or even overseas. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's guesses, in this world, besides Cloud Continent, it's very likely that there are other continents. The other continent should be at the other end of the depths of the sea. Duan Tian easily found out about this when he searched through reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had once seen a paragraph of text records in an ancient ruin. It was a record left behind by an ancient martial artist. The text clearly stated that he'd once encountered a powerhouse that came from outside Cloud Continent. That powerhouse only used a single move to defeat him. Whereas the martial artist that left behind that paragraph of text called himself in existence at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Even when reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was only at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Besides that, during the era of reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was the only Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent that was at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. So, he was the well-deserved number 1 Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent at that time. Duan Tian was able to find out all of this from reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Defeated an expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage with a single move? An expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage, even if reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he would still be defeated with a single move. An existence that's able to defeat an expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage with a single move. How terrifying would that be? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of fear. Humph. I'm naturally not from this remote continent of yours. The black-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but snort coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Chapter 10:17. Then where are you from? Duan Lingtian asked again. The black-clad middle-aged man's fearful gaze when he looked at the talisman in his hand was caught by Duan Lingtian. The talisman in his hand was given to him by his cheapskate father. However, he did not expect that even this powerhouse who was suspected to be from outside the Cloud Continent would be fearful of the talisman in his hand. Where am I from? The black-clad middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian angrily. Are you kidding me? Since you have the Dao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator, how can you not know where I'm from? This time, I won't pursue the matter of you destroying my human puppet for the sake of the Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator behind you. Otherwise, even if you have the Dao talisman he left for you, I'll still kill you even if I'm severely injured. The black-clad middle-aged man shouted coldly. Based on his words, he was saying that the talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand could severely injure him. The moment the black-clad middle-aged man's words left his mouth, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes. It was as though he was never there. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw the black-clad middle-aged man coming and going without a trace. I still have many things to ask him. Why did he leave so quickly? Whether it was the mortal stage martial cultivator or the Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator mentioned by the black-clad middle-aged man, they were extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Even if he searched the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, he could not find any related records. Mortal stage martial cultivator, Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu has never heard of it in his 2 lifetimes. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was surprised. Could it be that the mortal stage martial cultivator and Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator are cultivation realms from the depths of the ocean or even another continent overseas? Just like our Cloud Continent's Void stage, Martial Monarch stage, and Emperor Wu stage? Soon, Duan Lingtian, who had regained his senses, couldn't help but guess. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Besides that, the black-clothed middle-aged man even said that the talisman in my hand was a Dao talisman? Moreover, it's a Dao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but ponder. The talisman in his hand, or more accurately, the Dao talisman, was given to him by his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, before he left. Father, why would you have a Dao talisman? Could it be that he... For a moment, a crazy idea appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. That cheapskate father of his had most likely not been on Cloud Continent during the 20 years he had been away. Otherwise, where would he get the Dao talisman from? A Dao talisman was obviously not something from Cloud Continent. Could it be that father brought mother, Jianghu, and the others away from Cloud Continent and brought them to another continent overseas? The moment he thought of this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch violently. No wonder there's no record of this talisman even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. As it turns out, this is not something from Cloud Continent at all. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Dao talisman in his hand, and a faint wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the past, in his opinion, as long as he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, he would be able to look down on the world and look down on the common people. However, it seemed like even if he really stood at the peak of Cloud Continent like the reincarnation Emperor Wu did in the past, there were still many people who were more powerful than him in the depths of the sea or even the other continent overseas. Looks like the older generation of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent might really have gone to the other continent overseas just as the reincarnation Emperor Wu had guessed. That place has mortal stage martial cultivators, Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivators, and even Dao talismans. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If father really brought mother, Jianghu, and the others away from Cloud Continent and went to the other continent overseas, His current strength is far from what an ordinary Emperor Wu can compare to. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a solemn expression. Now, I'm almost certain. When Peak Master Qin Xiang and I faced Zhao Ming and the other Azure Forest Trisex Guardian Elders in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, I'm almost certain that the voice that was deliberately lowered and hoarse was Father's voice. Father is that mysterious powerhouse hidden in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed this in the past, he did not dare to be 100% certain. Now, he could be 100% certain. That mysterious powerhouse was his deadbeat father. An existence that could easily suppress the 3 6th level Void Initiation stage martial artists in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Even the current him was unable to do such a thing. Father's strength might be even stronger than the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his prime. I really don't know what exactly he experienced during the 20 years he left to actually allow him to possess such a terrifying strength. Compared to Father, the fortuitous encounters I encountered all along the way, like fusing with the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and the various fortuitous encounters after that are not worth mentioning. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule. However, if Father is really an expert from the other continent overseas, why didn't he bring me along when he left with Mother, Jianghu, Bai Yao, and Xiaolan? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. No matter what, he was the son of his deadbeat father. Logically speaking, his deadbeat father should not have allowed him to stay on Cloud Continent and fend for himself like this. Perhaps there's another reason why Father didn't bring me along. Now, Duan Lingtian could only think in this way. After all, there was no parent that did not wish for their children to stay by their side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thoughts flashed as he seemed to have thought of something. With a raise of his hand, he withdrew a jade box, and it was precisely the exquisite jade box that his deadbeat father, Duan Ruffing, had left him. As he looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand, Duan Lingtian's mind once again resounded with the message his father had left him in the voice transmission jade slip. Besides those 3 talismans, I've left you an exquisite jade box. Once you have the ability to open it in the future, you'll know where your mother and I are. These were the original words of his deadbeat father, Duan Ruffing. Currently, even if I don't use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength is equivalent to the strength of over 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I should be able to open this exquisite jade box now, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he placed both of his hands on the jade box. Origin energy rose as the 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows. In the next moment, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head swirled and finally gathered into 2,200 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that wriggled down. Originally, Feng Tianwu found it strange when she heard Duan Lingtian muttering words that she did not understand from time to time. However, although she found it strange, she was sensible enough not to disturb Duan Lingtian. Now, when she saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head, her beautiful face could not help but change slightly. She did not expect this at all. Her elder brother Duan actually possessed such a powerful strength today. Back then, in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, outside Qingfeng Palace, elder brother Duan fought with Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. With the help of his spirit weapon, his strength was only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. However, now, without the help of his spirit weapon, elder brother Duan only used his origin energy and concept to display a strength that's equivalent to the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons. Feng Tianwu secretly gasped. For a moment, she could not help but be shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed. Now she finally understood. Why did her elder brother Duan have the confidence to protect her and Zhang Shouyong during the journey back to the Darkhan dynasty from the northern desert? As it turned out, elder brother Duan already possessed such a powerful strength. It seems like elder brother Duan's fortuitous encounter in Qingfeng Palace is extraordinary. Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Ever since she left Emperor Wu's secret treasure, she had never left Duan Lingtian. Therefore, in her opinion, the reason why her elder brother Duan's strength had improved so much must be because he had encountered some enviable fortuitous encounter in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I still can't open it. Soon after, Feng Tianwu heard Duan Lingtian sigh. She realized that Duan Lingtian had used the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons just to open the exquisite jade box in his hand. However, based on her elder brother Duan's words, he still could not open the jade box even after using the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons? What jade box is that? Even the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons can't open it? For a moment, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed slightly. Before she could react, she noticed that a sword had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand with a raise of his hand. It was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. It was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As soon as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, another 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the sword that contained the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons pierced toward the crack on the exquisite jade box at lightning speed. He intended to pry it open by force. Clang! However, as a soft sound resonated, the exquisite jade box did not move at all. There wasn't even the slightest trace of a mark on the crack at the closing point. What's this exquisite jade box made of? It's actually so hard. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only give up. As he put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he sighed again. He realized that it was still difficult for him to open the exquisite jade box with his current strength. Father is really getting more and more mysterious. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he put the exquisite jade box away. Elder brother Duan, what jade box is that? Not only did your sword that contained the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons not open it, it didn't even leave a single trace on it. Chapter 10:18. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he shook his head. Even though that exquisite jade box was left behind for him by that cheapskate father of his, he knew nothing about its background, let alone what was inside it. Of course, there was one thing he could confirm. His cheapskate father must have left behind a voice transmission jade slip inside, and the message inside should be able to tell him about the other continent outside the ocean. Of course, other than the voice transmission jade slip, there must be something else inside the exquisite jade box. Duan Lingtian had an extremely strong intuition about this. Perhaps, I'll have to wait until my cultivation base breaks through to the martial monarch stage before I can open it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Tianwu, let's go. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and continued their journey to Xiongquan's hometown. He was prepared to look for Xiongquan and help him repair his dantian. Okay. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently and followed Duan Lingtian silently like a shadow. Duan Lingtian quickly found Xiongquan's hometown based on his memory of sending him back. It was a remote little village located in the mountains. Although the little village was remote, it was full of life. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived here, they could vaguely see the scene of men plowing and women weaving in the village. There were also children playing happily in the village without any worries. If I can stay in a place like this with the person I like for the rest of my life would not be in vain. Feng Tianwu looked down at the scene in the village. Her autumn eyes that seemed to be able to melt everything were as gentle as water. Her red lips parted slightly as she muttered involuntarily. It's normal for you to think like this. However, if it were them, they would most likely wish to have a strong martial strength to explore the outside world and have a good look at the outside world. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he spoke. Naturally, one would have different thoughts when standing in a different position. For example, Feng Tianwu, who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, was a veritable proud daughter of heaven. It was not strange for her to be moved by such a peaceful scene. However, if it were the villagers in the village, they would rather be like Feng Tianwu, who had extraordinary martial arts and could go outside to have a look. Because they were too weak and did not have the ability to protect themselves, they did not dare to leave the village easily. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu realized that her muttering had been heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush, as if blood could drip out of it. Feng Tianwu's slightly bashful and lovely appearance caused Duan Lingtian, who happened to be looking at her, to become absent-minded. He couldn't help but have the desire to move forward and fiercely kiss the face of the beauty in front of him. "You may leave." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his somewhat restless emotions. After greeting Feng Tianwu, he took the lead to descend from the sky. Originally, Feng Tianwu was secretly delighted when she saw Duan Lingtian's fiery gaze. However, now that she saw Duan Lingtian descending to the village as if he was escaping, she could not help but sigh again. What a block of wood! Glancing at the tall purple figure with some anger, Feng Tianwu moved her body and as if she had transformed into a fire elf, she followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body swept like the wind and descended from the sky like a goshawk. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a low altitude of the village and appeared in front of the villagers in the village. Wow! He can actually fly! The first to notice Duan Lingtian was a 4 or 5-year-old boy. He looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing in the air and shouted excitedly. It was as if he'd discovered a new continent. I heard my father say that only an expert at the void-prying stage or above is able to fly and stand in the air. Looks like he's an expert at the void-prying stage or above. A young girl that looked to be 13 or 14 said. An expert at the void-prying stage or above. Then wouldn't he be as formidable as Uncle Xianxia? Another 7 or 8-year-old boy exclaimed in surprise. Unlike the naivety of the group of children, the expressions of the group of adult villagers that noticed Duan Lingtian had changed, and their eyes were filled with terror. They looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if they'd seen a scourge or a ferocious beast. Their thoughts were very simple. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an expert like this to descend to their village. However, now that he'd descended to their village, it was most probably not a good thing. In next to no time, a villager's eyes flashed as he hastily turned around and left, as if he was going to send a message. After a short moment, the eyes of the remaining group of adult villagers flashed as they noticed that a red-clothed young woman had appeared out of thin air beside the violet-clothed young man that stood in the air. The red-clothed young woman had a graceful figure and a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, causing them to be dumbstruck for a moment. So beautiful! Is this Big Sister Fairy? Big Sister Fairy has descended to the mortal world. It wasn't only the group of adult villagers that were attracted by the red-clothed young woman. Even the children that were originally playing in the village had stopped what they were doing and stared fixedly at the red-clothed young woman in the air. The adult villagers were the same as well, and their gazes were completely attracted by the red-clothed young woman before them. They'd stayed in this remote little village all their lives and were self-sufficient, and they'd never gone outside. When had they ever seen such a beauty? Tianwu, these children are calling you Big Sister Fairy. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of naive children before him and lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. The rosy color on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face deepened when she heard this. Who are you people? At this moment, a loud shout resonated from the back of the village. Accompanying this shout was an agile figure that was as agile as a cheetah. In just a blink of an eye, it swept into the village and stared at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu covetously. The person that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a tall and sturdy young man who was about 20 years old. The young man had a pair of thick eyebrows. Although his eyes under his eyebrows were filled with dread when he looked at them, he still straightened his back and did not take a step back. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of admiration in his eyes. This young man seems a little familiar. Soon after, Duan Lingtian, who had carefully sized up the tall and sturdy young man for a while, suddenly realized that he seemed a little familiar as though he'd seen him somewhere before. This is Xiongquan's hometown. I've only been here when I sent Xiongquan back. This young man is about 20 years old now. He should have only been 12 or 13 years old back then. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He looked at the tall and sturdy young man and asked with some surprise, You? Could it be that you're heir who? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only was the tall and sturdy young man stunned, but the young man was also stunned. Even the group of adult villagers in the village was stunned. Ah! This brother who came with fairy sister seems to know brother heir who. Brother heir who is so amazing. Even this brother who can fly knows him. Brother heir who is indeed the only person in our village who left the village with Uncle Xiongquan to explore the outside world. The group of children in the village had exaggerated expressions on their faces. You know me? The tall and sturdy young man, who was Hu, stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, his face full of confusion. What? Hu, you've even forgotten me? Duan Lingtian smiled. I remember that when Xiongquan and I came to the village that year, you were only 12 or 13 years old. At that time, you even invited me to your house for a meal. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Hu's pupils couldn't help but constrict. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he invited this person before him to his house for a meal. Your brother Lingtian? Finally, Hu searched through the distant memories of his childhood and finally remembered Duan Lingtian. His face couldn't help but reveal an excited and emotional expression. All these years, he had heard his uncle Xiongquan mention the various deeds of this purple-clothed young man before him. The purple-clothed young man was already at the 8th level of the origin core stage when he was his current age. All this while, he had regarded Duan Lingtian as his idol. Now that he saw his idol again, how could he not be excited? He's young Master Lingtian? Meanwhile, many villagers couldn't help but recall the distinguished guest that came to their village all those years ago when they heard what Hu said. Even the #1 expert in their village, Xiongquan, had to respectfully address that guest as young master. It's really young Master Lingtian. After so many years, young Master Lingtian hasn't changed in the slightest. Yeah, young Master Lingtian is still so young. All the villagers looked at Duan Lingtian, and the fear in their eyes had vanished and was replaced with respect. Hu, where's Xiongquan? Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the robust young man before him. In the blink of an eye, the child from all those years ago had already grown up, and he even possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Although his cultivation wasn't comparable to his age from all those years ago, but in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he could be considered to possess extraordinary natural talent. Uncle Xiongquan, Hu was just about to speak when he was interrupted by a loud and clear voice. Who's there? You dare trespass into our Xiong village? The loud and clear voice was like a clap of thunder as it resonated from afar. The moment the voice left his mouth, a figure that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword shot into the village and appeared next to Hu. At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes came to a halt in the sky above the person who had a layer of solidified sword energy flashing on his body. They wriggled down in an imposing manner. First level advanced sword concept? Before the person transformed into a gigantic sword and shot into the village, Duan Lingtian had already seen the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that followed after him. His eyes narrowed uncontrollably. Now that the person had revealed himself, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Xiongquan, you! When did you comprehend the first level advanced sword concept? The person was a tall and robust middle-aged man. His face was covered in stubble, and he didn't care about his appearance. Was he not Xiongquan who had always been by his side all those years ago? Young master. Chapter 10:19. As the sword energy surrounding Xiongquan's body disappeared, the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head disappeared as well. His pair of eyes that were as big as copper gongs were filled with inexplicable excitement and tears of joy. After so many years, Xiongquan completely lost his composure when he saw Duan Lingtian again. Haha! Xiongquan! Long time no see. Duan Lingtian flew down and landed in front of Xiongquan. He looked at Xiongquan from top to bottom and smiled. You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Although Duan Lingtian tried his best to remain calm, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that Xiongquan had comprehended the first-level advanced sword concept. Young master. Seeing Duan Lingtian was so close to him, Xiongquan's body trembled even more intensely due to his excitement. He could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes as they flowed down. As the saying went, a man did not cry. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. When he was not happy. However, Xiongquan was not sad. Instead, he was happy. He was so excited that tears of joy were flowing down his cheeks. Xianxia, sorry to keep you waiting. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said, I told you that year. The next time I come to look for you, it'll be the time I repair your dantian. This was Duan Lingtian's promise to Xianxia back then. Now, he was here to fulfill his promise. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xianxia was stunned. He was completely stunned. Repair my dantian? Young master, why you're telling the truth? Xianxia's emotions that had calmed down were stirred up again. His stubbled cheeks trembled violently due to his excitement. Although he had never shown the sadness of being unable to cultivate due to his dantian being destroyed in front of others, he would always be in a daze in the middle of the night. He would be in a daze because of his destroyed dantian. As for the promise Duan Lingtian made to him back then, he did not take it to heart. He only thought Duan Lingtian was just comforting him. This was because he had never heard of anyone being able to repair their dantian after it was destroyed. But today, Duan Lingtian, whom he had not seen for many years, had appeared before him again, and even said that he could repair his dantian. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe the promise Duan Lingtian had made to him back then. What? You still don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. No. Young master, I just feel that this is too inconceivable. Xianxia hurriedly shook his head and said, Big brother Lingtian, can you really help Uncle Xianxia repair his dantian? Erhu, who was beside Xianxia, looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. For a moment, the other villagers also looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, as if they wanted to get a definite answer from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He knew that at this moment, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He might as well let the facts prove everything. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the immortal spirit herb from his storage ring. The last leaf of the immortal spirit herb that was shining with a green light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xianxia, eat this. After Duan Lingtian plucked the last leaf of the immortal spirit herb, the green light surrounding the immortal spirit herb completely disappeared without a trace. However, the green light on the immortal spirit herb's leaf continued to shine. A grass that glows? What kind of grass is this? It's so magical. Immediately, the surrounding villagers of Xiong village were shocked. Even the children who had quietened down were stunned. When Xianxia saw the immortal spirit herb shining with a green light, he knew that this stalk of glowing grass was not simple. Now when he heard that Duan Lingtian wanted him to eat the immortal spirit herb, his heart could not help but tremble. This was the herb that could help him repair his dantian? If it was a normal herb, even if Duan Lingtian wanted him to eat it, he would more or less have some doubts in his heart even if he did not say anything on the surface. However, the herb that was shining with a green light in front of him made him realize that it was not an ordinary herb. What kind of joke was this? A normal herb that could shine? Thank you, young master. Xianxia excitedly took the immortal spirit herb from Duan Lingtian's hand and stuffed it into his mouth without any hesitation, swallowing it in 2 to 3 mouthfuls. Xianxia swallowed the herb. Not only the villagers of Xiong village, even Feng Tianwu, who had landed and was standing beside Duan Lingtian, looked at Xianxia with a curious expression. Although she knew about the medicinal power of the immortal spirit herb from Duan Lingtian, she had never seen the power of the immortal spirit herb with her own eyes. Now, she finally had the chance to see the immortal spirit herb display its medicinal power with her own eyes. She was looking forward to it. After Xianxia ate the immortal spirit herb, the villagers of Xiong village held their breaths and their gazes fell on Xianxia. Uncle Xianxia. Erhu clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled slightly as he looked at Xianxia with eyes full of expectation. In the past, he was the closest to Xianxia in Xiong village. His skills were all taught to him by Xianxia. Because of this, he knew how much his uncle Xianxia cared about his destroyed dantian. Because of this, he especially hoped that his uncle Xianxia's dantian could be repaired. Wow! Uncle Xianxia's stomach is glowing! A little boy exclaimed. At the same time, everyone saw that in Xianxia's dantian, there was now a dazzling green light that appeared through his robes. The green light became more and more intense. Half an hour later, the green light gradually became smaller and smaller until it was completely extinguished and disappeared. Uncle Xianxia, Erhu took a deep breath and looked at Xiongquan with a worried expression. Feng Tianwu and the villagers of the Xiong family village were all staring at Xiongquan. Their eyes were filled with urgency. They wanted to know the result. As for Duanling Tian, he had a calm expression from beginning to end. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. It was as if he was not worried that Xiongquan's dantian could not be repaired. Ha 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 ha. Under everyone's gaze, Xiongquan was stunned for a moment. The moment he came back to his senses, a smile appeared on his stubbled face, and then he threw his head back and laughed heartily. His laughter was wanton, as if he wanted to completely disperse the sullenness of all these years. It's repaired. My dantian is repaired. Xiongquan's laughter only stopped after a dozen breaths, but it seemed that he was still not happy enough. He roared to the sky to vent his excitement. Hot tears poured out of Xiongquan's eyes uncontrollably. For a moment, the villagers of Xiong village, including Erhu, laughed. They were all happy for Xiongquan. Brother. Lingtian thank you. Erhu thanked Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. He was so emotional that his voice trembled. Don't thank me. Speaking of which, I'm responsible for the destruction of Xiongquan's dantian back then. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Unlike the villagers of Xiong village who were excited, when the green light that rose from Xiongquan's dantian disappeared, he extended his spiritual energy to check that Xiongquan's dantian had been repaired. Because of this, he was very calm. Moreover, he had seen the heaven-defying medicinal power of the immortal spirit herb. Power of who could regrow a broken leg after consuming the immortal spirit herb. That was much more difficult than repairing a dantian. Whether it was the royal grade resurrection pill or the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, it could repair one's dantian. Whether it was the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill or the royal grade resurrection pill, it could not repair one's broken leg. Compared to regrowing a broken leg, repairing a dantian was child's play. It's really repaired? Although Feng Tianwu did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words, she was still shocked when she saw the faint origin energy surrounding Xiongquan's body. The origin energy surrounding Xiongquan's body was very weak. It was so weak that it could be ignored. However, such weak origin energy still required a complete dantian to extend from one's body. Thank you, young master. Before everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could react, Xiongquan had already knelt down in front of Duan Lingtian with a thud and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Xiongquan, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his hand and the gentle origin energy turned into an invisible force that extended and lifted Xiongquan up. When Xiongquan saw the anger on Duan Lingtian's face, he realized that Duan Lingtian was angry because of his actions earlier. He was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Young master, follow me. Xiongquan called out to Duan Lingtian and took the lead to fly out of the village. As soon as Xiongquan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiongquan had turned around and was walking out of the village. His anger instantly disappeared, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still followed him. He wanted to see where Xiongquan was leading him to. Naturally, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. Whoosh! After Xiongquan left the village, the sword energy on his body skyrocketed, causing him to look as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword as he flew into the distance. Since Xiongquan's current origin energy could not allow him to fly, the gigantic sword that he transformed into brushed against the ground as he flew. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were still filled with shock. Xiongquan, how did you comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask curiously when he saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xiongquan's head. Even Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with curiosity. She had heard Duan Lingtian mention some things about Xiongquan before. For this reason, she knew that when Xiongquan returned to the Xiong village that year, he had only comprehended sword force. He did not even comprehend the elementary sword concept. However, it had not even been 10 years. However, Xiongquan had comprehended sword force to the first-level advanced sword concept. In her opinion, it was simply unbelievable.